Alright, so we'll be watching the old One Piece live. That starts at 11 a.m. So about an hour from now. Until then, we're just gonna run some matches. Let's see. I gotta fix a couple things first. Okay, edit. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second, boys. Just tagging up my video. Alright, we're good. Welcome in, welcome in. The regional starts at 11, so we got a little bit of time to kill, so we're going to play some ranked matches until then and just hang out. I have it pulled up to the side so we won't miss it when it does start. I think we're going to run a little bit of Usopp. Some Usopp ranked and chill out. Alright, we'll go second. Not terrible because we get Leo. We also set on a grab blade. It's not too bad. We know Rebecca's irrelevant, so we do have 1k encounter. No stage, that sucks. We'll take Cav and this may come in clutch, so we'll grab that. And we can just toss Rebecca. We'll take the first shot, that's fine. Swing into that. Could have played Frankie there too. That would have been fine. Could have been better, just because she probably didn't have a way to blow up Frankie. And then I'll swing into Leo. We really need our stage. So we'll swing for 7, play Frankie out, and pass. Dude, my throat's still fucked up. No Diddy. Okay. Let's go to 9. Or I think I'm gonna save that for the following turn. Okay, so we save that for the following turn. We can probably swing 7, 1, 2, 7, 7. And I guess just play a Zoro out to get something else on the field. We don't really get no value out of it, but I still haven't seen stage, which is kind of awkward. Kinda awkward. I guess it doesn't really matter that much at this point, but... Drew Van Auger, okay. What's this about to be, another Burgess? Yeah. Oh no, the Rush Burgess, okay. Interesting. Then Luffy, okay. We know what the plan there is. What up, Marty? What's going on? Get rid of them. And then we can go at 5, 7, 7. Interesting. Alright. And now we just win. He drew Burgess, so we know he has at least 1k encounter. So we can go 3. I'm surprised more Blackbeards don't run Devon. Yeah, it's a pretty good card sometimes. 6, 7, 8. So we don't have to go 3 because we know we can go 8 and it guarantees. So we can go... this. That's guaranteed to go through or he has to block. And we can go 9-9. Oh, you fucking lucky little doggy. Well. It's the best way forward now. Probably Leo because swinging's irrelevant. And we'll grab a low end blocker. Let's see, 4 and 2. We can get them both out on the field. We'll take those two and get rid of we'll just get rid of that because it doesn't matter. Boom. Boom. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm fine now. Lucky little doggy. We were going to end it last turn, but so we got what 4K encounter and what, buddy? So we got dot Q. Let's go get a search on. Vasco's shot. We assumed he would be grabbing Vasco's. That's kind of why we kept Gravity Blade. Because if he plays enough of them, we can get around them still. You got 3 of them? Oh no. I was about to say, like, Jesus. Alright, we don't know what that... Do we know what that last card is? I don't think we do. Alright. So we can Gravity Blade. Gravity Blade swing 5 and see what happens. And then in the event he has, we can always just play another blocker. Actually, we just win. We just swing 5, even if he block. Yeah, we it's over. We go 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Yeah, we good. Gucci. Yeah, what am I talking about? What am I saying? Yes, sir. Was you in the stream yesterday, Marty? You see you see the God package? I can't believe I pulled that still. That shit is wild. Wild. Alright, we got another one. So, for those wondering, it starts at 11. We got about 40 minutes to kill, so we're just playing some games. I thought you were. I thought I seen you in chat, but I don't remember now. I don't know. That shit was wild. Yeah, I know, right? It's weird. I wasn't expecting that, I could say. So we're gonna continue to go. Whenever it does start, I'll fix my camera stuff. I think I'll have to slide it probably. Well, we'll figure out where to slide it. Coffee droppy. I don't think this guy's coming. We'll find another match. Usopp's fun, man. The Usopp is fun. Yeah, nothing yet. Boop, 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 doo, doo, doo. I still haven't pulled a manga and only one alt leader. I've been buying at least a box since OPO2. Dude, that's the first manga I've ever pulled. Like, I had mangas, but I traded for the ones that I had. I've never pulled a manga. My first manga is a God Pack. I've been buying since I've been playing since like what, 06 or 07, I can't think of which. I think 07ish. I've been buying One Piece since 02. I think I've been buying since 02. Never pulled a manga, but I don't really buy the boxes that often. I typically just buy all the sleeves. Like, I typically buy sleeves, and it was the way to go for quite a while until, I want to say until 08 is when sleeves kind of took a hit, and it's better to buy boxes technically now, I believe, based on what I've opened and stuff and how many hits there are, and like a lot of like 32 sleeves or whatever they put out. I think it's 32 or 34. But now I think boosters are the way to go typically. But obviously, I mean, you ain't finding PRB boosters anymore unless you want to pay fucking $250 or whatever they are. But yeah, yesterday was a big win. Those PRB sleeves are fire. If you see those, man, buy them. There's so many hits. Like, we get 2 gold dons too, and normally that's like locked to a case. We bought like maybe half a case in packs, right? I think it's like half. I don't know, 20, 40. I think there's 20, 40 in the PRB, 60, 80, 100. Yeah. So we bought like 5 boxes basically. I think I have to keep this. Boop. And I had to take something that I'll probably end up tossing. Actually, no, I don't have to toss it. I'll just take that and toss that, deploy that. The Queen Gold Don? Yeah, nice. Yeah, that one's pretty cool. That's the one I got too. I got that one. I was hoping to get either the Perona one. The Zoro one's just fire. Like, if I had that, I would just keep it forever. But I don't have it. I didn't pull it. The Perona one, probably the same thing. Like, it's fire. The Queen one and the Croc one, I don't know that I'll keep them. But Sakazuki. Sokka I would have kept. Zoro I would keep. And Perona. I do got enough textured Don. I think I gotta find. I think I have two or three more that I had to find where I put them. I know they're in one of my boxes. I'll grab them out. But I think I'm just gonna run a whole playset of textured Don now for my Don, since I have them all. Perona, yeah. Yeah, I have the textured one of that as well. I think I'm gonna play that out. I don't even know why I swung that. I shouldn't have. That was stupid. Oh yeah, I swung it from the card. Never mind, it wasn't stupid. I'm gonna play this out though because he won't be able to KO anything. I don't think. Oh, should I play it out? I don't know. He is going to 7. He'll just KO this. But you know what? If I just play 2 of them, he can't KO them both anyways. So it doesn't matter. Do we know top 8 already for the event? I'm not. Honestly, I don't know it. I was at work when it was going on, so I was watching it, but then on my drive home, I kind of lost track of what was going on. Okay. Consider just playing Leo here. Now we'll play Sapo. I don't need to choose any targets because I can just swing into it and he'll have to give me cards. Which I like that so much better anyways. Instead of giving him something back to his hand. There we go. And then we can go 6 lead and get rid of we'll get rid of Rebecca, and then I'll just play Leo out. And we can grab... It's not bad. -2 could set us up for a gravity blade play. I'll take that. And I'll take that in 2K and then just ditch Frankie. This sets us up to at least get rid of this, and depending on what he plays, we may be able to get rid of more. Card draw. Okay. He's got a Shanks. We got 15 in the trash now too, so that's good. We will not be giving that up. There we go. That's actually going to be good. I guess we'll let it go. We don't have much of a choice. Alright, so we can go... We can't play anything out off of it, but we can minus... We can go like this. Do that, just to minus it. Go boom, boom. He don't get to play anything out. And then... We just go 6 and 9. And we're set up to take 2 life from him really fast, so... May just... This is really good to get out, especially if I swing 3. Let's see if he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're gonna do this, and we'll play this out. Because if I can get this to stick, I might just be able to end. If he has a Beckman, though, it just dies. KO Shanks. Okay. I think we can still... do this. I'll take 2K, 2K. Do we play out Frankie? I don't think we have to, right? I was considering holding off, but... Two, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got enough to get out of a nothing really, so I think we're just gonna play Frankie out and pass turn. Right? What a hand size. Yeah, he's got a nice one. We figured he had blocker. I don't know if there's a way out of this. I think the best shot is probably to swing 7 on Frankie. He'll probably counter out. We can blow up this and then get another pretty decent sized swing, but him having the counter is probably really likely. But I don't know that there's another way we live. He didn't blow anything. Oh, yeah. He didn't blow anything up because he knows he won. Yeah, he won. He got Divine. Right. He was pretty bricked. Had 0 cost though. Shanks is technically a hard matchup, but it's winnable. I guess I should have held my event a little bit longer. Him hitting on KO Shanks kind of fucked us too, because if that Luffy would have stayed on field, the Luffy would have ended the game. KO Shanks hurt. Take a second. I really like this card and this card in this matchup. Not in love with the rest, but we do get stage, which is pretty important. I'm actually just gonna give you Sabo. That's fun. That KO's 4s. I ain't really worried about him getting all 4. What, buddy? Why? Okay. Alright, let's play this out and see if we can hit a Rebecca. There that is. Oh, we can't even grab Rebecca's. I always forget. Okay, we'll grab that. That's fine. It is what it is. I think we'll just play this out and force him to give me some cards. Otherwise, I'll kill his shit. Or I can bounce things back into his hand, which is good too. Decisions. Now that's a good card. But now it's like... I guess the Rocket Luffy ain't that I don't really care about it that much. The Kuzan's got to go. And then the Sabo, I would like to bottom deck. So I think we're going to go boom, boom. And then, get a little bit of card draw. And, not bad. We don't need that in hand right now. So it does have Kid Sabo in trash. Okay. We can, I think get rid of this, right? Let's see. -3 would makes it a 5. Minus... Yeah. Yeah, we can get rid of it. Oh, he didn't. He must not have Big Sabo in hand. Damn, that seems like a terrible Gecko play. That's gotta be rough. We'll just give you 2K. And I'll take that one, that's fine. He about to be pissed. Because we bottom decking those. So we got this out. Do that. And then we hit him with one of those. Get some card draw. I don't think we need 2 of these, but we also probably don't need 2 of these, so we'll do that. Play Leo out, do one of those. Grab a Frankie and some minus. And then we can just trash one of those. Wasn't very ideal, but is what it is. We do got blockers, so we can always block her up this next turn if we need to. Depends on what he does, I guess. Alright. Technically we can KO this. What do we need to do all this with? We like that. Just for the high end, I don't need that. So we can push. Do we put, which one do we, do we want to push this back to hand? Decisions. Technically, we could go for game here. Forcing to give us 2K before we make our decision. Cool. Alright. Now we made our decision. So we can push, we'll just have to push this back to hand and we can KO that in the same turn. So we just go boom. Throwing out this guy over top of that. And then this here. Use this, pop that, push that to hand. I can't take that shot. Because then he could just add all his down onto this. He was considering, I think he's considering going for game right there for real, like with the Hiyori. That would have been scary. Lose to that, that would be fucking terrible. Alright. Well, he's only a 5K. Let's get some card draw first of all. Get a little bit of card draw. I think he probably quit a little early, but we do have a lot of attacks. I mean, chances of him getting out of these is pretty slim to none. GG, Mr. BY Luffy. I gotta piss. I'll be right back. Yeah, Rayquaza. Nice. Mega Rayquaza. Feels pretty good, Paulo. I mean, I don't, it doesn't bother me none. I mean, I just won that one, but feels pretty solid. Being able, like, especially how I run it, because I run it with gravity blades. I could see it being a little bit more annoying if I didn't use gravity blades, but being able to gravity blade, like I gravity bladed his Gecko, like Gecko and whatever are his Luffy together. Dawn minus gravity blade, baby. We really like this card, but it's not worth keeping like that, especially going first. I hope he counters this. Funny thing is, he could. He could counter this on the principle of, he'd force me to swing this into it. Okay, he didn't. That was gonna be a gotcha. Gotcha. We want that. And whatever we take, we'll probably be pitching, so we'll just take that and we'll pitch it because we don't need it. So now he'll swing into this. Whatever he plays out, I'll have card draw for if it's a sideways. Probably like a Lafitte. So I get to get card draw off of this. Seven. I mean, okay. I didn't honestly expect him to do that, but it's okay. We'll do this. One card of trash. 5. We're going to 7 next turn, so we'll probably be playing this out. I kind of like having him out. I don't know that Zoro's going to come in because he's probably going to end up turning my on plays off next turn. So we'll just toss that. I 100% should have swung my leader first, but I did not get punished for it. Just in case it's a finger gun. Alright, we got finger gunned. I don't want to keep taking shots. Usopp's worst matchups? I'd say the worst one. I mean, it doesn't feel unwinnable, but Shanks isn't the greatest of matchups. But it doesn't feel unwinnable. I'd say Pluffy can go either way. I think Pluffy kind of depends on I mean, a lot of Usopp's matches, like they do tend to be stage dependent. I will say that, like, you are pretty dependent on stage. A lot of them can go kind of either way. Like this match can go either way. Like Blackbeard can totally win this match. But yeah, it's not unwinnable either way. Did he not black hole me last turn? I think he did. Okay. But I would say Shanks is probably his worst. Chances of him taking this are slim, right? Yeah, good. 10. Him doing all that to keep it alive for it to just get gravity bladed is about to be hilarious. Maybe not gravity bladed actually yet. He froze the wrong character. Or this one. Did he freeze it? Oh, he nullified this one. Okay, he did it right. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute. Did he fuck up? Alright. Well, we were going to Gravity Blade, but there's actually no reason to. Because we can go... to get in the trash. So this is free. Because he ain't going to block it. And then 10, and then 7, 8. Yeah. Oh yeah, he can't. I can't even swing with that. What am I thinking? I think I just play this in a blocker together. Just go like this and then deploy that. Because there's no reason to swing that. What it got eye blades, but they're clutch. I don't know what's that mean. What is that, Marty? Okay. Oh, see, he's gone. He's got this. That's unfortunate. I didn't think he'd go for the game. GG. I didn't think he'd go for that. Hate working and typing. Yeah, you're good, man. I just didn't know what it meant. I was like, wait, what? Alright, the thing is getting ready to start in a moment, it looks like. Well, we're still waiting on him to kick off the stream, so I'll still get another one in the meantime. They haven't started it yet. As soon as it starts up, I will have it pulled up. Alright, we'll keep. Yep, yeah. Teach can definitely, it's definitely a winnable game for Teach. We like this, and I love Kairos, but I don't know that I need him here yet. Well, we already have one of those. Let's grab a Rebecca, and then I'll just trash the, feels bad trashing Frankie. Oh, Blades. Since like 07. Yeah, gravity. We don't need it banned, Marty. It needs to stay in the game forever. It's too good. It is a fire card. Cavendish gets me card draw, and if he's sideways, it's worth it. It's worth just keeping that as a brick in order to have it. Filters, puts cards in my trash. This is one of the most important cards in this deck. I wish they would have made the effect for like a 6 and 4 or both 5s. I feel 2 6s are too much for the game for the little to protect from bottom decking. It is a lot. I will agree. I don't want it to go nowhere because I'm using it. If that sounds fair, but no, you are right. Like, I think it is a very powerful card. I think it's probably a little bit too powerful, but I'm not going to ever state that, like, outside of the stream. It starts in 13 minutes, so they got the countdown on there now. So after this match, we will be getting over into the matches. It clipped. Red Hat Pirate says to ban Gravity Blade. Do not ban Gravity Blade. We love Gravity Blade. It's a very fair card. Alright. He must have more of these, I'm assuming, right? Throw them both in the trash. Going to 8. We can really pressure him here if he can't get rid of this. We don't have to, but we can. especially with setting on King Kong. Okay, black holes us. Okay, we can't do nothing about that. That sucks. And we will not be taking that. So let's just do this. Could still pressure him. I don't think we need to yet though. Force him to block that. Got 8 cards in the trash. Okay. Got black hold. So I can play this out. This is lining up like how it did last time, unfortunately. I could +6 it and swing into this. He would lose it. That may be the only way to ensure that I survive, because he maybe just be able to blow up my blocker like he did last time, and then go for game and get a dub. So I think we're going to do that. It's 9. 9 plus, what, 6 is 15? Yeah, we're going to do this. That way we know we can't go for game this next turn. It's fine. Can't swing your blocker, right? I mean, you can, but don't know that it's smart. So we get a 9, a 5. We just need to be able to play one blocker out. So that means we can swing 5, 6. We should just swing 6. Yeah, because now we don't have another swing. Alright. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we do. 13. So we get to swing over top of him now. And then we can block. We're about to lose this same way. Motherfucker. That's craziness. That's rough. Did they just reset the timer? Oh no, okay, they didn't. Alright. We are Gucci. We are golden. What the fuck's going on with that? But no. Alright, so we got 3 minutes. I need to pull this up, sorry. I'll fix the old camera as soon as we know what's going on. I can just maybe I'll move it all. Oh shit, that's not how I did that. Could just move the we're gonna move the overlay down here because I'd like the overlay to stay, and then if for whatever reason it's in the way, I will move it from there. So we'll put it in the bottom left corner for now, see what happens. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, 23 seconds. Let's get it. Hey, you guys, thanks for going to win. I don't know if they're in the top. I'm not sure what they're at. We'll see. We'll have to see. Let me... Here, let's turn that off.
It all started from these words.
Let's see what happens.
Who will claim the One Piece? The battle to become Pirate King starts now. achieve their dreams. The curtain rises on the One Piece Card Game Championship.
Hello and welcome everyone to another day of One Piece Day here in Dallas, Texas. It's offline regionals day 2, spots at the next national championships on the line, and we have thousands of players ready to go. Today we are once again running 512 tournaments, 512 player tournaments, 512 player tournaments, 3 of those simultaneously. That's a lot. We're going to see a lot of great games. I'm Doe. With me is Diego and the Eggman. We had an awesome day on day 1, didn't we? Lots and lots of great games. I'm sure we've got a lot more to look forward to today.
100%. And yeah,
they need to show who the top 8 is
for each one of these events, and I think we're seeing more kind of diversity, right? This is kind of the second day people want to play, their serious deck on day 1, something that they've been believing in day 2.
Oh, really?
And most people would talk about that, like, this is the time I play my crazy deck. So I'm looking forward to maybe some more unique builds today for sure.
You say that, but I know people that some people didn't get into day 1, and so day 2 ends up being their serious day. So I want to see the jank. I want to see the crazy stuff. I hope we get a lot of that, especially in some of the earlier rounds. We are going to be doing top tables all day, so it's all going to be undefeated players, of course. Yeah. So as the day goes on, Diego, I'd imagine things are going to filter a little bit. But what's something you'd like to see on day 2 that you feel like you didn't get enough of on day 1?
Definitely more rogue decks, more decks that are off the meta. Like, for example, we mentioned the Bello Betty being on stream, possibly. So actually, I found the Bello Betty player, and he is playing today. So
nice. We get to see a Bello?
If not, there should be something happening. Like, we had Lim yesterday, so that was like really cool to see Lim. Unfortunate matchup, but he did really well. So maybe we can see maybe more Bonnie, a little more Shanks, or maybe Smoker. Something not just Duffy,
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see any smokers yesterday. And I mean, I know there's a bunch here, but we just didn't happen to get any at the top table. That would be fun. I would love to see more of the animal-style Shanks as well. I think that list is really interesting, so I just want to get more data right from that one. But let's take a look at our schedule for today so you can know what you're in for. We've got 9 rounds of Swiss, and again, there are 3 tournaments going simultaneously. So how it's going to work is we're going to focus up on Tournament B, essentially, out of A, B, and C, and then if the B match ends early, we have the ability to then switch over to another match that's in progress. So we're going to fill the full time either way. We're going to try to minimize the breaks as much as possible. And, again, like, our production crew did a great job on day number 1. We were jumping right from game to game so fast. We really got tons and tons of game footage out of day 1. So looking forward to a lot of that today, too. Pretty standard as far as the rules and format goes. We're in best of ones. It is Swiss, of course. 25-minute match rounds, and then you get an extra 5 minutes for stuff. And then the prizing, of course, all those great sleeves, playmats, everything, the special cards. And then, of course, the spots in Nationals, which I think at the end of the day is what everybody's really playing for.
Yeah, feels real good to have a whole season. Like, you qualify on, like, day 0, really, right?
You're in the clear.
And from there you can play, the deck you want to play. You can be more creative and then lock in again once we have our finals.
The thing we haven't really talked about yet is that this tournament is kind of like, in North America at least, kind of the big send-off for the OP09 meta, which has been so fascinating to watch develop, right? I mean, obviously we see a lot of Doflamingo, but around that, we've seen a lot of innovation, I think, in decks trying to figure things out. So many different teach lists, so many different Shanks lists. We've seen other things like, the Bello Betty find success once in a while. I'm excited to move into OP10, but it is fun to give sort of this, like, huge final tournament for OP09, aside from Worlds, of course, but on North American soil at least.
Definitely can't
I
wait
think one of my favorite
for everything to
things
switch
is
to
that,
OP10.
we have all these different regions with the same card
refreshing.
pool, sometimes at different times, but you see different regions play differently or have different decks develop. And, it's a minor thing, but it's really cool to see just how that happens. And we have a lot of international players here today, right, Diego?
Yes, we have quite a few. A lot from Europe, Asia also, Latin America. So, like, we had Latin America win one of the pods.
Yeah, pod A yesterday.
Pod A, with Jorge. So definitely, it's nice that we come in as a community, as a one big international event to be here in Dallas, Texas. So,
And we talk about North America, but this really is like almost like a secondary open OP09 Worlds almost, with the amount of people we have from countries around the globe. I just ran into a guy that I knew from a different card game, a pro in a different card game that last time I saw him was like almost 10 years ago in Korea for a different tournament. So it's just fun to see people kind of come out of the woodwork that you haven't seen in a while, and people going from game to game. And I mean, if you got a big brain, you got a big brain, right? So if you find success in one game, you can find success here as well. And so it's fun to see some of the stylistic stuff come through with some of the players from different regions, you know?
Yeah, and this is, this is the tournament stream for this, and that's going to continue. But we've got a lot of big news that have happened already and continuing throughout the day, too. So being able to know that we have a global release coming within the next 12 months or so.
Yeah, the global release is crazy.
Be,
I just watched that
really
this morning. That's awesome.
This game too.
Well, that is good to bring up, too, because although we're going to be here all day covering the One Piece card game tournament scene, there is another stream actually happening, too, that's doing all of the One Piece Day sort of celebration stuff. So reveals, they've got talks with some of the voice actors and things, concerts, a lot of really great stuff. So definitely have that on.
I don't think we're getting ban announcement here. I think that's at the Japanese event.
For gameplay, right? But
I don't think we're getting that here.
On there too, so definitely give that a listen, a look, a tune in, I suppose. Have it on, like I said, on the second monitor, and check that out too, because we've got 2 buildings of stuff. We've got an entire building here just for One Piece card gameplay, and we've got thousands of people packed in here. But then there's another group of thousands of people over across the lawn, basically, in another building where we're doing all the kind of convention stuff. And it'd be nice to spend a little bit more time over there. But, we're here. We're dedicated. Let's take a look at some of what we saw in day 1, by the way.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dofi and Purple. Yeah, we saw a bit of that in day 1, didn't we?
And we got I think this was the only NL player on stream. We had Zachary refuse to lose for a long time.
The Lim, though, I mean, that was crazy. They ended up being like, what, 4-0 going into that one? Which that's an impressive day for a Lim player. Yeah.
We got Gage from
Been telling
Arizona
people since December we were getting the same release worldwide. They call me crazy.
And Red Luffy
Yeah, I kind of... I didn't know if they would catch it up. I knew they needed to catch it up.
That was the Dofi mirror that went to time. And
that's nice, very nice.
It didn't just go to cards and deck. It went to characters on board to determine the winner, too.
Because this game's way too popular to not catch it up and put us on a simultaneous thing. Like, there's no reason. Like, you needed it. It's such a popular game and a popular anime, and it's fun. Like, but it does suck. It sucks being behind.
Kumara was able to do with the teach as well.
Very close game, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, that Purple Luffy, though, so good right now. It's one of the top decks, but I always do love seeing a good teach as well. I got a little bit. Oh yeah, that was a moment with the Dofi mirror there, where again, like the judge had to look at the life, both tied at 1 life. Look at the deck, counted both decks. Both decks had 22 cards remaining. So you got to look at the characters on board then, and it was just 1 more.
Yeah, it was 3-2. And the only last tiebreaker from there is that whoever took life last gets second place, right? So very tight, and just, to go from there to winning the whole pod is quite amazing.
Yeah, we see, and I mean, we see like Dofi mirrors go to time quite often, but we don't see it go all the way down to characters on board very, very frequently. So. Here's some core cards right from the Dofi deck. I think you could maybe, if you could squeeze a 4th one on there, you'd squeeze the bounce law on there too.
For sure.
Yeah. There's just so many good cards for it too. We also have like Bo Hancock. We have like the Weevil. This deck is really condensed with great warlords, and one of the reasons it's one of the most popular and strongest decks in this format right now.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it just does everything so well, right? I mean, you can build it in a way that goes a little bit later too. We do see some of the tech with like the 9 cost Mihawk.
Yeah, 9
cost Mihawk, right?
7-drop.
Haven't played in a while. Yeah, we got that one in there, and then the Gravity Blades,
Red
Rocks once in a while, right? But it gets started so fast and it goes wide so quickly. And you're just so incentivized.
Bandai did it with Digimon too. It hurt scalpers, but we're strengthening the meta.
It just can be a really, really difficult deck to stop.
Yeah, and honestly, like there's the mental game where they're at 5
how do
life
you,
for most of the game.
Wait, how does simultaneous release?
More cards to be able to defend or play
I don't even think it hurts scalpers, to be honest. Does it? Does it really?
Being at 5 is real tough for most of the game.
Yeah, and even when you address their board, and
it definitely strengthens like meta and stuff, because we can't go and just like you have to have actual skill to put together a deck as well, and like thought process, and not just mirroring someone else's and then just piloting well. So like it definitely helps the meta.
But
I don't think it really hurts the scalper market either, though. To be honest,
there are a lot of small bodies. Most players know the matchup, right? It's the matchup you have to know.
Yeah.
And I think there are great.
Because they're going to
decks
buy
in
out the
meta that
English
have
anyway.
ways
Like,
to
the English packs are still going to get
so
bought out
you got
anyways.
Bonnie that can do it. And now is pretty relevant because of its really good
Yeah.
matchup. And decks like that, I think, are really strong.
Yeah, BY Luffy does pretty decently into it too, although you can get run over sometime. Let's take a look at the Anella, some core cards from that one, and I feel like the 10 cost ace did kind of give this deck a little bit of a boost.
Oh,
here.
use it.
It's
That
one of
makes a
those
little bit of
leaders
sense,
that's
Marty.
just
I
so
got you.
good that as long as yellow just has
To buy out.
very
Oh,
good
you mean
cards,
yeah? Okay,
this will
so you
always
mean
be
you
around
mean
the
just
team.
on like a
100%.
a card standpoint, like because they're going to still buy out the new sealed stuff. Like the new sealed is just going to get bought out. Like that's not ever going to change.
Yep.
And that, unfortunately, that comes with popularity of a game. There's good and bad to it. The good is, hey, your game's fucking popular as shit, and there's actual expensive cards in it. The bad is they're hard to fucking get sometimes. So they do need to release more.
Boys to Men, and then the Gecko Moria getting to do it all over again, right? After the boys
But yeah,
in the
using the
trash.
East
Yes,
results
it's,
just to buy out.
It is a deck that.
Yep,
just
that's
keeps
what we were
going
just
and
talking
going
about,
and
their
going,
global
and it's a
release
really
follow.
Fun deck to play
Yep.
too. I think it is fascinating and has a lot of skill expression to it. So I like the deck in the meta, but we'll see. We'll see how long it lasts after we start to see some action from OP10, OP11, you know, EVO2
Yeah,
in the future.
that's awesome,
It's definitely
Paulo.
kind of like a guest character
It is
in this game,
awesome.
right? It's not like a yellow deck. It's not a black deck, right? It's its own little thing.
Yeah.
And because of that, you get a lot of unique matchups and gameplay opportunities.
Yeah, it's got very unique play patterns too.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there's not a lot of decks where you want to like rush down to zero basically, right? But then the balancing act of I got to use this stuff in my life to play cards, you know, for cheap, but then I also have to keep enough life to live. You know, balancing the blockers and everything. It's like I said, it's a tough deck to play well, so it's always impressive to see, you know, on stream. I think, and it's just one of those decks that it kind of has game into everything, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9K leader is pretty huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that a lot, Marty, because like people were watching. They were watching to see what happened in the East, and then all of a sudden, like, the card from 03 that no one ever wanted was completely gone, and people would scalp them. So that makes a lot of sense. So I do agree with you there.
I'm looking over at the player area, and we don't have any players sitting down quite yet, so it looks like we've got a little bit of time left before the matches begin. Once we get rolling,
We'll have to spend a
though,
lot in the next few months. I'm down. I just had a God pack, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm down.
I'm trying to think of a deck that
I'll sell a couple
another
mangoes
deck
and buy a
besides,
case.
like Smoker, I would say that I'm surprised we
No,
didn't see
not right now, buddy.
yesterday. But I think we kind of hit all the big ones. We saw Bonnie.
I think the only one that in my mind is the purple and black Luffy. It's been
okay.
overshined by the two other purple Luffys that are
Yeah, I
in
was
the meta,
gonna
right?
say.
But I know a good amount of people who are on it. It does have some interesting matchups. A deck that you can play Gum Gum Giant and Moria in the same deck, right?
That's pretty
Can't
good,
be
yeah.
the worst deck in the meta. So hopefully to see one of those, because it does have the potential for a lot of value.
That's interesting because a lot of people are very excited about it when it came out. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, all your stuff gets +1. I mean, that makes it really good against removal. But
Yeah.
what do you feel like it is that kind of holds that deck back from being, you know, as high as the others?
I think the
You know what I'm
biggest issue is
saying?
that, like,
I
Gecko
mean,
Moria is a really good
I might
card.
have a little
Card
bit
that's so
extra
good
money
in
to
the
buy a
game.
case or so, you know? I don't mind right now.
You don't really get that as much for purple black. It's just like
He said a
more of
rich
this value
boy.
card. Like
Yeah.
you can play Frankie, you get some card draw, but you're not really doing anything on board, so that hurts it a lot. And then you just have a potential to just have a lot of like non-use cards in hand too. So it's a bit of a balancing act for it because you have to be like more aggressive than like I think other red and purple Luffy, but you're not as aggressive as purple Luffy. You're just kind of in this middle area where you're the master of none. So
Right.
You just go to one or the other.
You're kind of almost in the Gecko Moria leaders.
Hey, look, they got that.
Yeah, yeah.
They got that piece of shit ass gum gum fruit back here.
You know,
Yeah.
the things you bring back.
This
have to
gum
do
gum
things
fruit is
immediately
or not
they
gum
do
gum,
by Luffy
fucking, but
or in,
devil
in
fruit is what I meant to say.
Rob Lucci,
Yeah, or
so-
Smoker, yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a good point.
Prior to this, I've
That
started seeing a lot
fruit,
of
that
people
is
play
such a
test
terrible,
Moria
that is
Flamingo.
such terrible, so
Yeah, it's
terribly
boring,
done.
and They didn't play it this weekend.
And it
No,
looked
I mean,
so
it goes
good
wide
from
enough, you
like
think
the
it's a
marketing.
game, but yeah,
It's a nice toolbox.
Yeah, and then you think about the rest of the meta, and you're like, well, you know, but
Not doing well.
we could see Moria come back. But speaking of coming back, we're going to take a little bit of a break here while we get the first round underway, and when we do have that up and running, we'll be back with you for the first game of the day. So do not go anywhere here at One Piece Day. We're going to have a lot
What up,
of
Malik?
great games coming at you in the very near future.
What up? What up? I remember VV winning a singular tournament after Saka ban. I got to turn this down. Hold on, that's actually eating my ears. Whatever that sound is terrible. VV winning a singular tournament after Saka ban and Scalper. And well, yeah, after Saka ban and Scalpers went after those cards too. Yeah, like, yep. I know, right? They're already getting a break. Malik, I don't think you were in here yesterday, Malik. We hit a God pack. You know what I'm saying? God pack. Whatever, like, the music that they're playing is fucking atrocious. Yeah, I sealed them up, but we did hit it. Well, that's Boa, but yep, we got him. I can pull him out. We got time to kill. Third pack in, man, on the PRBs. We hit the old God pack. Yeah, it was dope. I ain't never pulled a manga before, and then I pulled 10. That was crazy. And then Nami one and the rest of them behind it. They also said that ST23. Yeah, I did hear that. What am I doing? Sorry. My bad, I was checking something. They had to get a break to get everything situated. I just snagged 2 PRB sleeves while I was out just now. Bro, they're worth opening. Like, they're straight fire. Like, I opened 108 packs. We hit a God pack. I hit 2 gold dons, which I think is just the case rate, and we're well under a case. So I can't wait for the OP11 and the new STs. I'm okay with skipping OP10. Bro, I really like OP10, though, because I like Usopp. And Usopp falls off after, you know what I'm saying, when EBO2 and 11 like come out. So I'm actually hyped for OP10 still for a little bit, just because like it's refreshing, it's new. There's a lot of different things that actually work, because like Kid does work, Usopp does work, Red Green Smoker works. Dofi's still relevant if he doesn't get banned. He's still probably the top deck. But those other ones are definitely in the mix as well. And then you got Teach, who is just like dominant. That's insane. I meant they will be released firstly in the Western meta and later in the Eastern. Yeah, I know. We get them first. Yeah, I know, Paulo. I seen that. That is awesome. That's crazy. I didn't think we'd ever get anything first. Simultaneous releases, you know, that's all I want. But like, first is kind of insane too. It's hype. We take those. Those are dubs. Those be dubs. Yeah, I'm excited for those too. So he's around for 2.5 more months. Who, Dofi? I mean, we'll see. I don't know. Does he get banned? Does he not? We'll know this month. The release of those starters is literally like, I think the 15th. They're coming. We can look it up. what is it, 23 to 28. I believe it's the 15th or the 16th. Or is that... Or no, do we not get... I don't know. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm wrong. 0625, June 25th. Yeah, the whatchamacallit starter deck comes out the 15th, 21. I don't know why I was thinking these. But yeah, so... Looks like we'll get these in... The fuck's cutoff date? June 25th? That should be interesting. Oh, God Usopp? Yeah, God Usopp's around for OP10, man. Like, just all of OP10. But, I mean, when those starters come out, too, like, we'll see, because that could be meta-changing, because, like, we have no idea. Like, there's going to be new cards for Teach, which is just fucking insane. There's going to be new cards for Shanks, which is kind of crazy. What are they going to do to Buggy? Like, Buggy could go insane, but, like, I don't have high hopes for Buggy. I don't have the highest of hopes for Buggy, but, like, we'll see. And then, I mean, Bonnie getting a starter deck is insane. And, you know, they've been, like, they've needed to actually make green stronger for a long time. So, like, that could go fucking wild. Appreciate the follow. Oh, I got my hands on... Oh, yeah, the illustrations for the Black Mirror. Yeah, I got a couple... I got 3 of the Boa ones. It's a Boa, and I can't think of who the other promo in it is. They're coming from Target, though. I pre-ordered them long ago. I should be getting them in the next few days. But I've heard those illustration boxes are fire to open. I haven't opened one yet. I did open up... 2 of those the packs that come with the Don packs in it. So we got the Ace Don and then the Luffy Don, the straw hat. We didn't hit nothing in those packs, but the Dons are really cool. I don't have the Sabo one. But for whatever reason, Myers didn't have a Sabo one. I don't know why. They had those. They only had the Ace and the Luffys. I gotta go in the shop in a bit, so I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, it'll be a fun little open. Hopefully you hit something nice in there. I've seen quite a few people hitting pretty good out of them, so I'm gonna open mine too once I get them. When I bought I bought 108 sleeves, and I didn't get there wasn't a single illustrations box in there. I'd have bought those. Those are cool. This release schedule is about to be insane. I know. All the different Dons, yeah, Marty, that's fucking, they're awesome. I love all the different Dons. The Don stuff's cool. I don't know that I'm buying 10 packs of that to run like all of one of those, but like they are cool. More available. Yeah. It is rough. I gotta make sure we order everything on time to have stuff to sell. Oh yeah, you're in a part of what LGS, Malik. I think that's what you said before, right? Yeah, you definitely wanna get that all ordered up. Definitely needs to be a little bit more available. It'd be a lot easier, Marty, if they didn't like, because they do that limited release thing like straight through Bandai. If they just let everyone just order straight through Bandai, it would be so much easy. It'd be so easy. Like, I'm not sure why they can do that with 3,000 like orders, but can't fulfill the others. I already told the owner about it. Yeah, good. Oh, the Nami? Yeah, I seen that on there. I didn't get it, but I did see it on there. I just ordered 3 mats and couldn't justify a 4th. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I only got my 1 mat, but... I like Buggy, bro. So Buggy just sticks. If Buggy becomes goated, bro, then I got the perfect mat. Because, like, if he becomes goated, I'm obviously going to play him because it's Buggy. It's my homie. It's my dude. You know, he's future king of the Pirates. So... If he becomes goated and I get to play him, I'm gonna be hype. It's gonna be dope. Cause I tried to play him the other day, and he is fucking awful, even with the promo card. He's so terrible, so terrible. Usopp runs him over at the moment. But hey, maybe things have changed, you know. I'm excited for him. Buggy with promo is good. Not really, bro. Not really. Like, he's alright. He would have been... I'll give you this. Marty, Buggy with promo would have been good in 09. Buggy with promo in 10... No. Buggy and promo in 09 would have been one of the better decks in format. In 10, though? In 10, he's kind of awful. I mean, I guess you can call him a tier 2 deck. Because he could beat Dofi. He could beat Bello. But he just gets kind of ran from the field. Like, I mean, he's alright into to teach as well. But, like, I don't know. A lot of those decks just run him over still. Like, Red-Green Smoker's going to run you over. Usopp just flattens him. Shanks is going to run him over. What's the other deck? Yellow Kid, I feel like, just runs him over. Yeah, they messed that up. Waiting so long to give that promo was a huge mistake because, like, he would have actually been, like, a really fun deck and a great deck in 09. Like, great. Like, he'd have been top tier. He'd have been up there with, I mean, he's not Dofi, but he would have been up there because he could compete with all those decks. Now it's kind of just too late for that now, though. Like, he's not bad, and I'm sure there's going to be a couple people that run a little bit of him, but you're not going to see a lot of him. He's just not good enough right now. He's like one of those, like, fringe decks. Like, he's a dark horse kind of, but, like, bro, this is taking forever for him to start it. I mean, we better, right? Like, to be fair, they didn't say we were going to get anything until 2026 is when, you know, simultaneous release happens. Did they even give a month? All they said was 2026, right? From my understanding, that's all they said. So I wonder if that's the end of 2026. Hopefully not. But, yeah. I don't think we'll get promos at the same time until... maybe once simultaneous release happens, sure. I still want to know when we're getting the Law promo because that honestly helps Kid's consistency, like Yellow Kid. Without that promo, he's not nearly as consistent, so he's not as relevant. But with it, It's a strong 2K. Strong 2K that can play off trigger that makes you more consistent. Top of the year, yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, we could see it in January for sure. 2026 January, that'd be fire. Fire. That's the announcement for like the big like we're catching up immediately, like right now. January, boom, we're caught up. Start off the fucking year right. That'd be fire. That's what I'm hoping for. Bro, they over here jamming out on some like techno or some shit. Glad I turned that down. I couldn't afford that in my ears. Fun day. I wish I had my illustrations boxes today. I would love to open those. I gotta get all my stuff ready for the card show that we're having on Saturday as well. I got a lot of Pokemon stuff that I gotta sell. Could be slowing down Japan down to catch us up too, since they're doing that with the starters. Would be cool to get the next couple of things first, so Japan could follow us until they catch up, right? Follow us for a change, Japan. It'd be kind of huge, right? I can't wait to get the starters, man. I can't lie. Like the starters, I'm excited for the starters. Because I want to know what they add to Shanks. Plus, depending on what those cards are, the red cards in that deck, depending on what they are in general, like it could be an inadvertent buff to RP Luffy, which I love running some RP Luffy, so like there's a lot of possibilities with these starters. The Bonnie and Shanks, yeah. The Bonnie would be interesting too. Got to bounce. All right, Malik. Have a good day, brother. The Bonnie's going to be really interesting because, like, Bonnie in general is really strong, right? But Green in general is just, like, really weak right now. Like, it's just not in a great place. Even the Tashigi card is great and all, but, like, even that doesn't really counteract what Black's able to do to you enough. Like, Black just totally buries that deck so hard. So, like, it'd be nice. Hopefully they get something in it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I hate playing against fucking Bonnie. So, like, if she gets even stronger, it might get ridiculous. But, yeah, it has to be removal protection, Marty. I agree. Because, like, you get the Tashigi, but it doesn't feel like enough. No, she really don't. Bonnie's kind of ridiculous. like she gonna get her own version of like a Kuzan card or something. Like it's you know what I'm saying, it's hard to tell. Like a supernova version of like a card that can't be removed no matter what. Or stops her board from being removed no matter what for a turn or something. Because what they really like, you imagine like maybe she gets like a low end like 1 cost or 2 cost card that has like Sabo effect, but it's like not just KO immunity, it's just immune to any effects. But it's like a 1 or 2 cost card, so that way you're able to play it like, so you on your 5 down turn, so you got like a Euroge out that actually stuck or something, not Euroge, but whatever that stuck, a carrot something, or a Cav, and then next turn you get to play your carrot, and then you get to play that low end card, still swing Cavendish, keep everything KO and like effect immune for that turn, and then swing your leader. Like that stuff like that would make her really strong, but it might honestly break the game. They need protection that also protects the protector, because Rose is great and cheats, but they just need to swing into him, then the board and is, yeah, for sure. I think if she gets some kind of like effects immune card, some kind of card that makes all her other cards like effect immune for a turn, I think that'd be pretty good. It just needs to be, I mean, Tashigi is already really good, right? But, or maybe she gets like another version of Tashigi. I don't know. I feel like it would have to be a cheap card though, or it would just have to be a card, maybe like Kuzan, for example, that's just like a 4 or 5 cost, and it's just gonna stick. Because that would help her too, because Luchi gives her fits, and then like someone like the funny thing is Teach would be the only person that could remove it. Because of Black Hole. Yeah, he probably should have been supernova typed as well, but simultaneously, I don't like when Bonnie runs Zoro, and I'm glad most of them don't, and at the same time, when they do, I'm glad they can't search it. So, nope. Nope. They probably should have. It probably should be supernova typed, but no. No thank you. Yellow's getting a supernova protector before Bonnie. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I don't know. These starter decks are going to be interesting, though. They're definitely going to shake up the game. Like, I still don't know how strong Buggy's going to end up being with it, but I do think he's going to be the best blue deck. Obviously, after the starter, because they're gonna have to give him. They're gonna give him something crazy in there, and he already does technically have a couple crazy cards. It's just he doesn't feel great no 10 and 10. But like they give him some more crazy shit, bro. Like he'll easily be the best blue deck. And then Bonnie's so close to being just like a high-end like tier 1 deck, but like she's just not there. She's like one of those 8 and 2 decks, but there's always like one Bonnie that just like finds a way to squeeze in and get through it. So if she gets something crazy, she's gonna be insane. And then Shanks gets some consistency pieces or something along those lines. It's gonna be insane. That is true. EVO2, you will be able to search them both.
Extra application in a One Piece card game day. That's right. But we're going to get
that is
a
true.
look at a game from Pod A, it seems like, to start things off with. We don't know what the decks are going to be yet, but I'm excited to jump in.
Yeah, and that's one of the big benefits for us for this is that we have 3 different games we can jump to. We should be able to fill out the times for all the rounds generically, right?
Oh yeah.
And also just get a good variety of decks.
Yes, variety, but I think different matchups at the same time, so it was very difficult to have that.
Appreciate
Yeah,
the follow.
I mean, again, these early rounds are the best chance we have to see things kind of off meta and all that, because we do focus on the players that are undefeated as we go on throughout the day. So round 1, everybody's undefeated technically.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can see anything. We can see absolutely anything.
All right.
All right, here's our first matchup as we get right into it. We have Aaron Forrest
RP
playing
Luffy,
RP
baby.
Luffy, and then
There we
have
go.
Stephen Ha playing the
Hi.
Flamingo. So
Come on,
two
RP.
meta standards right now, and we'll see how they
Who
crash
you
it.
guys got? Who you
Yeah,
guys
I
got?
know a lot
RP
of
or
red purple
Dofi? I'm
Luffy,
going with
and the
RP.
big thing about
RP's
this
my
is
boy.
6K leader with
Let's
3
go.
life. And so when we have such an aggressive deck like Dofi, people always ask me like, so what do you do?
This
against a
is
deck that
actually a
attacks you so
winnable
well
match
and
for
you see when you
RP.
only have
Like,
that 3?
this is what I was
And,
hunting for in Treasure
I do
Cups.
think like the early turns can be a little bit tricky.
He needs to see his Eustace.
Stabilize to make your leader even stronger.
He's got to see his ramp and Eustace
It
Kid.
can be really manageable if you have the right pieces for it.
Well, thankfully, because it is a 6K leader, it does require more Dawn expenditure to get to that hit point. So it is still challenging to get to that math to get him to take life or take more cards, right?
For sure. And I think the Dofi, has a lot of cards. in his
AOT jacket
toolbox.
is tough.
If they
R-
see
or
a
RP.
Boa Hancock really early, that's a little bit rough for us because we don't have removal and it's a 6K
Let's
body
go.
that also can make your opponent's leader 6K. But we're starting off with Aaron as our
He
RP.
sees his
Luffy,
ramp,
playing
and the
Navi
problem is
one
that's going
drop
to get
and looking
bounced.
Top 5 for a straw hat.
Yeah, why not?
But, I mean, I
Wanna
think
try
you have to
find
grab
some,
it.
Early searching. Yeah, there's the Zorojuro as well. So early searching, early ramp. You get,
I hope he's
the
running
ability
events,
to just
man,
kinda
because
get
if he's
online
not, this
fast.
could be a
That's the
long
scary
day
thing
for
about
him.
RP Luffy, right? Is that you get to that late game so quickly, but getting to
6K
it in real life
leaders
can be
scare
a little
me.
tricky sometimes.
Yeah.
RP can be
And
really
we
good.
have the Sengoku from Steven.
All right.
It just
at
depends
the
on how
top
he's
5
running it.
for 8 Warlords.
You don't really like to see the Zorojuro, to be honest.
The thing that's
I don't
extra
even know that you
scary
should
with
run
Dofi
it
is what
technically.
We've seen a lot of this weekend, which is the Teach into the Jinbei, into the Weevil, into everything else, right? So just the speed that the Marshall D Teach Warlord card lets you get things out on the board with this deck is really something else. And
Jinbei.
there's the Jinbei, so yeah, we know that's coming at least in the near future.
For sure. But as you said, like the Teach does do a lot of work. The fact that you can like discard a card to make it easier for you to contest with a 7.
He's got Mom in his hand, though. That's nice. So he does have 9-drop
A
Mom.
little bit of relief from Aaron's side.
Yeah, Perona as well. Okay, so a little bit of reordering, and so I think this is exactly what the RP Luffy player wants to see, right? Where the Doa Flamingo player has a little bit slower start.
Yeah, but also, even though they're playing the weenies, they're still very useful because, yeah, they get a search now, and at one point, they bring out the bounce low, bounce it to hand, play it again, get another Warlord or restack, and that's already set enough for another turn.
For sure. And so also Aaron did add the Zorojuro to his hand.
Bro,
for
why
the
my boy
Nami.
wearing a
That's
mask?
a really good turn 3 play. If there's not a Trafalgar Law to contest it from Steven, that ramp next turn is going to be really huge and can really start off the ramp game for Aaron as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is nice kind of throwing that down because, again, it does sort of incentivize them to go for the bounce if they have it versus just kind of going wide, which you're like, I would take my Zorojuro being bounced versus them putting like 2 more bodies on the board personally. But you're the RP expert, though. What do you think? Would you give up the on attack for that?
So, yeah, I think... I don't know. I think Zorojuro's ramp is really, really important for this. Your first ramp is really important. So if you can either deny that in any way, or you can pressure it for the Luffy. Like
At least he's got the bond in his hand, like so it saves him. It saves him for when this gets bounced back to his hand, which is inevitable.
And then there's the Zoro that we talked about past the turn.
But it makes
Now
it to where it's
on
almost
Steven
irrelevant to run the Zoro.
try
That's
to
why
match
I
either
almost
with,
would just
the
rather
aggression of going
run the
wide on
Bukaki
board, or, maybe
face
do some
and
bump Zoro.
Yeah,
lead
and
performer
Aaron also
disasters
just
over it
drew
at this
into
point.
the Bond Clay, so
Like,
he's got
completely.
A backup plan to get that ramp, if the
But
Zoro
going into
is
10, we have the
contested.
5-cost
So,
event, which is
really, really good
fire.
start from Aaron, I feel like.
Maybe just a big swing here, yeah. Okay.
So
That lets
8,
you do the leader ability too, saving that one
Law,
dot for
see?
that. There is
And
the
there we
law.
go.
he'll
Yeah.
bounce
Yep.
Perona.
And I think the big contention from Steven was like, do I play the law, off the leader effect, or do I play Jinbei to play the
Bro,
law?
taking
next
it
turn?
serious.
But I
He
think
wearing
this
it because
is-
I heard
this
some
is a
people
good
make
choice
faces. I don't know. It's Japanese
forces
strat,
Aaron
hid
to have
face
the
to
Bond
give
play, which luckily
giveaway
for
stuff.
Aaron,
I got you.
Yeah. So now, This does slow you down a little bit, though.
Yes,
least,
it does.
Because you
Yeah.
could have both.
So we're
right?
bond
Absolutely.
ramping.
Good,
Yep.
yes.
Boom.
So he does get to ramp one to the bonk lane anyway.
And then we're just going to
So,
swing
things
into the wall.
Things still kind of proceeding along, and funny enough, this is kind of one of the slower RP Luffy versus Dofi matchup.
This is actually not going bad
Yeah,
for
so
RP
far,
right this
yeah.
second, though.
And so we went from
He's got a good
5
hand.
down
He's
to
got
6
Mom
on
setting in his
Next
hand.
turn we're going to go to
Is that a
8.
Shanks?
That's really important because our RP Luffy gets to get an additional Dawn every turn once we're at 8 or more. So that's going to let you play a 9-drop or play
He
an
needs to
8-drop
see
and
his
have a Dawn open.
Kid, I don't
And
see
then
Kid in his
Steven
hand.
really hasn't pressured Aaron that much, so it's a really good start.
Yeah. I mean, now we're getting into those turns, Diego, where that Dofi can start to really go wide, though.
Yeah, because he has a setup with Jinbei as well. But the thing is that because he has Bonkle, he can match the attack of whatever he's attacking. But there's not many that big bodies in the Flamingos kid, so he's only swinging for 5 or 6 when he matches. So whereas if he's playing a mirror match or playing against Shanks, he can match a giant 12k Shanks.
Right.
So yeah, we'll see. Because any Sengoku can just KO the Bonkle later.
Yeah, and Aaron's cards are a little flashier, a little bit easier to see, but we also see Charlotte Linlin, which would be able to play next turn, which is a great defensive piece, and being able to get that on board is great. We also have 10 cost Shanks. Being able to ramp to that card is really huge. So, but we
Okay,
can
that's
put Boa
pretty
from
good.
Steven now.
Yeah, Jinbei into the Boa Hancock,
And then
that
Weevil.
already is a very annoying board.
Ooh, Weevil,
for,
you're not wanting to
Aaron
have to deal with right
Yeah,
there.
stacks and attaches Dawn. But Red, like RP Luffy has like the best of both worlds in offense and defense because they get Queen, Rayleigh, the Shanks. They have the new Secret Rare Luffy.
And then
for
there's
1v9.
Weevil.
So they have so many options to choose from for sure.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, because as Dofi, you're just trying to get those 6K bodies on the board. Because if you can swing what he is, it gets bad.
And now it's on this RP Luffy to match with just bigger stuff, you know?
Yeah, and we get out of it, but it took 2 1
So you can
no
ramp to
2
10,
Queen hands, a little unfortunate.
or 9, I mean.
But we're starting at 8, and being able to go to 9 into a Linlin right now would be really strong.
Do we see
And then they'll probably put Boa in life.
The Linlins?
Yeah.
I think there's actually 2 now.
Is that just the play? I mean, without kind of knowing fully what's in the rest of the hand, like, is Linlin just kind of the go-to play?
It doesn't look like he has another play, to be honest.
I think being able to
I don't see
remove the
Eustace,
Boa
so.
blocker and then also being able to heal one seems really good to me in my mind. So
I would agree. Putting some thought into it, though.
I can't tell what that other card is. I know he has
Real
Shanks.
thought into it.
Shanks didn't look
First
like
game of the day
Tulin.
too, and it is a little bit rough. You know, first game of the day, you're
Is that
on stream,
Beck?
you've got a little bit extra pressure from that. You're playing against Dofi, you know, arguably the toughest deck to go up against in the meta. And
Yeah, it is
you've got
Beckman, ain't
the
it?
plan, but when it comes
Could play
down to it,
Beckman.
you know,
If that's what that is.
Yeah, for all we know, they could have been here early in the morning, so maybe like they're so feeling the tiredness.
yep.
Already.
Yeah, it is Beckman.
Daylight
Beckman wouldn't be
savings time, we all
terrible.
lost
Yes.
an hour
Oh,
last night
yeah,
too,
yeah.
so you know, if I were playing and
Because
I
he can
lost,
clear
I'd be like,
board
oh,
with-
it's
and
just
keep
daylight
Don
savings
up.
time. You know,
Yeah,
I'm just a little bit tired.
For sure.
Yeah, it happens.
yeah,
He's
so it
got
looks
2
like
decent
what
plays. I
Aaron's
think
probably
Beckman's probably
considering, 'cause we also
probably a
have
better
Beckman
line.
in hand. Is it
Because he
better
should
to
be able
play
to swing
Beckman
into
and
it.
also
Yeah, I
have a
think
Dawn
Beckman's a
open
better
for
line
Gundam
myself.
Giant?
Because he
Or
can
is it
swing
better to
into
play Beckman right now
Weevil
and then
still.
not have a
Twice.
Dawn open for Giant, I think is the contention point.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because if you play the Linlin, you know, you run the risk of having an ultra wide board to deal with the next turn.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas if you play the Giant, you refill your hand a little bit. You know, Beckman, you're going to be removing something too. So I can see why it's a difficult choice.
So Hayden, because you play RP Luffy more often, with the inclusion
He's gonna play
of
Lin.
Gum Giant.
Oh, I hope that's not what you're doing.
Has Red, sorry.
He
what was
is.
it called? Rat Beam falling out of favor in the deck list, you think?
For sure, yeah.
Probably,
Honestly, the biggest thing
There
is
we go.
that, yeah.
I think the
we
better
have
play was
decided on the
Beckman,
Linlin.
but I think he could have cleared
Honestly,
2
like
off
the plus
board.
4K is cool, but Red Purple Luffy, since we only have 3 life, we don't have that much card draw. The cycle too is the bigger thing. I think that's key for the card. It helps us get rid of like early ramp cards out of our hand and find our late game a little bit more consistently, and it obviously does help on defense, but. The cycle is what I feel is the biggest thing for us, and we don't really care about the -2 Dawn.
Get to go 6 into Weevil
Yeah,
twice.
So the Linlin does send the Boa to the bottom of the life there. He gets 1 life in return. Aaron able to go up to 3 again. So, you know, you put the Dofi back.
He does
5
have
life,
another
and we
Lin,
talked
though,
about this
so-
in the intro too, where the danger is you're dealing
If you
so
can
much
go wide
board,
enough with
then you look
Lins,
over and you're like,
you
oh my gosh,
can win
there's
this
still a
too.
5
Yeah,
life.
it's
I was like, I thought the
yes.
Beckman play was better though, because I
So,
thought he was gonna be
you
able to
know,
remove 2.
That happens, right? But at least now you're building those bigger bodies. And if you can get a board set up of larger, you know, bodies that the Dofi can handle, then there's something. Sengoku obviously able to crash with the Bonkle very easily.
Yeah.
on that turn, but at least you've got the Big Mom established now.
Steven can play out more.
The problem with the Shanks is he wasn't going to have another. He wasn't going to have a turn to play it in.
One or two more, or three to put him on
Shanks
6 or
goes
8
hard
to
if you
carry
get
the
Eustace
leader.
Kid out. Shanks doesn't go hard if you don't get him out. Because if you can't leave that Don up, typically you just lose.
Plenty of cards in hand for Stephen Ha.
So if he could have played
And we
Beckman
are at,
and
I
seen
think,
what happened.
8
Basically,
Don,
if he was able to clear
or
board really well,
Yes.
he'd have probably still been going to 1 life no matter what.
A quick
And then he
math,
should have Linlin the
28.
following play. But he wouldn't have had room for his Shanks anyways until he can get out a Eustace
Yeah, you're
Kid.
gonna be attacking him with
Because there's
the
no
Doki.
way that
It's gonna
you
be
survive if you
something
play
off
the
top,
Shanks that
I would
following turn.
imagine. Oh, didn't get a great view of what
Straight
was in
up.
the hand. Yeah, just swinging 6 to life.
This is Beckman, I think.
So
Yep.
we have double
It wasn't. It's not
giant
terrible or
Yeah,
anything.
it was-
I just
yeah,
think
we
the
got
Beckman
rid
was
of
a
the
better
Shanks
play.
a little bit.
And then you play the Linlin next
So,
turn.
next turn, being able to play Linlin for 9, get a Don back.
But he'll
that
be
with
playing the
one
Linlin
for 9
again.
And he'll one again will be really strong.
The most ideal
But,
play
yeah,
he could have
this turn is
he
definitely
could have
a point
possibly
where
made
Steven
there
can press
if he
a
had it
lot
in
of
his hand is
pressure.
the Eustace Kid, because then he
that's
could have
the
followed
idea.
that up with a Shanks
He's
Marty,
yet to attack, so he
and
can
it just
still
pretty much
top deck
buries
something
Dofi.
Good that can play off another Jinbei or another Boa to make himself bigger to go to 8. He has plenty of options. He can even get another bounce flow in, get back some Goku, play it out, search another Warlord.
The chances of him being able to
There's-
counter
there's a
out
chance
though
Steven
of
goes
that
hard on
would
their
have been
deck, on
slim.
top of their deck. I haven't
If he would
done
have
the
been
best
if
job
he'd
at
have Beckmaned the
keeping track
Boa
myself,
and
but,
then
much.
went 2 over onto
but yeah,
the
that
Weevil
could be
and
a
then
factor
swung
for him
again.
as well.
Well, this is one of the times too.
Oh
where
yeah,
you're
I mean he
glad
does
you're
have no
playing
counter in hand, but he does have a
60
Gum Gum in
right?
hand though.
Because that does make the Dofi have to commit a little bit more Don to a lot of the attacks.
It is true.
Outside of like the Weevil, the Boa plays a teach like you just mentioned here.
Yeah.
And what are we going to see off the top? Because I would imagine we're going to see a Dofi attack and a leader ability activation here. Separating one Don from the rest there seems to indicate that. 2 Don.
Liberating how to
Yeah,
split
what's
it
the
out.
plan here? What else are we going to see played?
Yeah, because
Is
he's
that
going
2
bigger.
Gum Gums?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, 8 to lead, and
He'll
with
probably
the
take
leader
this one.
activation. Gonna play another Weevil off the top. Oh wow, that is not bad at all.
Another 6 hit body to match the leader immediately. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Does he
And
got
then,
Gum
yeah,
Gum
it's gonna be a
fodder?
big
Or no, he doesn't have a.
9K.
He has
Yeah,
to take
Aaron's
it.
gonna have
I
to
don't
take
know
it
why I
again,
said he
but,
probably will. Has to.
Looks
No
like getting
choice.
another Shanks off the top. I think we got Bond Clay we just drew for
And
Steven.
unfortunately, you
And
can't play
Don,
that
though,
Shanks.
and, that's going to be helpful with another Linlin to again establish board, but giving Dofi.
But he's
going
gonna have to play
Linlin
Linlin,
feels real bad.
And then he'll have.
Exactly. Like you feel like you're
extra
really
Don
between
up.
a rock and a hard place here, where
He's
it's
gotta
like
kill
you
Weevil.
gotta do something with the board, but your best way of doing something to the board gives them more life too. That's rough. I mean, you can play Rush with the Shanks, I suppose, but you know, and that does.
You can't play
give
Rush with the
you
Shanks.
A little bit of extra survivability, and that the,
Nope.
the minus.
You
know,
play
power
Shanks, you're
helps,
dead. He's
across
wrong.
your opponent's board.
Yeah, so it's Shanks is such a tough card in this deck because you can get to it very quickly, but you almost always need a Dawn open for your defense too. So
Yeah.
it's just hard to find a great way to establish it unless
The
you
only
just
play he's got
circle
literally
up
here is Linlin.
immediately.
At least the Shanks can be a little defensive because he's going to make all the Weevils be 5k, so that's
Yeah.
more Dons to use against them. But I'm peeking that he has a Bonkley and a Big Mom, and you said he had a Shanks?
I mean,
He's got
could he?
Shanks,
If he
Giant,
does it, and he
Big
clears
Mom,
board, I guess it would be
maybe
okay.
one unknown card.
But being on 1 life is kind of like.
But you're probably dead.
Danger zone, maybe?
Right.
Yeah.
If he counters out of
Because
any
I
attack,
feel
he
I
would
could
just
see
be
a world
dead.
where
So
could
you
maybe
just
try
can't.
to run the Big Mom and the Shanks into the 2 Weevils, and then leader into Jinbei, but it feels like at least one of
Yep.
those is going to get defended, and then you don't have anything really defending.
And then you put the other
back,
one in life,
you know, putting together enough attacks to do.
and then you just swing into the Jinbei.
Yeah,
So.
Domingo is so healthy too as well. So
Yeah.
He
even
can't though. He
just
can't really
losing
clean
the
board
they can just get back at it
realistically.
again. They can just go tall into the RP Luffy and take advantage of them in 1 life.
Because if he
Right.
countered out of any of
But
those
we,
attacks, he would just
we
be
end up
dead.
Going for board, we use a Dawn underneath leader, so
And he
that
would have probably
does
countered out of the
identify
leader
it's gonna
attack.
be another Linlin turn,
But
so
that was
this
what I
will
was saying,
use
Catch.
all of our
Technically, he
Dawn
could have
to
went
lose
for that,
the
but
Dawn
man,
minus 1
that's
and get back
risky.
active
Risky
for
business
RP.
because he couldn't have actually cleared even the
I like
teach. With no Don open
Don't
as
mind that at
Dofi,
all.
you're going to
So still
swing
gonna
for
have
life,
the,
obviously,
Don
by
for the
matching.
Gum Giant next turn if he needs it.
Very nice
But this ain't bad. It just
7
depends on
life,
what
Dofi
he
now, though.
top
Yeah,
lifes,
or,
and
yeah,
he's
6,
got
right? No, 6, yeah,
got one
6.
open for Gum Gum. He's not in a
Lost
terrible
one early
position
from
yet.
combat.
Yeah. Still, 6 life Dofi.
Board's nice and
Ugh.
clean.
Well, you know about
Terrifying.
life. because you
Yeah.
play Vegapunk, so you see the 27 live Vegapunk games.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been up to 10, 11 life on Vegapunk many times, but
Now this
don't see
next
it as
turn,
often on the
like,
Dopey.
I don't think he does even. He doesn't have
I
any
do
more
like the
Shankses
limit.
left.
It
I was
does
gonna say
give you
like
the
because
chance
technically,
to
if
be at more than 3 life
technically
for
this next turn he
sometimes.
might have been able to get away with
A
the
bit of a
Shanks,
flex. Be at 4 life.
Yeah.
but really
It's
you need
certainly
Kid on board to
possible.
do it.
At some point though, you have to take away the life you've been giving your opponent.
Yeah, yeah, eventually.
He's been trying to. He did start off hitting the life. It's just
Yeah, he doesn't have him in his
Man.
hand no more. He
he
threw it
had a
away
big
with Mom.
board that he had to get rid of, and it makes sense. Now he's got the weenies.
So his next play right now is Beckman.
So we'll see what he plays off. Gecko Moria. Okay.
Looks like
So-
Memoria, yeah.
Yeah, easily pull back the Jinbei.
And I mean, the gameplay has to be this, right, for Aaron, right? You have to just keep.
So he's
getting
gonna
the board
gum
up, so you
he'll
have
gum
enough
gum out of
bodies
this
out there
attack
to
and
just
throw away the
start
bond.
swinging and doing
Pull into
damage.
2 cards. Right
Trying
now
your
his
best
play
to
is
run the amount of
Beckman. We'll see
cards.
what he ends up hitting
Steven,
off
though,
of
has
it.
been doing a great job avoiding that. You know, setting up the Weevils for the extra draws. You know, putting pressure on. You know, he's kind of searching right now, obviously. So really, kind of making that hand size not an issue the way that Aaron wishes it was on his side of the board.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning about how many 1-drops he's playing out. It's really hard to convert that into pressure against something that's a 6K leader. So you got to be careful that you have like a lot of bouncing back to hand or something because we.
Would you
Steven's
ditch
hand
Shanks
side is-
knowing
hand
Dofley only
side
has
is
one?
very
Would
small
I have
right
ditched
now.
Shanks?
Yeah, big time to take advantage from bigger bodies. But he
Without
doesn't have
Eustace
but
Kid
hopefully
on
with the setup
board,
he's getting from all these searches to
probably.
Goku, he can at least set up for the next turn.
If you don't see Kid, then Shanks doesn't
yeah,
really
base
feel that
attacks.
good because it almost
Shanks
never
still
feels
plenty of
viable.
remaining.
It always feels like if you play him,
You
you're
know,
going to lose the game that turn.
Moria did bring back a Jinbei, right?
I really love the Shanks. I put Shanks in my
Oh,
RP
he
Luffy as well, but
yeah.
you
Oh,
have
yeah,
to
that's
see
more than
Eustace
him,
Kid.
Yeah.
In OP10 though,
Once
you have
they're
that 5
bounced
Don,
off, second one,
that
so
5
which
Don,
could definitely
what
get
is it,
back
a
to
Rosie,
he's gotta
or
teach
something,
the setup
something like
to
that. I think it's
slightly
one of those,
easier
and it
reactivity as
restands 2
well.
Don. So that also will allow for
Minus
more
an
Shanks
Echo.
play.
Yeah, you've got about as many resources, you know, not saying game resources, but as many just straight up resources as a player that you could hope for at this turn anyway.
So this is
Yeah.
Gum Gum with
Steven's
Bon.
universe to, yeah, 38.
Yep, drawing another card with another Weevil.
Yeah, but
He's not.
eight's
RP's actually in a pretty good
great,
spot here.
You know, Gum Gum Giant, you know, his life
we
is
go.
at this point. It's pretty well telegraphed.
Yeah, but you know, this does get it out of the hand.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Oh, he's seen the
you're
Luffy.
hoping-
that's
you're
big.
hoping to yourself if
That's
you're
his
Weevil,
next.
you don't have to deal with
That's
another
actually
one.
good. That's really big.
Yeah, but
He's
we
got a play and a draw now.
got a pretty good
Ooh,
draw.
Red Rock.
Ooh,
Oh,
he
we do
red
have the
rocked
Red
it.
Rock.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I mean, just
Alright.
bottom decking that Big Mom with the alt art Red Rock there.
Very
Interesting.
strong card.
That
Yeah.
is that is one of the most beautiful alt arts too. I think.
He
The,
he
BRB,
grabbed a
Yeah,
rush Luffy
100%.
though, so
They-
he's
they
good.
put a lot of
He
good
gets
art.
card draw and
Yeah.
another rush. Like this is
back
actually
over to
good.
Aaron
He's setting
Forrest,
really nice.
And it is still looking tough. 2 life though.
It is not
So
look.
you've
It's
got, you
look.
know,
He's in an
about as
actually
much
good
to work
position.
with as any RP Luffy would have. And your opponent's board is wide, but it's not very long.
You can easily
Yeah.
remove Weevil this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did just get the 9-cost Luffy as well to hand, so that's I think going to be a
Yep.
really strong card to play right now.
And then you can swing
If
7
we
lead.
did end up keeping Shanks,
Yep.
this would have been a fantastic
He's gonna
board
take,
to play
and now
on.
you got Luffy coming down.
But
Yeah.
we're finally reducing the life from Dofi. We added we play out the 9-cost Secret Luffy, get to draw 1, get a Dawn back with leader effect, and have a 10k attack.
And then he can re-ramp.
Yeah,
And he's got another Gum Gum in hand.
Of the Weevil as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Really, yeah. Luffy's got this.
This
This
game's gotten
is
really interesting.
this is really. He's in a
See
really
so
good
much.
position.
So many of the low-cost characters coming up for Dofi at this stage in the game very often. It just kind of seemed to be what he drew.
Yeah.
And so now, how do you convert that into the typical dangers?
Yeah, I know. You can tell who plays RP Luffy and who doesn't. I play RP Luffy
You know,
all the time.
We're a little
This
bit
is
out of
literally what you
one
want to see.
strong card, another Verona.
Oh my! All right.
It feels like he's playing against Buggy.
Yeah.
Right. they'd all be like 5 cost or more then. He's got the.
And he's got a queen in hand too.
got a pretty big board of pretty small characters.
Yep, and that's going to be a whole lot of Dawn just again to match the RP Luffy being 6k. Thankfully, there's no kid to boost him up to 7,000 too.
I would just imagine you're gonna be playing things from hand this turn. Like, are you actually gonna? You can't actually swing with this stuff. I mean, you can, technically you can, but
Yeah, 9 on Sengoku, contest Luffy. It could
I
happen,
don't
right?
I don't think you do that, but yeah. Then again, I don't know exactly what's in his hands, so we'll have to see what the plan is from Steven. I think it is really nice. One of the really nice things he's got going for him is just simply.
I just played
having
Dofi, LOL, and when I see that enough of them on board and they're playing big characters, it's over. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of Dofi as myself, but yeah.
He's been sitting on high life for
Played a ton of Dofi. I've played a ton of RP.
A very big safety net as well, so he can afford to have these weenies. But now we're seeing more move, and we have a Josu.
Yeah, Josu being able to get both cards back into our hand. So this is like being able to recur the value as mentioned.
Yeah.
But a little bit expensive to do so. But we're gonna play the Djembe off the top. We're gonna get a Weevil. Honestly, this is a pretty good turn, I think, from Steven.
I like this, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where hand size is such a crucial thing for the Doflamingo.
He's top decked another Gum Gum.
Bouncing 2 cards back to your hand to use for counter, or else to use to dig a little bit more in your deck. Plus getting a drawn from the Weevil.
Yeah, he can't. He's got 2 Gum Gums in hand now. That's craziness.
Yeah.
So now he's got a Beckman play or a Queen play. Beckman's not bad because you get rid of one of their standing.
So unfortunately, he might be running out of gas on this one.
That's probably how.
Maybe. We've only seen 1 Boa, so there's something out there. You never know. The Mihawk could be in there. You never know.
Well, that'd be huge, actually.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to start with a 7 towards the Djembe. We're going to 2K, 1K, save it.
Go 9 Jinbei.
9 into Djembe.
Jinbei's dead. 10 life, and then Beckman's coming down.
Going down to 3.
He's whittling him down.
Yeah. And we are going to establish the Beckman.
Ooh, I like it.
This is going to get rid of one of the Weevil there, set up another body that's hard to remove. And Aaron, I think he's in a good spot.
Yeah.
And he's got 2 standing. He's got 2 Gum Gums.
So getting to trash the Weevil is.
Although he's not going to need to use them both.
And I believe he's only onto a Queen and Usohachi, I believe, in there too. So he has a nice sort of defense for later on as well.
Yeah.
And 2 Giants with 2 life, so it's going to be pretty tough for Steven to pressure at this point, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been such a slow mid game for the Doflamingo player because of all those low cost characters.
Yep.
You can see
Walking him
playing
down.
another Sengoku,
Sure is.
Trying to dig in the deck. Boy, trying to just get something going here. Finds the crocodile. Oh boy. All right.
And that's just a 2K, so it's just safety.
Yeah, another Sengoku, and we saw him bounce those back to hand with his Josu.
Yeah, why are they surprised? He literally bounced
Josu
him.
didn't stick. Would have been nice to have a 7K
Another
body on the board
one.
right now.
Yeah, you can use the Croc and then pay 2 to bounce one of these, one of your own 1 drops back to your hand to get a draw. But one of the big things about Luffy is that you have to already invest so much Dawn just to pressure leader. Having to use these 1 of 2 of Dawns to get more consistency for you just means you can't apply as much pressure.
Right. I think you're right, too, with the Crocodile. I feel like you have to bounce the Sengoku at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise you're bouncing the Nami, right? So that's not going to be good. There's a Boa.
Okay.
Yeah, Boa is going to be helpful. That is strong. But again, if we wanted to see these way earlier in the game.
Yeah, like right now it's such low roll that any aggro deck, a Zoro, Bello, Kagura will be like smacking their lips, seeing that there's nothing they can get attacked with.
It does feel like too little, too late when it comes to finding some of those.
That's how you. It's also said. That's how you get more value out of the cards.
Steven's at 3 life, but we know 2 of them are cards without any counter, right? So if we can, it makes the math a lot.
Commentary is
easier
amazing, bro.
game, and it just means that Steven, doesn't have a lot of defense towards the end of this.
Yeah, essentially.
He'll
it's
2K
just,
out of that.
You gotta clear the life, but there's something behind it. So.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm imagining he
There could
2Ks
be,
out,
4
and
big
then
attacks coming in next turn from
he
Aaron
may
as
just
well.
take the next swing.
Without really any Dawn investment too, right?
Yeah, for sure. 7, 9,
Because I don't
10,
think you want to get rid of your
and then
queen.
Whatever Dawn you want to put on that stuff. And your 6K leader too.
Yeah. And
Queen's your next play at the
Purple's
moment.
gotten a lot of ways
Oh.
to interact with blocker. We see Usohachi in hand right now. 7 cost Sanji's been really
You
good.
may
with
just take
with
this.
Rush, so
Take
you really
this.
can't depend on your blockers.
Yeah, definitely. Since way back, it's always had a way to.
7,
deal
8,
with
9.
lower cost
Maybe.
characters like the Kings, the
What's he
Kaidos.
swinging? It's 5,
always
6,
had an out.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Bringing the bow in.
11.
That lets him attach another Dawn, so just even bigger.
Yeah, you may
swing.
just take
Take
this
Duffy.
and then
And And
Gum
is
Gum and
that-
2K out
is
of the
that
next
just going to
swing.
life? I would imagine
Uh-huh.
it has
Yeah.
to. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. It will. Ooh, it pulls another secret Luffy.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, the crackback's gonna be strong.
Yeah. Do you just?
Yeah, this is
take
going to be
this
Gum
as your
Gum
area?
2K, I think. All right.
It's real tempting, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
right now this is what, a 7K. We could giant and Uso Hachi to get out of it.
That's what I
there's
was
no active blocker,
suggesting.
So Uso Hachi's not as strong, and
That's a good point.
Gum Gum.
Yeah.
yeah, I think we
Yep.
kind of have to.
I think that was a good
He's
decision.
gonna drop the secret Luffy apparently.
Yeah, and I think that's fair because we're getting.
And then we're
two
just going to
draws,
2K
right?
out.
Could be
And you got Frankie right there, so now you just got a card to give him.
And then a 2K, we're
Yep.
gonna get the Fronosuke that we got off the giant.
And then you got another giant you're setting on, so you're good. And you got a blocker that you can play out if you didn't just draw into anything
Okay,
special.
So
And we got the cards that we
Now,
can clear Jozu
question
and
is,
Boa.
what will the plan be from Aaron? You know, you've got again 4 giant attacks, right?
Yeah.
Potentially. Is it too bold to go?
Is that
for
Kid?
Game? I'm trying to remember.
That
how
is
many
Kid
cards
that he
Steven
top
has.
decked.
Maybe like 4.
Yes,
There's not a lot of
yeah.
cards in
It's
hand.
very doable. He builds up. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, he's going
Just
board.
gonna play it safe. I think this is probably the smarter.
I think he top deck
Yeah,
Kid. I think that's who that
we
is.
can remove the big bodies on board with attacks.
Yeah.
I think we just got a 7-drop Eustace Kid, so that's going to end our turn with a 7K leader,
Yeah.
which is going to be tough
7 lead.
with the board that's present right now.
And no, Steven's gonna be out of counter unless he saves his life.
I mean, the aggro player in me looks at every single board state and goes, "Can I end here?"
Yeah, yeah.
But the smarter player
And you
Hey,
counter out.
will go for the more guaranteed win a little bit later in the game.
Some control players control too much and not don't take the best chance. So it's a good
Yeah.
question to ask yourself.
Yeah. It should always be in the back of your mind.
All right, big
But-
Luffy is here.
Yep.
And
There's
then
that
he'll
kid
ramp
we
that
talked
down,
about
and he'll
too.
have
Yeah.
1 left.
And now that 7K leader.
Yeah, Luffy is
So
rolling.
rough for Stephen Ha.
Yeah, we've got such a wide board for Aaron. We have Uso Hachi to get rid of one of the boa blockers that they have in hand already, and 2 life, and none of them having counter. It's going to be very like Steven kind of has to end here, and he doesn't really have the tools to do so easily.
Yeah, it's 3
Yeah.
weenies and leader.
No, he can't end
Well, I
here.
mean, it's
but yeah.
really the 7K leader that
Yeah.
makes it nigh impossible.
He's got to hope he has
Yeah.
There's a
blockers,
5K leader and you have this board.
because there's no way he can end here.
Put a lot
So
of down on some stuff. You know, you might be able to sneak, 2 damage in there, but 7K leader, I think is going to be pretty tough.
I think like your best chance, honestly, is if you have Femur, you can play that for 2, get the 2 back with the teach, and I think the numbers are like 9 and 10, something like that.
Okay.
But like that's just 1 giant for one of these attacks, and you're done, right? And
Yeah.
you're presenting the 1 Dawn open. RP Luffy always has a giant. Like it's the mentality, and it's very uphill right now.
Yeah, but this time around, the RP Luffy, does he have the giant hand?
Yes.
Yes,
No.
he sure does.
He does.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
last
yeah.
one. You know, I used to shuffle like that for like years and years and years in card games, and I just stopped recently because I'm like, I'm just confusing myself by shuffling.
Yeah,
That's the,
You
yeah.
know?
Shaka shaka.
Yeah,
I can't
I
shuffle.
don't do it anymore. Yeah.
And I go by pictures. We got the new cards from OP10 where it's the swap cards. I really won't be able to do that with those ones either.
Yeah, I suppose it's true. The Punk Hazard stuff.
Yeah.
I saw the previews and I was like, what is going on? Why are all the
He
names?
is
yeah,
stalling.
not there yet.
Then I just got to Punk Hazard and the anime. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. All right, shambles, got it.
he doesn't have a great
Spoiler
play.
alert.
To be fair, he doesn't have a
If
great
you
play,
want that
and like,
It's like
That
what,
was
if he
like
doesn't
a
have,
couple years
I don't know
ago,
what's in his
right?
hand,
I think
but
we're
he's gonna
pretty
need
clear.
Boa.
The statute of limitations is ended on
It's
spoilers
going to
for
need
that,
2 of
yeah.
them technically.
And a big swing over here.
Yeah, sure. This is I believe a 10.
And it's another
Keep
Gum
going
Gum.
for it. He's playing to his win.
Femur.
There's the femur.
Yeah. And I think this is we were talking about. We're trying to do
Yep.
honestly the biggest numbers we can. So we're 5K, 7K, and then we're adding 3 more.
Okay, that's scary.
Yeah. So 10.
10.
But again, one giant.
One
gets you
giant
out
gets
of
you
it.
out.
Yep.
Yep.
And that
And
giant-
Boop.
we have 2.
Yep, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, discarding the other one just to say we have it,
Wow.
and we get out of an 11K attack without losing any cards in hand, technically, right?
That is wild.
He's still got to draw.
It's like the double gum gum giant flex at the end here, and the rapid readying of cards going into Aaron Forrest's turn, and he should have more than enough to
Absolutely.
end it right here.
Yeah. So starting with an 8.
And then he'll
taking
go
it,
8,
attack
use
with
the kid
Dom
ability.
-1, give the +1 to it's just
Yeah.
big
You
attacks
got it.
over and over.
Luffy swings for game.
It is elementary at this point, and
Yeah.
Aaron Forrest in our first game of the day happens to get a win
RP.
against the dreaded Doflamingo with his
Yeah,
RP
boy.
Luffy, really well played
RP
there.
takes
Yeah.
the
Rough
dub.
game on the Dopey side.
There
of
we
things,
go.
But we got our first winner of the day.
Yeah, and I'm happy not only for Red Purple Luffy winning, but to be able to say it can be Dofio, right? I know it looks like an uphill matchup, but
Sure.
you can stabilize, you can get to that late game and make it very, very tough for them.
Yeah, no, Duffy's not ever so dominant. There's always other decks can still win,
Yeah.
and we proved it here because it can still break. As we saw, it only had very low cost characters. It couldn't do much against a 6 or even 7K leader. So definitely, games like that can happen, and we had the RP Luffy take advantage of that.
I mean, you got to keep in mind, though, too, that it really, you imagine a world where those Gum Gum Giants hadn't been drawn, and
Yeah.
that would have been a win on the other side, despite the rough middle game for Steven. So credit to him for at least putting himself in the position where a win was possible,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
You always just got to go for it. You always have to play for your outs, right? And he did a
Right.
good job of doing that, given the circumstances. And yeah, I mean, if the hand had been different on the other side, it would have been a win for him. So
100%. Yeah.
I
it's
mean, you can
always-
say that
it's
about
so
any
menacing
match.
against that deck because they either have all the counter or none of it too.
Ooh,
So
all
Speaking
right.
of devil,
yeah,
Yeah,
looks like
Smoker versus Luchi here.
Yeah.
I think this is nearing the end. There is.
yeah, I think that
Disgusting.
just finished
Or-
up.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, at least we saw that this did occur.
They
Yeah.
exist.
We did see a smoker, right?
Yeah.
There's some smokers.
There
in
you
the
go.
building.
Ticked off the checklist. Bingo card.
Don't
That's
tell
right.
the
We
fire
got it on
marshal.
stream. Does that count? I don't know. I don't think that counts as getting Smoker on
No.
stream. Yeah.
No.
We saw the leader card at least.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
wow.
I think there's 3 games. There's a sea of people between us, but I
Yeah.
think that game did take about 30 minutes,
That
right?
was-
25. So it was pretty close to the end.
I doubt we're going to be jumping into another one here unless it's going like fully to time, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously a lot of variety for this first match, first round. We'll see what we can continue to get. But honestly,
RP Luffy can do really well in all these matchups. He just really has to hope he dodges Luchis and Smoker.
I know both of us are really
He
happy.
dodges
Still haven't
Luchi and
got my
Smoker,
pick.
man. You
I
can
know.
definitely,
I want to see
Oh,
an
wow.
NL. See what
definitely
happens.
top
See
with
some highlights
RP.
from that last one, and you know it was a slow start for the for Stephen Hahn, the Dopey. It was a slow middle ground, but at the end of the day, again, he put himself in position to win. So, you know, but it was all Aaron Forrest. Otherwise, the 2 queens, tough to get around that.
Yeah.
Or the 2 big moms rather.
Yeah, the Linlins. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Then Big Mom. They'll have several different nicknames here and there. So sometimes, if you're not an avid anime fan or manga fan, you don't sometimes understand. You know, we have Newgate and Whitebeard, or have people that are new to the game or the anime, and they're like,
And then we have like in card game
Yeah.
nicknames too, especially like
yeah,
you know, there's like 3 Luffys that are really viable as leader right now. We gotta keep nicknames
Punch,
for those
Rocket,
too.
Zombie,
The card is Borsalino, but in the show they call him
Kizaru,
yeah,
Yellow
Kizaru,
Monkey.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they're like colored animals, so it's like Yellow Monkey, the Green Bull. It's like really cool names though.
The card says Holly. The anime says Holy.
Holy.
I
yeah.
love that dog.
Yep. You say tomato. I say Don Quixote do Flamingo. Who the heck is Joker?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
another one. This is
I
another
know,
one,
right?
too.
So, yep. So a card game with many names, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. And in game 1, it was
Yeah,
Aaron
but
Forrest getting the win in RP. Luffy.
I appreciate that highlight because it just shows, like, you know, every turn just one more big threat and then just keeps adding to it every turn. That's really what you want to do with the deck. That's what you get to do when you get to ramp up so quickly.
Yeah.
And shout-outs for him to be able to do that for this game.
Yeah, I think one of the crucial turns was making the choice of playing the Big Mom versus the Shanks.
Yes,
You know,
yeah.
Yeah.
That was kind of the big decision point where the game could go 2 very different ways, and I think the Shanks, you know,
he didn't
while
make a
there would've been
decision
strong
between
board
playing the
presence
Big
with
Mom
that,
or the Shanks.
just the life game
The
of Big
Shanks
Mom,
was
I think,
never a part of his
what he really
thought
needed.
process
Ended
as
up
RP.
not mattering to put the Dopey up to 6 life.
Yeah, the life game.
Not without
during
Eustace
the
Kid on board.
blocker, Giving them a no counter lifeguard also.
Right.
The only real decision that
that's
he
gonna be
made
good
right
for,
there was
round
the
number
Beckman
1. We're gonna
Mom
take a quick
turn when
break.
he
We're
could
gonna
have
come
either
back
played Beckman or
round number
Mom,
2.
and I think
Yeah.
he could have been
Kinda how it
fine with
goes.
either
A
play.
lot more One Piece,
but
happening
he
here.
won,
One
so he
Piece
chose
days.
the
Do
right
not
way.
Go anywhere. We'll be back with you in just a few.
The only true decision there was that. The rest of that is streamlined. Like, you know exactly what you're doing as RP Luffy. You're not playing Shanks over Mom if you don't have Eustace Kid on board. I'm not sure who that guy is, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. I know Eggman knows RP pretty well, though, because he plays him. But the other guy does not. Pretty clearly. Appreciate the follow. Well, we got round 2 that we'll be waiting on. Bro, I'm hype. I'm glad RP won, man. I'm glad. I like to see RPs win. Like to see him take them dubs. If you guys get a chance, head on over to the YouTube, hit the subscribe button on there for me as well. We passed 500 subscribers yesterday. We did a fun time. We had a fun time celebration, and we opened 108 PRB packs. We hit a God pack. You know, just a typical day in the neighborhood of the Red Hat Pirates. Why didn't you do? Why didn't I go? Because it's in Dallas. And I had to work. I've been sick. I've been sick for the past, like, week and a half now, damn near. So I already took enough time off work. I didn't really need to take this weekend off, and plus I just didn't have a thing to go for Dallas anyway. So the next stuff that I'm doing is the online regionals and some treasure cups. I always forget you stream on Twitch too. Yeah, yep, both. There's only like a couple RP leads, right? Yeah, you got oh, you mean red purple? So you got red purple law if you want to count that. Ever since the ban, that almost doesn't get counted. You got RP kid, which is actually solid because it ramps up. Its whole point of existence is to ramp up and play Shanks, I feel like. But it's okay. It's just the difference between RP Luffy and those decks are RP Luffy has access to Gum Gum. That's why it's just better. And then Law is obviously not a real deck. It's fucking terrible. The new version of that they put out. And Sugar isn't that good. But I think that comes out in what, 10? Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go to Dallas. I do want to go to some of these regionals though, Andrew. I seen that they have one in Virginia, and that one I would have actually drove out to because I'm in Ohio, but I was too late to sign up for that one. So right now I'm only on the in the online stuff. I would have actually liked to have gone to that one though. Honestly, One Piece has been kind of boring just because of the ban list. I don't want to be playing Dofi if it's going to get banned. I wouldn't say that ban list made it boring. I think 09 was actually a decent meta. I think it got a little bit stale towards the end, though. Are you going to the one in Virginia? I wanted to go to that one, man, and I didn't get signed up. I didn't even know. Because I'm in Ohio. I was just going to drive. And I was like, wait, they had a fucking event in Virginia? I didn't even know it would happen. Yeah, I would have actually liked to go to that one. Because, like, I didn't even know. I didn't know until it was too late. Because I knew about the online stuff. And I knew about Texas's thing. And I was like, I'm not flying out to Texas. Plus, I've been sick recently and shit. So it's just not worth it. And then, yeah. So that happened. And I seen that they had an event. And I was like, wonder if they have spots for this one. And then it looked like, I think it was filled up when I looked. So it's like, yeah, I won't be doing that. Still pissed about Sugar not having green. Dofi made it boring. So Dofi does gatekeep a lot, but I think if Dofi wasn't there to gatekeep Marty, then technically Bello would have been there to gatekeep anyways. So I don't know that Dofi's solely at fault for making it boring. I think they do need to power creep him, and they are. Yeah, the Dofi mirrors are abysmal to watch. They are absolutely hard to watch because they take so long. It did make it a little bit stale. But I do think that if Dofi wasn't there, Bello would have done the same thing to everybody. She wouldn't have been as boring to watch the mirrors though, because it had just been who runs over who. But but I think that's fair. I'm in Jersey, so it's like a few hour drive for me, but I'm still not 100% sure if my parents will allow me to go. I got you. Are you, what are you, 17 or 18 or? But I'm signed up. I have until April 5th to get a refund. Gotta head up there. I've been through, so I went, I don't know if I technically drove through Jersey, but I did drive around like their outer belt highway. Because I went to, I spent the night in the Conjuring house, the haunted house. That was fun. I even slept there. That was pretty fun. So I had a private investigation, like rented it out. So I slept in the Conjuring house, and so I've driven all through there and all the way up into Rhode Island. Oh, you're 20, bro? Well, then you just fucking get in your car and drive. You got them strict parents. My parents were strict too, but once I was like 18, you know what I'm saying, I was off doing my own thing. That's true. You live in their house, you follow their rules. Technically, when I graduated high school, I was 17. So it was weird for me because like my parents were strict, very strict too. So I graduated at 17 and I went to college, and I was 17 in college, still living at home and having to follow, like, you know what I'm saying, all my parents' rules and shit. So I'm in college and I'm like, I can't do anything. This is awful. And then I just started, you know, going over to friends' house and shit. And that was that. Once I hit 18. And I was just like, rarely am I home. And then I kind of like moved out for the most part. I just started staying with my grandma. I thought they said they have multiple games for no to little downtime. That's what they said, and then they went to show the next one and it was already over. I think they're saying they can have multiple games because there's like three simultaneous events going on. So they try to take us over to the Smoker Luchi technically, and like I won't fault them for that. It was just the end of the match. So now we gotta wait for round 2. Boop, boop. Well. But yeah, I have drove through the outer portion of Jersey. Stayed the night at the Conjuring house. Tried to talk to the crooked neck man in the Conjuring house. Went solo through the whole house. That was fun. Then I slept there in one of the kids' bedrooms, like from back when it was like, well, it's not now, obviously, it's just a fucking empty room with a bed in it. I slept in one of those rooms, I think around like 3 or 4 a.m. I didn't wake up, but all the camera stuff went off at the same time because I have like seven 7 different, well, yeah, 6 or 7 GoPros that are all night vision activated and stuff. So none of them recorded after like a certain time frame. They all stopped like at the same time. It was weird. I don't know. Even the cameras that they have in the house, like to make sure that you're not like fucking like vandalizing shit, all those went out too. That's the only reason like I knew like when it happened, because he was like, all our cameras are out from last night, and then all my stuff was gone too. It was kind of weird. I thought they said they have multiple games for, or never mind. I want to build more leaders, but I'm waiting for 10. Oh, for OP10? Yeah, man, if you haven't tried Yellow Kid yet, he's a lot of fun. I think Green Yellow Law kind of sucks. I thought he was going to be better than what he was. I played him a little bit. I don't really like it. Yellow Kid, though, is pretty good. Teach is good, but I find it very boring. Usopp, I find that you have to be able to pilot the deck really well, and at the same time, it is capable of pretty much beating any deck. I mean, there's a few matchups that are kind of harder, like Shanks, but it is capable of winning all its matches. That one I tend to have the most fun with so far. And then obviously, I'll still do something with RP, because RP, I always enjoy RP. And here, it inadvertently got a little bit stronger with some of the Don Quixote stuff. Boop, 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 boop. Anti-yellow. That's fair. I do enjoy my Katakuri every once in a while, though. Katakuri is hilarious. Katakuri is so fun because literally all you're doing is gambling. It's like you're gambling the entire time you're playing. It's like, okay, I'll take this life. Hopes it's Capone. Hopes it's Zero Cost. Hopes it's Nami Bomb. It's just like, sure. Appreciate the follow. Thank you. But anti-yellow, I guess, is fair. I'm definitely looking forward to like some of the OP11 decks too when they come out, because I want to play blue yellow Nami, and it doesn't seem like anybody's really figured it out that well right now, so it looks fun. I would try RP Luffy. I still have it sealed. RP Luffy's fun. A lot of fun. It's a lot of it's pretty linear, straightforward thinking, kind of like Shanks, except you get ramp. So it's also, you got access to Gum Gum Giant. It just makes everything better. And the new Zoro card, like there's some new cards in it that I gotta mess with, because like its biggest problem is black decks, and Luchi kind of takes a hit, so you don't have to worry about that as much. And then there's just not a lot of smoker in general, so that typically you don't have to worry about. And it can actually beat Teach, so that's good. I mean, it's not like favored into Teach, I don't believe, by any means, but it can beat him. OP11, I want Jinbei and Kobe. Kobe looks fun, but I think the funnest deck to me right now looks like the new Luffy looks a lot of fun. Like blue purple Luffy looks a lot of fun, but I really want to play blue yellow Nami. Now I say that now, but it's gonna be, it may end up being like just like it was with 10, to where I was like, man, I'm really looking forward to playing green yellow Law, and I play it and I'm just like, ew, this is disgusting. And then I just go and play Usopp, because Usopp's fun. I want to play Cat and Jinbei. Katakuri I thought was going to be really weak, but it doesn't appear that way. It appears like it's actually pretty good. Jinbei don't look bad. Some of those Fishman cards are pretty strong. That 2-cost one is insane. Vanderdecken. Card's fucking insane. That's a broken card. Someone playing down like a Shanks and you just being able to Vander deck in it is insane. It's like, yeah, I know you just paid 10 Don for your whole last turn and swung that Vander decking. Just like, really, dude? Yep. That just happened. 2 Dawn and it's dead. I don't know what all I want to play though. Right now I'm having some fun in O10. Definitely having fun with Usopp. I'll definitely have some more fun with RP Luffy. And I got a couple other deck profiles I got to do. I still might mess with PB Luffy a little bit. And then I'm not sure what else. Cereal? Go ahead. The saltiest I got someone was Straw Sword. Wait, the saltiest I got someone was Straw Sword, Teach, and Van after to pop it. They said all that for 4 Dawn. Is this with what deck is this? Is this OP11 stuff, Marty? I don't know the cards on that. But I mean, oh yeah, it's gonna be Jinbei, right? With Vander decking. That's insane though. Popped it for 4 Dawn. Like boom. Oh, to their Teach. I got you. So you were playing against 10 drop Teach. Yeah, I got you. That's hilarious. And you just get to pop it. Yeah, that's, man. That feels rough, I'm sure. It's just like Vander decking. It's like, wait a minute. What?
All right, we are back with round number 2 of day number 2 for One Piece Day here in Dallas, Texas. And we've got quite a crowd of people here. We've got a lot of games going on, and I'm super excited. So,
Yeah.
How you doing, Diego?
Great. I'm looking forward to see some games with some variety like we did yesterday.
Yep.
The finals of each pot had different leaders. We had a Teach, we had a Purple Luffy, we had a Bonnie, so it was super exciting. And I think hopefully we get a similar result. Yeah, you think?
Yeah, for today. So we don't know what the 3 tables are right now, but they pretty quickly told us that Pod B is the one that we're going to. So hopefully that means there's something a little spicier for us on the horizon. But
the Hody deck.
We did have Red Purple Luffy versus the Doflamingo, which was cool. We saw Smoker versus Rob Luchi
briefly
clean up their match, right? And again, I think there's a lot of different leaders that are viable right now, which is really cool.
Yeah, there's so many variants. Like, of course, you have dominant decks, but it's a format where you can see any deck, and it can still maybe squeeze in an X1 and X2 or X3 finish. Reiju, Boa Hancock, Bella Betty. So there's still a chance for other decks to show up and be on stream.
Yeah, and I know, again, we've been mentioning it, and we'll try to see how true it is, too. But with it being day 2, a lot of people took day 1 very seriously and trying something new on day 2. Some people could only get into the event Sunday, so this is their one event, so they are conversely taking it really seriously. So
try hard.
A good mix between the 2 events as well. So I think I mentioned it yesterday. If I was playing the event, I'd be playing RP Luffy. What would you be playing if you were playing today?
Due to card supply, I will probably be doing for NL and then Calgara on Sunday.
Yeah, and we did see an L yesterday. I think it does have a good matchup in the Doflamingo, right?
Yeah.
That helps you a lot.
Played against Grayson around 8-ish, I believe, or so.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. And it took, they lost, but it took like the 30 minutes, right? they continued to be able to put threats out and establish a lot of value, and that's definitely just kind of how that leader works at the end of the day.
Yeah, you did tell me when we go back that he managed to clear several aces in Yamatos, and that's a lot. That's a lot of reduction KO.
Yeah, and like being able to see 4 aces in a deck that can naturally search it, right, is a feat in itself. So, but it looks like we've got our match set up. It's Yamato versus BY Luffy.
Excuse me.
This is a really interesting match. We don't see Yamato very often. Is getting a starter deck later this year that was announced on stage on the other stream. but really exciting to see what this build looks like.
Yeah, and of course, Yamato is a deck because it's 2 colors as well. It has a lot of potential of what it can build because people could do a lot of yellow, play Sky Island package, play Lan Juano with all the green cards as well. So it's gonna, we're not really gonna know what he's playing until mid game probably.
Yeah, this is a deck that's very flexible in its deck building. Additionally, too, it's very tough for you to establish your life how you want to as our BY Luffy player too. So
yeah, and then Yamato's gonna be obviously having banish.
I would run Robin just so I can have the
yeah,
satisfaction of
Onami being able to do that.
trashing yellow
Double
cards. It's
attack
funny.
as well.
Oh, we get the
Clearing
Yamato
all
though.
these
This
cards
is
from life a little bit too quicker than
Yeah.
BY will probably like.
yeah, that's like the big issue is that like BY likes to go down to 0 life, but you want to try to do it at your own pace, right? Yamato's like, I'm going to put you down to 0 life as quick as I can. And there we go. So Cody's our BY player going down to 2. We got Hunter doing a big double attack swing with the Yamato, and he's going to be 2 life to 4.
Yeah,
this is an
Cody
interesting.
used it right away. Without questioning it. And I mean, two life right away is.
It's terrifying,
Yeah.
right? And this is where like Yamato is really good at bullying 4 life leaders, because 2 attacks landing with leader means that your opponent's at 0 life, right? But we're going to play with the Kuzan. We're going to continue to be very safe. But again, like Hunter could just put 5 Dawn on Yamato right now, and Cody could be just down to 0 already.
Yeah,
He
no,
just
big-
showed him
big
Hody.
body Yamato could be huge. You don't necessarily need to play characters right now because, again, there is not much that he has to defend. No blockers. He's verifying the Kusan is maybe a blocker or not, but he's not. Yeah, he's just the attack and you reduce. So maybe swinging out wide would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, swinging tall.
So we're at 5 Dawn here for Hunter, and we got to decide. And Yamato, again, it's very scary, right? It doesn't always get there, but I always feel terrified playing against it. Also, if you're playing Red Purple Luffy, hitting you down from 3 life to 1 feels awful. It being able to do almost half of your, half the damage for you in 1 attack from leader is pretty insane.
Yeah, I do see like RP Luffy is one of those decks that will eventually get to 1. It'll just be comfortable there due to its attack base and ability to have Gum Gum and all these other defensive moves. But going to 1 or 0 too quick is dangerous.
Yeah, so we were able to get
I
out
like
of
this
the
guy.
leader attack, and then
Play
they
blockers.
play out the Nami for 5 to get the clear on the Kuzan, which makes sense. It means that the removal from Cody's not so big, and you really the
for sure.
hardest thing I think for Yamato is we
BY
don't
needs
have
blockers,
great ways
yeah.
to establish cards on board, right? We have this really
Yeah.
good effect to put 2 Dawn
As soon as,
underneath cards,
because
but if we
BY
don't have these
he's
cards
gonna have a
take
huge
advantage
advantage in
then
this after
it's
as soon as he
kinda
gets
useless.
blockers down and he's
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what their end game is
Where he needs
with
to
this
be.
Yamato build because they could play Ace, they could play Zoro, and Zoro will be huge against BY Luffy as well.
Yeah, it is such a big threat, especially since again Yamato can give that 2 Dawn to the Zoro to attack even larger.
Yeah, they see some of the Sky Island package here with the Satoris.
And I think I see an Electric Luna in hand. Also,
Iso.
a Hody Jones right now is not like awful because you can additionally give it the Dawn right now. So and rest the Sabo, which is kind of the more important thing.
Yeah, bonus Dawn are pretty big in this matchup because you want to get as high as possible when the leader boosts. Obviously, he's 5 right now, but it's still very worthwhile. Luna and
Yeah, I think that's the yellow Dressrosa card. The name's escaping me right now, but
some of these names are outrageous. I'll tell you
yeah, I'm
that.
sure this one
yeah.
big again. Yeah, I'm not
I normally don't
familiar
see that card in
enough
the deck,
with
which is
this
why
matchup
it's
to
throwing
tell
me
you
for a little
exactly
bit
what
of a
Yamato should have done.
Yeah,
I
like
just
lately
know
I
that
think it's
BY
for
is about to have a huge
OB11,
advantage
he
here in a
has
second.
Kobe event card that was just it was a Katakuri event card. It was a paragraph.
But maybe
Yeah.
she should have and just took him
Where
to
do you
0
fit
right
that?
there.
I'm so glad we don't have written deck lists anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
But then he'd still got
Right,
blocker
that
out,
will
but
be
he
very-
can rest
would be
it.
very tough,
So like,
but
yeah,
looks like we've got a
fair.
big attack going on into leader, so trying to get the block.
So maybe
with
he should have swung
Sabo,
big,
which we will.
and then
And we're so
Went with,
deciphering on what's the main
then
thematic
followed up
for
with
this
a Hody
Yamato
play,
build because
maybe?
We have Sky Island, we
Wouldn't
have
have been
Mono
bad.
with the ISO as well. Could be a very big mix of everything.
Yeah, and just confirming the effects on the leader. It is one of the more unique leaders in this game, right? Being able to gain 2 health sounds absurd, right? But the fact that it's face up and the fact that face up life goes to the bottom of our deck makes it a little bit more balanced. But when you're an aggressive deck, anything that can heal like that can be very terrifying.
Yeah, like Luffy's one of those
That's bad play.
in the game that says
I don't know that you want to take him to that.
He don't play that way.
Just take it. Just take it, BY.
Yeah, I'm the rules
Take
of
the
the
shot,
game now.
sir. I mean,
Yeah, so it's
I
when
feel like
it
this
has
helps
the,
him, don't it?
Everything is rested.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's when we saw that matchup yesterday. It was really interesting to see, both these, unique decks kind of face each other. But we do take the damage from the Nami going down to 1. And generally, when I play these, 1, again, BY is different. It wants to get to 0 life in its own time, but at some time.
The
But
BY
also
guy's
the
nervous
fact
as shit.
that,
He's
you
shaking
want to
visibly.
be on the odd curve. So if Yamato attacks into you, you're only taking 1 damage at the end of the day, not the 2.
Right. Yeah, but being held down by having Yamato be so aggressive can maybe
The attendance,
finish
I don't know,
game
it's
a little quicker,
huge.
because we did see a final before, and it was I think it was Sam against Josh, and
It's
it
like
was
because there's like
WBY,
3 events going on, so it's
and
like 3,000 something
Josh
people.
just went in swinging out.
Yeah,
with
double's
every single
useless now,
character he had,
yeah.
and there was nothing BY
Yeah,
could do.
and now he's
He
just
got
going to swing
0
back
way
into
too
the
quick.
Nami, whereas
So
you
we are
you
at,
didn't need
I
to.
believe, 8 Dawn, right? So we are kind of 1 away from being able to do like our Gecko Moria loop, but we are going to use Hiyori, use the on play to take 1 card from her life to her hand, and then play
BY
1
user needs a mask.
back,
Yeah, he
which
does,
is
bro.
really great
He
for
needs to take a
picking up
deep ass
plays.
breath and chill the fuck out.
Yeah, so in the ever case that they do happen to put on 2 life face up, that Yamato could also get him bottom decked.
Yeah.
But it's very likely he already
Then
has the
Yamato
resources
never
to
played a
put down,
BY
you know,
before
one of
something.
the
I have
kids
no idea. He did
plus
have to
out
read
of
the
it,
card.
so-
Yeah, but it looks like we decided not to put anything back with Hiyori, which is
Oh,
fine.
okay.
It's a little bit, you would have liked to have a 5-drop to be able to go into,
Mm-hmm.
but we discarded 1 off our leader effect, and we're going to put a Luffy and a Sabo back into our life.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where I think Yamato should just take immediate advantage of just going as fast and hard as he
Damn,
can.
bro,
because
relax.
Once BY, as we saw in prior games yesterday,
See, some of these people need to smoke
once
some
they get
weed
the ball
before they go.
rolling, bringing out the Sabos and the
Or
Luffys,
fucking take a shot
getting
or
those
something,
draws,
like,
getting
Jesus.
Gecko and sitting behind the Sabos protecting them, it's really hard to stop that combo.
Yeah. I will say that this is also a matchup where you kind of prioritize being at 1 life compared to 0. There's a lot of ways to interact with Sabo blockers.
Yeah,
green
should have swung with
compared to
Yammer, not
other
at all.
colors.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that can mean like, if your only hope of a big attack is having Sabo block it, you need to be a little bit more careful about it. So I think Cody's kind of considering if he wants to do that or not. But yeah, feeling safe enough to do it. Going to play out the Luffy as well. Get the plus 2k there. So 9k leader, 11k with Dawn, and then
Now he
using
does
the 5-drop
have
with the effect to get the plus
he
2.
does have whatchamacallit though.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 9k leader.
He's got Hody, and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Yamato
Nami-
effect allows him to give what 2
Nami's
rested
not
Dawn to
much,
Hody, so he is
much
going to be able
left
to
for
swing
this board. I
a
think
pretty
they're
good
going
shot at him.
11 into 5.
Yeah, there's no defending now, unfortunately, because I think Yamato wants to have more counter to save herself.
Yeah, but this is a situation where we know Hunter has Hody in hand, and if they want to, right, they can play it out. It would be a 7-drop 8k. We'd have 2 Dawn left open, but then leader effect making it a 12k. There, you could just win off that right now.
I
with the rest
don't
of
know
it.
that you
Oh,
do
yeah.
win,
That
but
Hody
you could go
definitely
for
steals
it.
games, and it's such a splashable card on any green deck that can just get you there.
Yeah, and we've got it out. So yeah, gonna get the
Ooh.
rest on.
You gotta take
2
your life,
5-drops
homie.
here.
There you go.
Again, this is an 8k. We do have to take a card from our life to activate the effect, which we don't really care. I think that was a beige, which is
It was a
funny
Capone.
that we didn't get that trigger in life.
It's a fine price. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, he's
this
going
is
for it now.
Paragraphs of cards. I thought this was
Exactly.
Electric Luna. I was incorrect.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the demonic sword style. So this is essentially just giving.
Oh,
you
and he
more
gets to
Dawn
put 2.
attach and more power. And
cow.
I think
That's a
this is
wrap.
just the end of the game.
That's
right
game.
here.
Oh no. Machina for 2.
Yeah, 11,
Baby Luffy.
10. Yeah, not quite enough.
Oof.
Oh wow.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
it
wait,
was enough.
It was enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1-1.
Yeah, it must have been like an extra
Yeah.
2 there, right? Because we were.
I only saw 3 cards, but also we have these lights in our faces.
Yeah, 'cause
Uh-huh.
we're
That's
at
not
12.
enough.
Cody's a bit bigger than that, right? We
Yeah,
have a
let's-
10k plus 3.
They got out. They're already checking. So I
Yeah.
saw 2 kids, right, in a Machina.
Yeah, but no, those are the 2 kids I thought we. Yeah, that's what we thought. So.
Mhm.
No, you played that one for.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think we're just okay. We
yeah,
needed one more. Okay.
They're
Gotcha.
doing the discussion of how would it play
Yeah,
out.
I'm about to say
which
because
is
I didn't think
good.
he
Good
didn't
learning
count out
experience because
enough.
wanna see what could I have done differently to
He
get
said I
the
counted
win,
it out
or
though. No, you
sometimes
didn't.
you want to know if my line was the right line to do.
No, but we Judge let it go through, so we're continuing to play this game actually.
But he
so
got the last one.
I believe so.
Hey, we're just here. We're rolling with it. I still think
Nah,
Yamada's in a pretty
the
good
judge
spot
let him
for
play it
sure.
out.
Yeah.
Cody is a big threat.
'Cause he
over
did
here.
have
He only
enough.
has the punch Luffy there to do anything.
He'd
Did
have lost
you
on the
see a
sim.
Gecko on Cody's hand by any chance?
I did not see one.
Yeah.
earlier,
So I think the Gecko would definitely be huge to help him out. But yeah, without that, what else can you do? Play out Kiss, play out Sabo, get another blocker in there.
Yeah, we do have the Raigo or Kingdom Come to be able
Man,
to
this
move
man
on
is
that,
shaking.
so
Give him a
that will
chill.
get rid of this Hody.
Dude,
And but we're
Crazy.
that activation or that Hody coming down just took a lot of.
bro, I wasn't watching live. I was watching your ranked sim games. What up, Andrew?
Have the resources to continue
Welcome
to
in,
survive
brother.
the next turn too.
Yeah, for sure, because it is one of those decks that prides itself on getting all these draws, but it hasn't come to that point where he
Yeah, you've been
draws
hella
the,
behind.
The Punch Luffy, sorry, the Rocket Luffy or Sabo.
I'm already talking about
Uh,
Yamato.
He hasn't been able to boost just yet, so we can see how he plays it out.
Yeah.
I'll do 7 your leader.
Trigger.
No effect. Using the Luffy, no effect. And then we are only a 5K leader, but we've got one blocker with Sabo. And here's the bigger issue now is that there's that 2 life here. If we got another Hody though, we can definitely go for game. It'd have to be on the back of Yamato doing the double damage to get you down to 0 and then
For sure,
closing it. But without it, it looks like it's a little bit tough to just get enough attack power and damage to go for game now.
Yeah, you will need definitely a rusher to get in there, and without the Hody, which I don't believe, it is a little dark in that side of the camera because I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, same.
And it's hard to survive this turn too.
Yeah, that's like the big issue with trying to survive against BY Luffy is that like they can switch from defense to offense so quickly and apply just so much pressure.
Ino Arashi, right?
Ino.
Once, I believe.
Yeah, that's okay. That was a mistake for me too. I thought that was the 6 drop from Dressrosa because it's also red and gold and it's got, like the cape.
Yeah, they're all manga inserts, so for sure it can get a little bit confusing.
Yeah, Inarashi's definitely makes way more sense. So they try to get rid of the Luffy. We're not successful since we can just 2K out and then passing it back to Cody.
Were any Dawn left up? I don't think so. No.
Yeah, but I think we still have.
All
I
right.
think the last card in our hand was a Gecko Moria. I think we've got a 1-drop Garp. So if we can drop Gecko here, we're in a
Straw
really,
Sword
really
would go
good
ham right
Yeah,
here.
he's super safe, being able to get a blocker in there as well. Putting Yamato in a spot where they have to swing several times, which it cannot do at this time.
Yeah, the biggest issue though is that I think if we had a copy of the Rocket Luffy, we'd be really happy. Get rid of the 4-drop. We'd be able to draw a card and have a card in hand because we've got 2, right? One's going to be played for Moria, the other one discarding for leader effect. So ending the turn with no cards left in hand is quite scary.
Yeah, I wonder how else. Do you recall the exact effect on this Duke Dog Storm?
I can double check on what it does. I don't think it's too relevant right now though, but I do know that the main reason we played is because it plays off of life. Yeah. So dodge ×2 when attacking. You can discard 1 card from your hand to KO up to one of your opponent's characters with costs equal then or less.
Bro, if Bro somehow gets out of this,
life
and
cards,
pulls
so yeah,
out,
that's
it
not-
looks
that's
like he's
not
in a pretty good position now.
very
Like
useful now.
The
BY,
biggest issue you played it has trigger if your
super
opponent's
pro
turn has 5 cards
Straw
in
Sword.
hand.
Oh,
Like
for sure.
he's got to fucking chill the
Yeah.
fuck out.
That's the boy right there.
Yeah, like
Bring
you
it
can beat.
back.
There's nervous, but then there's like
Liberating what's being
this
brought
man
in
is
board.
literally
Gonna
like
have to
still
go
like
for
hard
cards.
shaking.
Most
Like it's
likely the Hidori
crazy.
and the Garp. Bringing in some of the kids.
He needs to like go across the street to the bar and take a shot.
Sabo and Luffy back at it again. The third brother Ace has been forgotten.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have the Rocket Luffy, so that's going to be pretty big there.
And then I get to draw a card.
And it comes to show just how volatile BY Luffy is, and the fact that it got pressed down really early on, and it just turned it around in a matter of a few turns.
I'll trigger.
Yeah, so we're using the 5-drop effect to get the plus. We're going to use the effect to get rid of the Inu. And then we're going to be able to draw a card, and now we can discard off leader effect. Now that we have one additional card, we feel a little bit safer. The issue, though, is that we didn't have the Sabo in life already, so we're down to a 9k leader with 2 blockers and 1 life. And then the card from hand. So getting rid of the Kuzan.
Yam went too crazy too fast and sold. Should have never swung with Nami. Would still have a big body for potential push. Yeah, I don't think he should have swung with Nami either. I would agree with that. I thought that was a bad decision when he made it. And that's having not knowing this matchup that well.
This game, so this is not out of it for Hunter. We're 7k leader with 2 life, and if there's like another Hody, which I think there's one in hand, there can still be numbers to get there.
That would be Spice in the Punk Gibson.
Yeah, resting the Sabo.
So good.
Too strong to be kept active.
One of my favorite cards back in the early days of the game. The Punk Gibson from Trigger was so good. It could rest that Ben Beckman Vanilla.
Yeah, yeah. And you got to be careful because like there are a lot of cards in Hunter's deck that could rest the Sabo.
It does have a Hody.
Yeah, you just have to be careful about art, like establish more.
Like, do you Hody and just don up and go with your leader? Because if you get 2, like, I think you have to, right?
Yeah, it's pretty dire. There's no turn after this one, I think, right? So we're playing the Hody resting and splitting it in a matter where you can get double attack.
Yeah.
Yep, seems to be the play.
Yeah, so getting the rest on the 2 cards we can. This double attack from Yamato could be pretty big, and so do we have 2k, 1k to get out of this?
He's got out. Ooh, boy.
2 1Ks to get out of this, which we do, and that's
Yep, he got it.
Oh,
BY wins.
Enough to get out of it. Very, very close. If he had 1k less counter, the 7k double into 8k Hody would have claimed it, but BY was narrowly getting there.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely hype, but again, we're seeing yet another green deck fall short in this tournament, event in general, right? But no, definitely a great showing from Yamato. Maybe next time we'll get him.
Yeah, Cody was definitely really nervous. You could tell that it was stressful for him. Yamato really puts you on that where you could just lose at any moment, and I think they applied a good amount of pressure. They had the cards that made sense for it, and Cody was just fortunate to have enough defense for it as well.
Oh yeah, believe me, I'm just kind of bummed out whenever you're gonna see any top end for Yamato, but it's this kind of game where he needs to go as
That was
early
an
as
interesting
possible,
game.
and the biggest thing we saw was just the Hodies.
Yeah, that can be such a great way to disrupt that. It's been good for being able to disrupt purple decks too. They leave one Dawn open for Gum Gum Giant, goes away, right, which is huge. So I think that's a great way to try to counter the meta too. If you feel like you have a good way against Dofi or like Purple Luffy by being so aggressive, you can really get a lot of wins.
Yeah, I think a lot of aggro decks are on the upswing at this time. We have quite a few leaders are very low life, and they can take advantage of that, namely like Bello Betty. But Yamato has that ability with all these double swings and trigger cards as well. So we'll see how the meta resolves as we go into the next set coming up next week.
Yeah, yeah, but that was one of the quicker games. We might be able to
Bandai better be looking at the green disrespect and let us run the meta for at least 5 sets to make up for it. No, Marty. I don't use green, Marty.
But yeah, happy to see Yamato on stream. I don't think that's really a leader we talked about at all.
Nah, if that happened and green was just broken and out of control, I'd probably use red green smoker because I have a lot of fun with that.
The art, both the base one and the alternate art. I like the duality of the green and yellow as well. It just needs that extra oomph to be up there with the Flamingo or BY Luffy, right? But maybe new starter deck. It's 5 new cards, I believe, that are coming in that.
Yeah, there's 5 new cards for Yamato specifically. We got the announcement that it's going to be, exclusive, or we're not exclusive. We're going to
OP9 Yuri,
which is really exciting.
Oh, it's first.
And looking forward to that as well.
This is the last big 09.
All the rounds, all the tables that we have featured have finished.
Are you suggesting at least 6 sets? No, I'm not. Alright, so we're stuck waiting for round 3. Alright, I gotta, no, so it's not 010 yet. This is all 09. We're 09. This is the last big event for 09. Alright, I'll be back. I gotta take a piss real quick and make a phone call, and then I'll be right back. We still not back yet? Nope. Cool. A release date for EBO2? Yeah, we can look them all up. I think we have. I think we know all of them. Hold on a minute. So EBO2 English release date. So May. I don't know if we have a specific date outside of May. What the fuck's that? That's 5 months ago. May. So we get it before June. We'll get them in May. Appreciate the follow. And then OP10's about to come out. When's our OP11? OP11 we're getting, or that is that I need to search for my Zoros. I think the OP11 is is that Japanese or is that or no, that's out in Japanese. So yeah, this is us. So we get the O11 in June. OP11. That's a cool pack. I like the pack art on that. That's cool. So yeah, so we'll get May for EB and then June. Pretty hype. Search for your Zoros. You mean with your 9 drops? All right. Yeah, guys. Yep. Yo, if you're hanging out, I appreciate the follow, by the way. Oka. If you're hanging out, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, I greatly appreciate the subscriptions. Make sure you like the stream. We chillin'. I'm on the hunt for some more PRV packs, so I'm hoping to find some more of those. I'd like to open some more. Get another big opening. It'd be fun. If not, our next big opening would be OP10. Oh, there's nothing. The illustration boxes, Marty. The 9 drop. You can get them because the illustration boxes have Wings of the Captain in them. It's kind of a lot of money to spend though, so you might just kind of a lot of money to spend in order to just looking for a specific card though. So it might be worth just buying the card or finding them if you already have them. I'm sad they didn't make Kobe's effect an attribute instead of the type we got. If it was all slash instead of the sword. Ah, yeah, I got you. Listen, I don't think I'm using Kobe, so I don't need Kobe to be that strong. No, Kobe looks pretty fun, though. I haven't used any of the OP11 leaders yet. I haven't played any of that. I have seen them, obviously, but my focus right now is 10, obviously. That's why I can't wait to be caught up. Oh, searching for him in game. I got you. Oh, I got you for EBO too. Gotcha. You're talking about for the 2-cost event. Makes sense. I thought you meant like finding them in real life. Like there's nothing to search them out on. Like, yeah. My man playing Bonnie. Marty's going with the Bonnie. Oh, Jinbei. Yeah, Jinbei, super aggressive. Yeah. Is that who you're going to use for... Not 10, obviously, but... $11 or whatever. Bonnie. Shanks. RB Sabo. Sabo's always been interesting. I know you way too well, man. I know you're. I know you. I know what you're running over there. I know you over there running old Bonnie. No, Andrew. We don't need more Bonnies. We have enough Bonnies in the world. We do not need more. I don't need more things that say, yeah, alright, now go ahead and rest that other character. Nah, she's only bad if she sees Luchi. Or Smoker. Well, black in general, I guess. Shanks, I guess so, yeah, because of Rayleigh. I mean, he doesn't really outside of Rayleigh, he's not that expensive though. Sabo will be back once Dofi gets hit. Bottom decking scares that. Yeah, it's fair. Bro, why not? You know why. I'm sure you've played against Bonnie. You know exactly why there doesn't need to be more. If Dofi gets banned, which deck do you think will get tier 0? So, the best decks in 10, in my opinion, are obviously Dofi, Usopp, and Teach. So, it's pretty easy to say the deck that it will be tier 0 is Teach. Because he's already like damn near there. It's especially with 10, like it's just pretty crazy. And then if you take away his, worst matchup in Dofi, then you're pretty much going to kill it. Nah, Teach is better than Shanks, especially in 10. Shanks is good though. Shanks is definitely up there. You got in OP10 you have I think you have Dofi, obviously, barring ban or whatever happens. You have Teach, and those two decks you have are basically the tier 0 decks. And then you have Usopp, you have Shanks, Luffy's still really good. RP Luffy still can make some noise. Yellow Kid is solid. He'll be real. Yellow Kid is a lot better if he has the promo card. I don't know that he gets it. We'll see. Red green Smoker. Red green Smoker's pretty fire, and he just gets better. I think yeah, Teach ain't getting banned. I think people are sleeping on ST21 starter deck Luffy, because that Luffy with the animal package, if Dofi goes away, I think that deck is definitely a tier 1, high tier 1 deck. Maybe, dare I say, that it goes to tier 0, because ST21 animal package version, the version that I made and put on YouTube, of ST21 beats every deck in the game aside from Dofi. It will run Blackbeard into the ground. And it's too fast for a lot of those decks. It's too fast for like Shanks. Like Shanks obviously has a shot into it if he can get it to stall, but it feels too fast for Shanks, and it feels too fast for Usopp. It's really strong. Animal package Zufi ST21 is fire. Without Dofi in the meta, that deck is insane. Teach could get hit with a little bit. Yeah, try it out, Andrew. It's really good. You're going too wide for Bonnie. So it has the same. It has a similar matchup to like what a Dofi would have into Bonnie, to where you're just getting too wide for her to do anything to you. Because like she'll sleep one thing, but then it just starts to get wide and wide and wide. And obviously Bonnie can high roll. Bonnie high rolls into multiple carrots and shit. Then I mean, it's rough. But you can high roll as with ST21 too, because you're running that Zoro rush still. You're running obviously the animal package portion of it, and then you're running Wapple, and Wapple is fucking phenomenal. So literally no one can kill your Zoro, because they kill your Zoro and you replace him with Wapple, then they lose. If you get to play out a free Wapple like that, it's fucking insane. Yeah, there's not a lot she can do against that. It's rough. And especially if she decides that she needs to clear your Zoro, or anyone decides they clear your Zoro, and you play out Wapple off of that, and then you're like, oh yeah, I see you have this kid down, but who gives a fuck? I'm going to use Wapple ability and make him a fucking, what is it, a 5? I think it minuses by 3, maybe 2, I don't know. But yeah, and then it ups him by 2. So you just start crushing shit. And then it has ability to beat Luchi because of how, you know, you're at all your rush shit, and he can't do anything to Zoro. Luchi doesn't have an answer to Zoro unless he starts running trash cards. And your dragon play with ST21, because that's your high end is dragon. That's how I ran it. My higher end was dragon. So getting those choppers are going to be. How much are they? The choppers, they probably have gone up, especially with animal package Shanks being a thing.
Welcome back to One Piece Day here in Dallas, Texas. Going here with Eggman, going into round number 3, and I'm glad we got a Yamato on stream. That was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really cool. Not a leader that we were talking about earlier in the day. It just kinda
Yeah, Bonnie resting the leader. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of leaders you do see.
Yeah, she would just have to continuously rest the Zoro or the leader, and then never have to, like,
I mean, double attack, nothing will happen, right? And there's one of these.
never kill it, obviously. You just keep freezing it with carrot and stuff. Like, Bonnie does have her ways of trying to work around stuff like that.
I know, right? A lot of pressure. Yeah, it really, really makes you want to use cards in hand in a lot of situations where you don't.
Oops.
Afraid when I sit down across the table from one, but that was a neat game. It's time to move on, and we should have a pretty good one coming.
20 for the cheap. Makes sense.
Be, but I see
That's
the
because of
players
Shanks.
are sitting down
Because
over there, so
no one's really
Shanks
on to the
game,
ST21 animal
pretty
package
soon
yet.
here. So again, just to kind of catch you up to speed, all the rounds we're doing are all of the undefeateds, right?
Yep.
So everybody we see is going to be undefeated.
So if that
Going to be
takes
on
off,
these
then it's
games.
it'll shoot up
As
even
the
more.
day goes on, go round by round and see what we find here. But we've had some good variation here. You mentioned that this is the day.
Oh,
that
it is.
generally
It is
people
high,
play,
for
a
sure.
little bit more of the fun
But
types of
everything
games,
in
but
EBO one's
we'll have
high.
a lot of serious players here mixed into.
Yeah, most people I've talked to are saying that this is the day I'm playing my hopeful deck. You know, we again have 3 pods going on, so we have 3 different, you know, undefeated table 1s to look at as well. We're looking across the way. We see some familiar faces. We see Ying, who's in Pod B, Table 1. We also see Victor, who's on Pod C, Table 1 as well. So both accomplished players that I know and talk to a lot. So not surprising to see them at this top spot here. And we're looking at Table A setting up as well. So I think, you know, Pod B or C, you know, already have some good players I'd be happy to see. Yeah, Ying making a name for himself in the Digimon scene. And then he and I actually ended up casting Cardfest in January 2024, and then Worlds last year as well together too. So and then Victor was on, you know, was part of the Cardfest in 2024 as well, getting a top 4 finish. So
no,
you know, definitely been
EB's not going to get reprinted. Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, like I remember
you might get a couple of those cards in like the next PRB set, but I don't see it getting reprinted.
I said I really believe in RP Luffy, and everybody, I'll never forget, everyone laughed at me. They actually laughed.
What would kind of be cool though is if they did and they put it in sleeve packs, because if we remember, EB never got sleeve packs, and they did give PRB some sleeve packs, which I don't think anybody thought was coming either. So maybe. I don't think so though.
2024.
He was.
God damn
it. I don't know. Is he still? He's still on the deck. Is he still on the deck? We're gonna find out, I guess.
He's been switching more to BY Luffy from what I've been seeing.
Okay.
But it looks like we're going to go to Table B. We've got Ying on the right there playing. I'm thinking Luchi, if I know him well enough, and then we have another.
It's hard telling. Maybe in the new PRB. Maybe we get some reprints of them, like different versions of them in the new PRB. That's what I was saying, like possibly in that. But other than that, I don't think so.
Looks possible. We'll get the top-down view.
I would 100% buy them all at the store.
Round 3 game here.
Yeah, but I think this will be a real good one. Yeah,
I mean, I already buy them all in the store when I see them because I like fucking ripping them. It's fun.
And,
plus, I do it on stream and whatnot. It's fun time. And plus, I need them because I don't really buy booster boxes all like that. So I just buy all the sleeves. But I might start buying cases instead. Like just one case for each set.
Fantastic for making it tough for you to set up. Gravity Blade, bottom deck, your 5 cost. Pudding, be able to randomize your hand, not being able to get your loop. So it really kind of depends on like some key turns around the 7 or 8 dawn period.
Oh, totally, yeah. By that same token,
that way I don't gotta like fucking
able to kind of have a stable early and mid game.
Like check the store every day. It's kind of annoying.
You have that situation where you start to get the Dofi in kind of an untenable position where you just.
It is like literally along the way home though, so it ain't like a big deal. That's why I'm able to do it, and I'm just like,
we get the 2-cost Sava, and we're gonna pass it back to Ying. Pretty quickly playing out the Perona there, looking at the top 5. We got some pretty shiny decks today for this match, huh?
No.
Yeah, I buy anytime I see the sleeves in like my Target or Walmart or anything. I stop. I typically always buy them.
A little bit, yeah. I love the black and white. Like manga ones, but when you kind of use like colors to try to identify a card, it does make it a little bit trickier.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we don't get to push our faces right into the screen like you do at home. To do it from a little bit of a distance, and the thing is, some cards have like many different varieties too on the Ultra Art side as well, and you like to think you've seen them all, and then you see a new one. All right. You know, and Ying, I know he does like the Luchi, but, you know, I mean, to have the Ultra Art Dofi, you got to be a serious Dofi player, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, tacking in. We saw Ying take the life. And then?
Yeah, we're passing it back. But there's a reason why Garp has that fist in his image. Like, he's been known to punch once or twice and applying that pressure already. Not wanting to go down to too low of a life total early for Ying, but we've got Perona being able to.
Yeah, that Perona alt is fire.
We're going to go. It looks like 5K into the leader and probably playing a Jimbei into something else afterwards.
I would imagine, yeah. That's exactly what we're going to see into the Weevil, and that feels great, right? Because you get to establish that 6K on the board, you get to draw a card out of it, and that is the type of start you need against a BY Luffy, right? You can contest some of their things, and then. Like you said, if you
these announcers are ass. Low key. I mean,
it's kind of hard to tell on the surface.
Eggman's alright most of the time. The other guy with him isn't good.
You want to take enough damage, but not too much to get reset by pudding. You want to be able to also get down to 0 life.
I know the Perona art is fire, bro. It's just the white. That is sick.
5s and 6Ks, and when he feels like he can apply a lot of pressure, make it really difficult for you to stop at 0 life.
Yeah, exactly. You get to that point where all right, I'm at 0 life, but then you really have a burden of, you know, I have to find some way.
It's kind of wild because like
combination
Eggman obviously
two
knows what he's
blockers
talking
out on
about.
the
Like
board, or
he
one
plays,
blocker
he
and a
understands.
counter
It
in
just seems
hand,
like the
and
other ones don't
when
play
they get
that
up
much
to,
because they
five
seem
or six
confused when they're
Ks,
playing.
It just is a lot of attacks coming in that you have to handle.
Yeah, and we play out the Sabos to get the draw 2 and discard 2, putting another 5-cost Sabo and a 2-cost Sabo. So honestly, seeing 2 Sabos.
Oh, it's from the
already is a pretty
championship.
boon.
I got
do
you.
see
Yeah,
that
I didn't
being
even
if
know. I just know it was
Cards
fire.
in
That
the
shit's
Gravity Blade
awesome.
or the Femur. Both are strong cards though in this.
It looks
matchup.
really
You need
good.
to either
It's
get rid of
clean.
a blocker or just bypass it altogether.
For sure, yeah. And that
I
could
like
be
the
game-
arts though
It
with
can,
the
yeah.
like
We
the
saw
black and white
Cody
arts.
versus
They all
BY
look so
earlier
good,
too
and then
that,
they have like
Yep.
the
Once
blue just
Sabo's
really pops
answered,
on
it's
it.
very
Looks really good.
scary all of a sudden.
Yeah, yeah. You're really, really counting on having that extra life in the blocker essentially, and then being able to recur that, you know, bring it back again. And so we might just see a 5K swing in here. That looks like where we're gonna start. Well, I don't know
We're
about that.
thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weird thing is that like Dofi does need to attack for its ability, and sometimes that means you have to concede life to BY when they really want to go down to 0. So again, it's a balance.
Right. So it's like, okay, so here's the Jinbei, and we have, what? I saw a law in hand. What does he got there?
We
Okay,
could
it's
law, get
crocodile?
back the...
Law,
Yeah, we're
okay.
gonna use that for... I think we had a crocodile, and we were thinking about using the effect to pay 2 to put Prona back in her hand, but...
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great cards for law, but yeah, Prona once again looking top 5.
And this has been a really good mix of both, you know, adjusting the top of the deck, drawing cards, playing bodies out. It's pretty balanced opening. Sometimes we see Dofi's just go super wide, but Ying able to do a lot of manipulation of the top of the deck to really just kind of set up those value plays with the leader ability.
Yeah, and I think he's going to rearrange the top, but the other kind of secret way to use Perona is that, like, if you're looking for a card in the top 5 and you don't see it, you can just put it to the bottom, try another go a little bit later, and if you need to find, like, Gravity Blade in a situation like this, that could be a way for you to get closer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Deciding on how he wants to go about attacking here. Is that 1 or 2 non-remaining? I would imagine.
It's one, but I
No,
think
he's
you
not
can
attacking,
end up
brother. He's
passing.
passing. You don't attack.
Again, like, you want to make this
sure,
wall.
sure.
You want to make it... John has an awkward time, right? John could probably go down to 1 life, but that's pretty dire.
Yeah.
And you need to balance and win.
Yeah, the dude that
So you
Eggman
have
is
too many
with,
cards
bro,
in
is
hand.
lost.
Pudding you get to use, you reset their hand down to 5. It's a huge issue for John at times.
Right. So John debating now. What will the plan be? Because you know, the worst thing to stare across the board
Looking for
at
pudding,
is,
yeah. You want pudding and you
stack
want your
of
grav
ready
blades,
pieces, right?
obviously.
Yeah.
Grav blade and Sabo is
And,
pretty
like,
much
we could play like
ends the game.
5-cost Luffy to get rid of one of these, but that's most of our turn. Doesn't feel fantastic.
Right. And you're really hesitant to do any of your, you know, take your own sort of life shenanigans because you know there's going to be potentially a large amount of attacks coming back at you the next turn. So it's a little bit of a stalemate scenario too.
Yeah, and my apologies. Yeah, we are at 3 life, so if we want to be able to use the 5-cost Luffy, we need to take 1 card of our own out of our life. So we can't even do that. Like 3 is really where you want to put Luffy to really try to put, because we could play like 5-cost Luffy from the star deck, go down to 2, but then you know we have this wide board that we have to make sure we don't lose to immediately.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is the point in the game where you really wish you'd had like a rocket Luffy or something in hand. You know, just a way to get something out there, remove one of their characters.
Rocket Luffy doesn't work here. He's got 3 life.
Yeah, but again, to do that we need to be at 2 life.
Yep, exactly. But I take the removal at this point.
Yeah.
I'd take the removal at this point. Brother, you have to be at 2 life still.
We get like a draw 2 potentially for it too.
Speaking of cards with a lot
He'd
of
have to have
offense,
like a Hyori or something to take from top life, put that in life, and then have the baby Luffy to throw out and then pull out.
There's
Like,
so many like unique units that
Yeah.
are 2-drops that are both, you know, the black and white. It can get a little bit confusing.
yeah. I believe I see the Luffy one there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna use Hiyori.
there he
Use the effect
goes.
to take a life
There
and
we
then
go.
put
Does he have
one on
baby
top.
Luffy now?
And so this is like a little bit expensive
My
to do
God.
so 'cause it takes a lot of
Yeah,
cards
there we
in
go.
hand, but now we know a card is at the top of the life.
Boom.
We can play our 2
Now
copies.
you can do it.
We can use the attack.
There
with
you
me.
go.
See if we get lucky. The top card's a Luffy.
Oh
now,
my goodness,
now,
who could've predicted?
boom,
Yeah.
blow Weevil. Boom,
And
Weevil.
you know, like I said, there is that Rocket Luffy, right? So you know you have the potential to use
Yeah,
the activate.
you
main
are
and
gonna
move
use
something
it.
on their side.
You're gonna blow
One
up
of the few
Weevil.
ways in the deck you can interact with the ready units. But
5 years later, right?
there's only one unit, and there's a lot of stuff over there.
There sure is. So there's
This
some
is gonna be a scary
argument
position to be in.
say, do we keep it on board to attack next turn then pop? But
Nah,
we
you have to
immediately
pop.
get rid of the Weevil.
Yeah.
We could attack 7 into Dofi, put them down to 3, which wouldn't be too bad. We could even start with an attack with Sabo too if we were afraid of. Like,
And he's a
gravity
7K
blade
leader
fight,
too. He's
but,
he's actually
fair
he's
enough.
fine.
yeah, just a big 8.
Yeah, I mean I think
Swing
that's a great point
9.
to bring up is that you have to think about, you know, do you want to attack with the Sabo? You know, are you really expecting it to just get bounced next turn anyway,
Yeah, I
or
think,
bottom deck rather?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Dofi does just have like the biggest kind of net of like
Yeah, he's
disruption
fine.
for this deck in the meta
I-
outside of Teach.
I think if the board was a little bit, you know, less wide, you would consider attacking with the Sabo. But where there's so many potential attacks coming in,
Yeah,
I think you feel like, well, I have to just hope they don't have it, you know, because I'm gonna need that blocker.
yeah. I think the last thing we're deciding is that
You definitely don't
in
attack
this
with
matchup,
Sabo.
You're somewhat safe to play your 2-drop boys a little bit early because they don't have.
Yeah.
If they remove it, they usually go back to hand. But if John's afraid that
I wouldn't.
Ying has a gravity blade next turn, you lose your Sabo and one of the 2-drops. That feels awful.
Yeah, that does make it.
He's going
extra
to
scary.
though.
And
I
he's
don't
gonna
I
attack
don't
with
know that
Sabo.
I
Okay,
do that.
so-
All right.
Yeah, decides to just try to put some pressure on it. I think this is one of the, you know, maybe one of the only opportunities for a while you're.
But
gonna
I,
have to
again,
see
I don't
BY
play
Luffy to
BY
take a
Luffy,
life.
so maybe that was.
I guess the feeling is let's just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the interesting matches where, you know, Dofi is pressured so early.
I'm not sure how many
into the
2Ks he's
game
got in
here.
hand either.
We are going to, I believe, 8 Dawn. So there could be some pretty big swings. The life from John, like, Black Yellow Luffy does have some triggers that it could happen in life to get rid of one of these 4-drops. But you could also just put a lot of pressure right here.
Yeah, so starting out attaching to maybe 3 Dawn? Maybe? Only need 2 for the leader ability, so it depends on if he thinks he's not going to need that Dawn for whatever he's going to end up playing later in the turn, or attacking with, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, swings for 8.
Yeah,
That's
so
the Sabo.
Moria being able to get Jinbei back does get rid of it.
Yep, and then you've got the 4 Dawn remaining for the Jinbei play, I suppose.
Yeah, and so probably not going to be.
No, you're not
going to
be playing Jinbei.
Focusing on saying like you have to now. Put
Unless you're
your
playing it
stuff
over
down to 0, use
Moria.
cards from your own
That
hand
feels
and Dawn
weird.
to be able to do so.
Yeah.
We did have the gravity blade as well. What it looks like in hand. So
Just gonna
I
play
wouldn't
Boa out,
be-
right?
I wouldn't have been too upset to play it.
Okay, yep,
But,
there's Boa. Okay, saves the Jinbei. Yeah.
Why would he play Jinbei, brother? He's got a full board.
Look at top 3. It looks like it's a Perona on top and Jozu, which
Yeah.
would be good for interacting with
And a Boa.
Sabos, yeah. And it's also usually the highest attack unit or power unit in the game, or in the game for Dofi, right?
Sure, yeah.
We don't play 9Ks normally.
There we go.
Mostly 5Ks, 6Ks,
Let's
and then
see.
Jozu as
He
our
got Baby Sabo off
Yeah,
top.
like we talked about earlier, we see the rare 9-drop Mihawk, but
yeah,
generally Jozu is where it tops out power-wise for the Dofi side of things.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and like you said, not attacking, just passing the turn back over again. So really kind of playing a very slow, measured, sort of starving strategy here with this Dofi. This is Dofi played by a Luchi player.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
And
How did bro get this job,
kind of like
right?
Game of Chicken, right? Where it's like I
I don't know.
attacks. The issue too is that like if John ends up being a 9K leader, that none of these attacks. Really
My man
matter
acting
anymore.
like this is a new strategy against BY Luffy. Like he's playing like a starving strategy. Like no, everybody knows you don't swing into him. Like what the
And you use
fuck?
Fiori there, take a card,
Everybody
or
but
sorry,
him.
Flambe there.
Flambe,
Yeah,
Alt arts.
they're pretty.
Pretty hard to see sometimes.
Correct.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a great card. It's nice that you're able to get something out of life there, get a little bit closer here. Oh, the
Ooh,
double
double
Flambe
Flambe.
turn. Whoa, we're
And
getting spicy now.
And I could be wrong. I think he drew that off the first one.
Ooh.
So there was a Makino that was in hand, which I think was their.
That's
original
spicy.
strategy, but
It's a
now
spicy play,
we're
guys.
in a really strong spot
We don't see Luffy do that
I
all
mean,
the
now
time.
we get to start the shenanigans. So can he boost up to 9K this turn? Seems like he's got the boys, but does he have the men? I think he does.
He does. So there's Sabo and double Sabo.
Oh, he's about to get those grav bladed.
This is a little.
Those are getting gravity bladed.
I think has been holding on to his gravity blade for this
I was gonna
situation. Getting rid of the Sabos for the turn is great, but the double ability of it's bottom decking them and saying that John needs to.
He's
find
looking
the
to see if he has any other
Sabos
Sabos.
for them to be back in rotation is huge.
Yeah, I think that's the danger there, right?
Yeah.
You put out the blockers, you go to 9K, but the blockers aren't all of it. Like you said, being a 9K leader
Perfume
makes
as
it very,
well,
very
for
difficult
sure.
for the Dofi to put the math together for a lot of attacks, right? Yeah, that's a lot of Don commitment. But if they get bottom deck,
He's got a lot of
they very
cards,
well
though.
might
I don't
be.
know that you
And,
go
like
Perfume
you said,
yet.
You got to search all the way through the deck again to find them.
Gravity Blade and those
Yeah, and I
Sabos
think this
is.
shows a lot of patience from Ying. He could have just used Gravity Blade to get rid of one Sabo.
Yep.
But if he does have and he gets rid of both of them like this, that could make it very difficult for John to be as defensive as he's used to being.
Oh, he just showed him Gecko.
Right. Going up to 9K leader on that Luffy with Don attached, just swinging right in, and that's going to be auto block for Ying on the boa.
Yeah. Dofi,
A response system like magic.
Uncharacteristically is at 2 life and is like a little bit of danger right now, so the block kind of needs to happen to keep you a little bit healthy.
And there it is. Yep. A Gravity Blade, going to bottom deck both of those Sabos.
Oof.
Really kind of a must-do for Ying that turn. Going to play the Sengoku as well for a little bit of searching.
Yeah. Only issue with this is that it only leaves you with 3 Dawn, so if we kept the bow around, we could have pressured a 6K and a 9 and got a card out of hand. But again, if John doesn't have any Sabos left, which I'm not immediately seeing, that could be very tough for him to be, again, as defensive as he was hoping for.
Yeah, I think Ying can just chill, honestly, right now. I mean, you can just play the averages, too, and say, all right, yeah, you might have more Sabos, but chances are you have, like, 1 at best, you know? So you can feel pretty comfortable about just sitting on this board and then waiting until they aren't that 9K leader and then trying to put together some swings.
And these Flampes were good because they were able to let us get down to 0, but, you know, those are 3 2Ks on the board that you wish were back in your hand at this point.
You kind of do, yeah. You're not wrong.
And you know, Ying could
definitely used a lot of his 2K right
I don't
there.
think I don't think he's that generous.
As far as things
Got a
I
Nami
expect to see
blocker,
today,
a
that
Rocket
is not one of
Luffy.
them. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see loss in the Flampe back to hand. But
and yeah, I think he's looking through the trash, not finding Sabos in there.
Oh, that's
unfortunately.
Nami in the trash.
Looking through the hand, and
Oh, he's got it in hand.
there's
Okay.
Warriors, there might be a Sabo in there that I'm missing, but
well, I see. I believe I see a Sabo or 2 of the 2-cost Sabos.
sure, okay, you
But
know,
we need
those
the
are there.
yeah, we need but we need the big ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so many Sabos, so few Luffys.
Yeah, but with the Nami in our trash, that card is pretty helpful. We play it off of the
Gecko.
Moria. We get a blocker and a card draw, which can be helpful.
Yeah.
We'd be a 7K leader with 1 if we get a Luffy out there, but
I was gonna say the only issue is just what you said, that you end up as a 7K leader instead of as a 9K leader, and 7K is much more obtainable as far as the power coming in from the Dofi side per character.
yeah, with all these 5Ks out there, very easy to interact with.
Yep. All right, so it's going to be 2 Don on Luffy, getting ready to use that leader ability, and then there's the Moria, so classic turn, and yeah, I'd imagine the Nami gets grabbed here, and then probably the Luffy.
Yeah.
Yep, you kind of need to go Luffy here, right? Because I don't think there's any Sabos at all in trash. The only 2 were bottom decked. Yep.
Triple checking, but yeah, I think you're correct.
Sometimes you do that, though. You just look through your trash again, like, you just don't believe it. You're like, oh, maybe if I look through it again, the Sabo will appear.
Yeah, and I think that's like, you know, maybe a minor misplay for John, is that,
Kiko.
you know, not respecting the chance of Gravity Blade to come down.
For
He
sure.
could have done like a 2-cost Luffy and like it could have been a Luffy Sabo, you know, kind of guarantee 1 left. But oh, we're not even playing out the Nami. We're playing out the Kuzan.
Huh. Now that is interesting.
Appreciate you, Archie.
They're the leader effect.
Thank you for the sub on
So I would imagine this is
YouTube.
gonna be
Thank you.
Rocket Luffy for removal of something.
Yeah, right. So that does help get rid of one of the 4 costs. But
Yeah. And you're hoping maybe you draw into a little bit more counter or a Sabo that you can play the next turn if you
I'm just gonna
survive,
use
I
it
guess.
to get rid of
yeah,
Gecko.
and
I'm
Nami
assuming.
only draws a card if you have a 8 cost or higher card out, and if you're at
Yes.
6 or less cards in hand. So there might be one too many cards in John's hand to be able to do that, but we do get the removal of the extra draw from the Luffy. And
Yeah, I have a
we're
Discord.
7K, 1 life, and
Yep.
that's pretty fair.
Yes, it is. And so will Ying even
It's
bother to counter
I
out
don't know if I
this? Let's see.
can.
think I see
I don't
another
think this
gravity blade
works
he's into.
on
Oh, that would be
YouTube side of things,
Yeah.
but that's the
So, yeah,
Discord.
I think that was a Weevil that he did.
Oh yeah,
right
I got
now.
you. Watch this.
Either
I can
way,
just go.
you
Boop.
know, 1 life remaining, no blockers
There's the
out
link.
right now for John, and it's a lot on the board. Like you said, that's 7K. You can get there Dawn-wise, so with only, what, is it 5 cards in hand?
For
I think
John?
For John, oh no, it's a little bit more. He's got 7.
Yeah, it looks like
All right.
1, 2, yeah, around 8, 7 or 8.
Yeah, so it still feels scary going for it right now if you're Ying.
And there's a game
I
chat
think-
stuff in there and stuff. I have a
You know,
One
if you-
Piece.
would you
I have a
use this gravity
channel
blade
set up for
on,
One Piece, so you can
nah, he's gravity
It's
blade
likely
straight
not
up.
worth it, but
play games.
Jinbei Weevil, maybe?
Ying
I can make
probably
more
was
channels,
hoping
too,
to
if
be at,
needed.
Like 1 more life right here.
Yeah.
If he was at 2, he'd feel a lot safer about being really aggressive, but at 1 life with Moria and leader, that's a lot of value. So
Black
if
SpongeBob.
there's a way for him to maybe establish like a
Oh,
boa as
shit.
well as pressure leader to get some cards out of hand, that might be worth it. But it's a bit of a scary situation for him now.
I thought he did have another boa in hand, trying to see past all that shininess on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll see what he's got. He's got all the Dawn to work with in the world, though. Counted out 6 for the moment.
Yeah, this is like the only matchup when I play Dofstream. Like, man, I wish I had some higher comps of cards. Kaido 10 drop has been.
Appreciate the follow, thank you.
Too, but
Right.
Thank you, Soldier.
yeah, we'll see what this looks like. Yeah, we're gonna start with the Sengoku though. Look, top 5.
I love running a couple Kaidos in a buggy.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think it's a good top end there.
Draw 4 is pretty strong.
Yeah. Or even the removal Kaido.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I actually like that a little bit more in buggy. But enough about my buggy deck.
Yeah, I mean, you added, you know, but you summoned him right on top 5.
I guess so.
Sengoku added to hand.
There you go.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so Law comes in, gonna bounce the Sengoku.
Knock
Sengoku, I
knees.
suppose.
Appreciate you.
And the Kuzan, so 1 less
Yep.
attack you have to deal with next turn, and you know you don't have to be as scared. But I think Ying's now hoping like, okay, if they don't have like they don't have any Sabas. If they don't have a great way to like loop like with another Moria, we're in a good spot. Like giving them another card to discard for leader effect in hand is not the greatest, but I think he's still on like the I can
See what
maybe
we
help
got.
resource this Luffy and get enough damage towards the end game, and that's probably my best bet.
Yeah.
Just gonna swing
Okay, so,
7s.
Swing with the Law for 7, it looks like there. And that's
Yeah.
just going to get countered out by the Nami, and you can kind of think of it as blocking, I suppose. Does he have another Moria in hand, though?
I believe he does.
Okay. Another good reason to counter out with that.
Yeah, so if we were able to end the turn with 1 life, it means that next turn with Moria we can make ourselves 9K with 1 life. And but no, we're actually just gonna bottom deck that Luffy. Interesting.
Okay. Right. Back over to John now. 0 life. Which normally you'd be pretty happy to be at. Looks like it's going to be a Moria attack to start things off. And with Ying only at 1 life, it is a dangerous place to be in.
Yeah, you got to get out of this because there's a 15K.
Sure.
Oh, we're taking it.
Ooh, okay.
That is bold.
Okay, yeah. I mean, a lot of cards in hand for Ying.
He does have a lot of
you know,
2K.
a lot of counter potential, but you know, and you fan him out like that. You're like, hey, look at all my cards. There's no way. There's no way you can win this turn.
I'm looking across the crowd. I saw some eyebrows go up. They're definitely like, wow, that is a lot of confidence that either one, they're not going to go for it this turn, or that you have enough counter to get out of it.
Yeah, he's got that poker face, hands spread out. This is the intimidation game
It
played
is.
by Ying right now. Okay, picks it up again. All right, the 2 Dawn committed there. It seems like it is going to be another Moria turn here. Yep. A Don turns sideways.
And I think that's Ying. Ying isn't wanting that. I think this is correct. I
He
think
wanted
he's
him
trying
to
bait
go
his
for
opponent,
it,
saying,
and he
you know what,
didn't.
15
Yeah.
should surely be enough.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
That's why I hate
you know,
BY.
I think
Yeah,
the fact that he
100%,
threw
Marty.
So much, he added 2K to hand. I think John found out about the bait, but
But also I hate Dofi. I'm
It
conflicted.
feels that way. It feels like it's not going to stop him from attacking, I think, Will. Let's see. All right. Yeah, so we you find the two Luffys there. Or is that
It's a Luffy and a
this is not as
Sa.
scary though, because
Or
a little bit?
Was
we're
that-
gonna. I would
is
have
that
felt a
blow up
lot
Sabo?
more confident being at 1 life here. We're still gonna be able to get a 11K swing, but 2K, 2K, 2K,
Woo.
1K. All right, is
We had
15K
it.
gonna be enough from Ying to try to go for game with no blockers available for John?
Yeah, there you go.
And is it enough?
Uh,
I would have to take their word for it at this point.
we're counting it.
Yeah, so we need,
Yeah, you got
need
out,
6K, and
right?
I think John can get out of it.
Okay.
But I can't tell for sure with what we're seeing
We
here.
can't count down. We're waiting for the fist bump, the official word here.
Yeah, but yeah, it's the game state we're in. We needed to get 6K to tie, 7K to get out of, and I don't think we were there.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think Ying got it.
These players are too. They're
He
too
didn't get out.
professional.
Did he
Yeah,
get out?
yeah.
We
They-
needed the bigger
I don't
reaction
know.
to confirm, but
Yeah,
we'll find out a bit. Look, we're not even going to the winner screen. Like even
Yeah.
even
Even the
production is
production's
stumped
like-
here. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
just us.
someone radio us in. If I was to bet, I think Ying got that.
I think the judge is texting right now. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
It seemed that way. It did seem that way.
Yeah.
We're waiting for official confirmation.
Yeah, because I think there's only like 1Ks in hand.
Yes.
But again, we needed 7K to get out of that 15.
we need to do that thing from like the crime shows where they just go.
I'm not
enhance.
sure,
Yeah,
Andrew.
they, like,
I
zoom
don't
in
know
on
that
the
he got
screen,
out or
then you
not.
can read
Because
all
I
the
mean,
counters
Eggman's
that
right.
they
He didn't have no
but,
2Ks in hand, so he just had those
we'll
one. But he
update
had a
you, I
lot of
suppose.
ones.
It seemed like.
I
seemed
think
like he
Ying
got
won.
it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
neither was happy either. Like at least
No.
immediately happy, right? So
Yeah. I
it's
mean,
tough to read.
It's funny, like I'm looking at the crowd, like there's another monitor facing.
Yeah, I know.
We're just kinda milling around,
100%
like,
catch
looking at each
because he
other,
didn't
too,
use
like,
Rocket
it's-
Luffy. I know.
Did he win?
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
it's a mystery. Somebody on the stream is like they've got it. They
Yeah.
were keeping track of every single card. They've done the math already.
Screen,
They're like,
they
oh,
screen
these
captured
casters.
it. They enhanced, right? They're
Yep.
like, all right, that's a
Yep.
1K, that's a 2K.
Yep.
But it's just not technology available to us right now.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
We'll get a confirmation.
Oh, John did win.
Oh, John
Where,
win? Okay.
I'm
Okay, so he
comparing
did
right
have
now.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, John did win.
He had it.
did
So
have
BY had it.
just enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very
Whoa.
much. Yeah, I just see Ying pass around with a thumbs
I
down.
thought
so,
when the
Oh,
dude
okay.
counted, he
We'll
said
get it for him.
16, 17 because the
Confirmation,
Dofi
yeah.
counted it.
We'll have to let the crowd here know too.
But I wasn't
yeah,
sure.
honestly, though, if you were John, right, like you wouldn't have done if you know you couldn't get out of the 15K, you would have done a different line, I think.
Yeah.
So I just
Yeah.
couldn't tell.
You're
what
100%
the
right,
action
Catch.
was.
It would have been a hell of a troll
The,
because
the
he could have
BY
Rocket
did
Luffy'd.
end
Yeah.
up winning against the Dope would be good for that one.
I've guessed a lot of games of One Piece at this point. I think
Yeah.
that's the first time where I genuinely was like, I'm not sure who won that game.
Yeah, and you like I've done a lot too, and it's
You've done even more than me.
yeah,
Yeah,
some
way
people
more.
just like throw it into their like trust me, or there's more vocal communication.
That
for
makes
it.
me feel less bad about it, right?
Yeah.
And here's some quick highlights. See how quick they were?
Yeah.
That was terrible. What the fuck?
But yeah, it was a super close match. I think Ying
Yeah.
did a really good job at trying to starve out some resources.
We
We
used some
see it
medium
here-
speed highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being able to get that removal, really putting John to the fact like, hey, you need to have 2 more 2Ks
Love you,
in your
buddy.
hand for this to make sense. If at any point, like, you don't have the defenses, you're in trouble. Being able to gravity blade those 2 Sablos are so huge for him to making it really difficult for John to have the defense tools for that he's usually relying on and getting some really good pressure as well.
Right. So do you feel like there was a point where Ying may have played this like a little bit too slow? It's tough to say because of the strength on
Yeah.
the leader, but that's kind of maybe the impression I'm getting a little bit.
Yeah, I think the one thing that there might be misconceptions with any competitive game is that these players know what their out is and what they're playing into and what they're playing around. And Ying was playing around the fact that them not having any Sablos potentially was good enough for me, which I think was a good line. It didn't end up working for it, but it was a path that he saw and he committed to, and I think that's the best thing that he could do.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, a tight game, as
Yes.
we just saw. But it is going to be our BY Luffy player that ends up taking it here
Yep.
in round 3.
For sure. So big congratulations for him. and looking forward to seeing how he does throughout his pod as well. So. I know Pod C looks like it finished. There are some players at Pod
BY.
A, so unsure
BY one.
if they're we're going to be able to jump to that
Yep,
one. But
BY.
Waiting to see if we're going to move over to that. They haven't moved the camera yet, as far as I can tell. So that game might just be ending. We were far enough into time. Yeah, we were far enough into time. That looks like that one is just ending now. So yeah, we are going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be round 4 on the day. So we're almost reaching the halfway point, round 4 out of 9 here
BY
on
one.
One Piece Day. Day 2 for our offline regionals. The big send-off here in North America for OPO9.
I'm just gonna comment.
So don't miss what's coming next.
I don't know if you guys missing
it's
it
gonna be
or
more
something.
great One Piece action. We'll see you then.
All right. We can mute this now. Let's keep it really low. Bro, Moria's not getting banned. You fucking crazy assholes. No. It's still alive. Fair. Oh. Boom, boom, boom. Oh boy. Figure out what we eating today for dinner. Ban him. Back-to-back BY wins off last second bullshit. Ban him. Yeah, to be fair, yeah, Bonnie just kind of runs him. Oh, you run it in RB Sabo too? I don't know that matchup to comment on it much. I know Bonnie just destroys him though. Shanks. Yeah, Shanks typically beats him, but it's not like it's not as one-sided as like a Bonnie matchup would be, because he can beat Shanks. You can pilot into a Shanks one. Just a round table and everything is up to be popped. Yeah. Are you running round table? I forgot. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'll be right back, and then I'm probably gonna figure out what we eating for dinner. But I'm gonna go make a coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Need my phone. All right. My bad. I was making coffee and my fuse in my microwave went out. Or not my microwave, my power strip. I had to make it twice. The Browns keep Myles Garrett, huh? That's craziness. All right. Hell yeah, round table and Sabo too strong. Or round table and get out of here for extra shenanigans. I got you. Coffee at 3 p.m. That's wild. Man, I need to start working on some homework. I'm too lazy. Plus at work. Listen, coffee at 3 p.m. is not wild. I like coffee in the morning, and I like coffee a second time. I just got to make sure I stay away from energy drinks, you know? Trying to stay away from energy drinks. Energy drinks is wild. And extremely, extremely, extremely terrible for you. I was hoping the 49ers would get him. I wanted Myles Garrett. But I think we're probably going to end up with Bosa. So, Nick and Joey Bosa. So, that's cool with me. As long as he stays healthy. Like, it's a pretty fearsome little duo as long as Joey stays healthy. So I love Debo. Like, Debo was an amazing X Factor player. I don't think he's the greatest wide receiver, but I think he's one of the best players in football. Last year, he definitely wasn't that, though. If we're losing the Debo from last year, I don't think we're losing much. If we're losing the Debo from 2 years ago, I think we're losing a ton for pretty much nothing. So I understand the move. I understand you just want to get younger at the position and not pay all that money. And you already sunk a lot of money into Brandon Ayuk, and I think that was a mistake. I don't think we should have even signed Brandon Ayuk. I think we should have just traded him. So torn on it because I really like Debo. I think he's a big part of our offense if he's up to form and playing how Debo should be playing, like, you know, his old self. But if it's the Debo from last year, I think he's just kind of ran down a little bit. I think Debo's got a very low shelf life on him, to where it's similar to like a running back, because like he's not a very good receiver in terms of catching everything thrown his way, jumping up over corners, or even running pretty routes, crisp routes, etc. Like, he's not that. He's just get him the ball in open space kind of guy, and he makes people miss, and he runs through tackles. And I think that's very short-lived in the NFL. So I don't hate that we got rid of him. But I'm hoping it wasn't too soon. Yeah, I agree. He didn't want to be there, then don't resign him. I agree. He was ready to move on. But to be fair to Debo, I don't think the reason he didn't want to be there because he was tired of being brought up in trades. Like, even last year and the year before that, he kept being brought up. And it's not like they weren't actively shopping him, because they were. And it's over and over again. And he has no, like, there's no security there. And, like, so I understand. Like, you want to be wanted at the end of the day. Like, you don't want your team to not, like, want you and always be shopping you and always be looking over your shoulder. But that is the NFL at some point as well, to where you are always looking over your shoulder, you know? Like, who's the next guy up? Because teams are always looking to get younger. So I think it was a good decision. I think it was ultimately a good decision because he didn't want to be there anymore, and he had a very bad year. And I don't know that we ever see the Debo of 2 to 3 years ago again. So I don't know. That one could come back to bite him, but at the same time, like, I don't think it was the worst decision. I think a bad decision they made was re-signing Brandon Ayuk and not trading him last year. He should have 100% been traded. Even though I like Ayuk, I think Ayuk is he's a better wide receiver in terms of just wide receiver than Debo.
I saw your ID. I said your ID. We're going into round number 4, and again, we've got all the undefeated players so far. And what are we gonna see?
Oh yeah, smacking the kicker, yeah. But to be fair to Debo, I wanted to smack the fucking kicker too. I was tired of that guy too.
He had top 16 a regional in Madison before, and he's back at it again, still undefeated with a deck. So I do see him on Pod C side, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So maybe
I absolutely I'm gonna put this back on, but I absolutely hate that kicker. Like, hate him as a kicker. Like, not as a person, but as a kicker, his eyes are always fucking closed. He's like a Charlie Brown character, and he misses all the time.
If it ends fast, because it is very aggro deck, we have several backups.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we can always jump to another game in progress here. But, yeah, it'd be fun to get something new on stream. And, you know, the thing is where everyone's been talking about a lot of other decks, and for good reason, obviously, Bello Betty has been kind of, like, lurking in the background of the meta as this, like, super low cost to build, super fast aggro deck where if you get the right draw, if you got a little bit of experience with the deck, you can kind of run over pretty much everyone. And it can present a lot of, like, big numbers very quickly coming at you. A lot of 7K swings very quickly coming at you.
Yes, so the ability to increase a revolutionary army while having these weenie Bello Betties and
Bello
also decrease your leader is pretty big. And the deck is really, really affordable. A lot of these aggro decks are very cheap to make, and it's very entry accessible, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Like Reiju, I think is another good
Nah, I'm pretty sure they're talking about re-signing him because they think that his injury had to do with a lot of his misses. But it doesn't. He's always missed. He missed the year before that, too, when he was a rookie. Like, I can't stand that kicker. Like, I want to tape his eyes open because I think he's missing because they're always closed. They're always squinted closed. Like, it's crazy. It's like a fucking Charlie Brown character for real.
Pretty good for Whitebeard, I'd say.
That was a little while ago for sure. Yeah.
49ers kicker rant over.
Rob Luchi, that's right. We're getting some of the fun stuff today here as we get started here. Adam Murray on the Bello Betty and Myra Velasquez over on the Rob Luchi. And it's time to get started.
Yeah, we're starting off with the
I got the stage.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So with the philosophy that Bello is a really fast deck, Luchi, it's a very low counter deck, but it does get value and recycles. But it's going to get the chance to get to that point though, because if you on curve swing it every single time, reduce the Luchi and hit hard, it's going to run out of cards.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. You know, the fact that Rob Lucci's removal is kind of more easily in range of a lot of Bello Betty stuff because you play a lot of low-cost stuff that then you are buffing. You've got that going for you at least, but you are right that like you need to kind of see that early, or you're going to get into a situation where your life is going to go away so fast. I mean, Rob Luchi does have 5 lives, so you do start from a good point at least. But
and we did see a trigger Lindbergh over here, so that's adding another body to terrorize Luchi with. So we have the one body coming up
Top
here.
cut. Not sure, Catch. You think Bello going to be good if Dofi gets banned? I think Bello is, really good if Dofi gets banned.
Ready to swing out, and we're pitching for a koala.
Yep.
If Dofi's banned, bro, she takes a huge step up in the meta.
And another Lingberg, so it's already swarming out the board.
Yeah.
And we're swinging out here, and we're taking.
Yeah, getting that swing this early is pretty nice. Ooh.
Soap Sheep.
Yep, Soap Sheep comes in, and so we do.
She
have,
is good
a
now,
trigger.
for sure.
Yeah, we're seeing some triggers on both sides, so that's makes it a little more exciting. You know, it's people might not like the luck sack factor of it, but I think it makes it hype.
Yeah, so that second attack countered out of, and then we do move back over to Myra as she goes up to her 5-down turn, looks like.
For real, dead.
Yeah, so with the
it buys her cards
that Bello Betty characters have, it's pretty low.
Yeah,
and
she's
it can be easily removed,
Dofi does kind of
just
just
very little
end
effort
her.
to just Rob Luchi character.
Dofi gatekeeps her hard.
Or just clear him out with Jack and all these shenanigans. But
yeah, so basically, if Dofi wasn't in the game, Bello Betty would be the Dofi, basically, the one that gatekeeps everything, like, and just is just running things over. Especially in 09. In 09, she probably would have been best deck.
You can lose a lot,
Without
easily that
Dofi.
way. It does absorb a lot of leader attacks that way, so as the Bello Betty player, you are protected a little bit, but, I mean, now you see that removal coming in, right? The Brook dropping, and this is where the Rob Luchi feels really good, because you don't even need to have much of your combo removal to deal with this stuff. A lot of your low-cost removal just straight up works, right?
Right, so we're having the Rebecca being hardcasted to bring out the Brook and reduce, KO the Limburg here. So it's a pretty strong move. Obviously, a lot of times you want to bring Rebecca out to
maybe not best, but it's up there. It's literally it's tier 1 deck without Dofi.
But yeah, getting the Brook was good enough.
Dofi's tier 0,
because it
but
can always attack and reduce and KO.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean that Brook is probably one of the best cards to see early on as a Rob Luchi player, I'd imagine. A little bit of Don being put on Ivankov there.
And there we go.
All right. Yep. And that does, get rid of the Rebecca.
This is true, but simultaneously she still does flood the board and get just high-end attacks at you really fast.
Start putting a little bit more pressure on going in on the Brook.
Yeah, it really is, Marty. She's a tier 1 deck without Dofi in the game. Easily.
Maybe not enough cards that she will let it go. Yeah, she let it go.
I think you're right. Yeah.
And at least we know now with the kit that Adam is playing, the Rebecca's are not really saved. So he's gonna have, Mario's gonna have to go for a Sabo in order to protect himself. But then again, it can just also reduce the Sabo to attack to be so low, the block's not gonna matter.
Yeah. I mean, if that Karasu hits too, it's just it gets really, really difficult to survive some of those hits.
Yeah, unfortunately, Adam has not seen it, and Karasu is extremely oppressive, especially in some of those leaders that are a little frail, which Luchi can be at times. So it's,
they have other means to floor the board.
And
No,
yeah,
maybe
we have
before
like
the support.
Kuma, who is a very good trigger body, and it can take anything on the low end.
I mean, Bello
and
runs
essentially,
over
how do you say,
Teach.
it's one of those
Bello
times where you wanna
can
dawn off
honestly
so
run down
you
Shanks
don't get
too,
killed by accident.
because it's so fast.
Yep.
Bello
I
runs
think
over
I'd agree
Purple
there.
Luffy.
And so it's like back over to Myra. Yeah, that's right. All right.
Our regional Spandin. Spandin.
Spandine.
They're all
You know,
related. Yeah.
You say Spandin, I say Spandine,
I think her.
and the anime says something different.
I think Luchi could be kind of tough for her.
Current timeline Spandine or Spandine.
She,
is the
because I
father
mean,
who's
Bello's
the
on a
father.
clock, just like
Right,
Dofi is for the
Yeah,
most part.
little, anime lesson there.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, but that whole arc had so many references and throwbacks to like actual people, like celebrities and musicians. Really cool.
I'm not there yet in the series. I'm at Punk Hazard. Right
No, that's
now.
Water 7. It's like the 300s.
You don't deal with
Tower.
the sun though, do you?
Yeah.
In Water 7?
Yeah, he's the son. Yeah, he's the one that captured Nico Robin. And we have the Kaku here.
Oh yeah.
We're spoiling the show here. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like,
we're
in case
terrible.
you haven't watched it in the last 20 years. Spoiled. Meanwhile, there was a little bit of removal that happened, but
It does
Adam
depend
bouncing
on
right
what
back
your
in,
Bello's
this deck
drawing
does
when
have
you're
the
playing
ability
into
to play
Shanks,
out a lot of
obviously. I mean,
bodies quickly,
it is
you know,
easy to miss and
Yeah,
whiff
so
with
go to the
Bello.
ground,
She's
it's
not
like
as
a
consistent
Zoro
as
per se,
Dofi.
but
Nowhere near.
This one has the ability to play out the
She
leader
would be a
play
tier
out,
1
sorry,
deck, though, if Dofi
characters
wasn't
that
in the
it has
game.
And triggers, something that Zoro does not have. Zoro just has little bodies. They all get boosted up, and they have a lot of searchability. But here, yeah, Lindbergh, Morley, trigger bodies,
Luchi is blinged out,
Karasu,
for sure.
And it's really big to put them out in your life.
You tend to run a lot more rush in the Zoro as well,
Mhm.
whereas this, you're counting on, like you said, getting a lot out from trigger, then being able to just power through things by reducing power on the other side, increasing power on your side, and just making it annoying, right? Because every attack that your opponent has to commit to one of your, small power creatures protects your life, but then also feels kind of bad too.
Yeah, Myra has definitely. Speaking of which, there's the blocker Karasu.
Yep.
What happens is that Myra has played it perfectly, I think, because she's keeping herself healthy to the point that she can safely Moria, whereas in any other outcome where if she would have let go of life and taken it, then getting Moria in at 2 or 1 life would have been absolutely impossible to stay in the game.
Totally. You get to that point where playing those big bodies just uses too much Dawn, where you would have needed to stay a little bit safer here.
Yeah, and we're investing here.
Okay, yeah, a little bit on the Kuma.
Here you go. Goes that way.
We're finally taking some life.
I was going to say, Adam's definitely not out of this yet. And
Like
like
2
we
minutes,
said
30
earlier,
seconds.
This is the turn that you're going to hope that you can start to whittle down the Rob Lucci's life. Myra's done the best thing she can in terms of just keeping herself healthy up to this point. But at some point, this turn is going to happen, right? This Bello Betty is always going to do the turn to you where you're going to take some life. And so now the follow-up turn from Myra, this is the really crucial one. This is where you need to stabilize.
Yeah, and like we see from especially yesterday with all the matches that we had situations where
He's a
the
good
player
Bello
will
player
have an
too.
incredible
I've seen a
board,
lot of. I've seen some of
and
his
then on
videos.
the other player's turn, they ended up losing because they just don't have the defense. They don't have the cards for it. They can have the most amazing Shanks or Big Mom or
He's done really well,
Nine Cost
Bello,
Luffy,
in
but
other
they
events.
can't defend their life.
Yeah, exactly. And I
It's kind of
generally like
it's kind of
Luchi's
rough him
chances
not hitting
coming into
triggers
this one.
though.
Oh
And
yeah.
it still feels pretty good. I mean, you've got Bella Betty down to 1 life now.
Mm-hmm.
So Adam a little bit on the ropes.
Ooh,
Ooh, okay. All right.
on the last life.
Yep. Very last one now. And
they
there's the
get-
Moria.
Mhm.
Yep. Of
Yeah.
course you bring back the Rebecca.
100%.
Yep. Some more of the classic Rebecca recursion turns here.
Yeah, it's not looking very good right now for Adam as he has no way to clear off this blocker Rebecca. Avenkov is now gone, so he can't bring it out from the hand.
Yeah, the brick as
so-
well. Gonna
Ooh,
make a
Brooke,
difference.
So good, yes.
Is she balling?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's the classic.
The
Rebecca
Rebecca,
showing.
she
Yeah,
got
Moria
the
and
she got the
Rebecca
Rebecca
and the
too.
brick removing
Like she's
something, and
balling,
that
bro.
combo is extra
She's blinged the
effective,
hell
but
out.
Everything is so small on the other side of the board too.
Absolutely, and I don't think that there's any.
Yeah, there's nothing
I
Bello
think
can
they-
do.
they
Bello's
play
lost
Dragon,
this.
so
This is a rough
there
matchup
is
though. You have to
chance
hit your
of,
triggers.
rushing,
You have to hit
but
triggers, and
Myra
you're on a
definitely
clock,
could have enough
obviously.
counter to, go through all of that.
Mhm.
So it's not looking too well for Adam here.
Stage.
Yeah, stage can get a surge.
Yeah.
It's free-ish. But Gecko and the Kaku being there, 2 medium to bigger bodies, and of course the leader is, I think, good enough to probably finish the game.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna save Adam here. Just searching through the options, seeing if there's maybe any way you can get yourself out of this scenario. But that is a very, very scary crackback coming from Myra next
Luchi
turn.
Menace. Yeah,
I think the only
yeah. Luchi
one
does well
possible
into
out would
this.
be to try and shoot your
5
shot
health leader
and
into
go
Bello
ahead and
that has
dragon.
removal.
I was gonna say, he did get a dragon off the search, I believe, right?
Huh, yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's, again, the gotta have it moment, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, it needs to happen this turn. There's no next turn, unfortunately, for Bello Betty.
Yeah, or no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What am I talking
For the most part,
unfortunate,
he has to
yeah.
hit. I mean, you can win.
Very
But you have to hit triggers out of life. You do have to hit your triggers. That's why Bello is inconsistent. She's not as consistent as like a Dofi or anything, which is what I was saying. But simultaneously, without
Yeah, so
Dofi,
attacking
she
enough
is a
with
tier
Brooke.
1 deck.
Saying, could you please?
Blacker in the meta for so long, yeah.
Yeah,
Or
and
just
also,
counter out of it.
yeah, for sure. And a lot of
This is a hard
tournaments, there's
matchup
that
for her,
one
though.
game that you don't do as well
You're on a
because
clock.
you're on such.
You're on a clock,
So
and
very,
simultaneously
possibly,
you
this could be
you have to
Adam's,
hit
and we might still see
triggers
the X1 finish. Ooh,
for
okay.
for you
I
to
mean, so
win this one.
The yellow cars, right?
Pictures to cross,
Yeah.
yeah, the blocker, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There was a lot of support for Betty that came in. What? OP8?
Yeah,
What was
Luchi
OP8?
Luchi in
Yeah,
08 was crazy.
Right.
You had
But
in
there's
08
no
it
more
was
reinforcements
BY.
on the yellow side of
BY
things.
was probably the tier 0 deck,
We'll
and
see if
Dofi,
this
BY,
regional Mars
Dofi,
decks
and
can get it
Luchi pretty
done.
much ran the
Very
game.
possible, though.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. And then the Gecko swings in. That's going to take the block.
Well,
Yeah.
8.5
And everything
Dofi.
on
Sorry.
Luchi, yeah,
Yeah.
that is going to be it. So Myra Velasquez stands strong with poise to play out that dangerous early game and take the win with Rob Luchi. It was cool seeing Adam on the Bella Betty.
Yeah,
but,
'cause
the Rob
08
Luchi
before-
just, a little bit too much in terms of having good, effective removal.
So 08 pre 8.5, you had Zuro, which was actually a tier 1 deck. Oddly enough, that deck was fucking insane. And then you had Luchi and you had BY. And then after 8.5, Zuro falls off because of Dofi. So Dofi, Luchi, BY.
Time that possibly made her have all the right choices for this game right now.
It helps, yeah. I mean, it always is nice to have that one friend that plays the decks that you may or may not hit, because you can do all the prep in the world for all the meta stuff,
Yeah. Like,
and then you hit something else like you hit a Hody Jones, and you're like, what does Hody Jones
does
do
that do?
again? And yeah, so you never know.
And now possibly we're so early in the round, so we might be hopping into pot A or B.
Yep,
So
put us in another
hopefully,
game.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm blind, guys. I can't see from this far away, so I can't see any from other faces. But we have a smoker.
Hey, okay, Smoker versus Purple Luffy. This should be pretty interesting. This is our Pod B match here. All right, and so yeah, Smoker, kind of the other black leader that people who don't want to play Rob Luchi can play.
Yeah, right, because it's a slightly different tempo as
Yeah.
well, and it got some firepower from the starter deck for sure. It is one of the older leaders from OPO2, and it has a mixed bag of the way that it plays because it played the very old Navy package that was very high-end, Sakazuki, Borsellino, all these cards that we hardly ever see now in decks.
Right. Yeah, the 4-cost Borsellino, just like a classic for a long time. I mean, the Sakazuki meta, yeah, everybody was running that.
Terribly annoying to play into that. That, and also it could play the Fukuro, the unkillable blocker from CP9 as well.
Yep, and then the good old Rebecca Hinaluchi, that we saw so much of way back when.
Black stays getting
but
stuff
we got the
too.
new stuff,
they
like the
get
newer
something
Shiki
banned
is
just
really
to
good.
get
See
more
that
stuff.
on the board there as
Yeah,
well.
but to be fair though,
Yeah, that's
Lucci's
the
gonna
thing.
fall
Also,
off.
that's the,
Lucci isn't as relevant
one, yeah.
into
Who's that over
Yeah,
here?
in
it's like,
OP11.
I think it's like a Brooke Tashigi.
because Teach is too good.
Is that a Gecko?
And then Usopp feels pretty
Yeah,
good into
or
Lucci
Gecko
for the most
or
part too. It doesn't feel
Rebecca,
bad.
yep.
That's me, Rebecca.
Meanwhile, on the other
In
side
my
of things,
opinion,
we've
at
got,
least from what I've
Purple
played.
Luffy there, played by Nathan. We do see the Trafalgar Law, the looks like the Luffy Taro, and then the Zoro.
Yeah,
Up
the
on
Treasure
top.
Rare Zoro. So nice and fancy card right there.
Yeah, that's right. So at this point,
And then there's a lot of
it looks like
aggro
we've
deck
got
too.
a
So
fair amount
Lucci's
of
kind of gets buried in
coming
11
in from
because
the,
like even
Smoker
Shanks is
side
getting
of
access
things,
to like
two
Zoro
light,
and
two
stuff.
having the
So
life
even
advantage
he has a
against
better
Purple Luffy's
time with
pretty
him.
nice
And
as
then
well
Red
at this
Green
point in the game.
Smoker's gonna have a decent time with
Yeah,
him with
so
all
we
his
currently
aggro
have
rush.
a 2-1 life differential.
So they
But
kind of
Luffy
buried
does
Black
have
for the most part,
big
except for
bodies
Teach,
still on
obviously.
board, ready to go, and go add to the smaller bodies that Smoker has. I can get rid of the Brook or the Hina to further reduce the attacks for the next turn.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't play in the Sokka area either. That looks like AIDS though. I've watched it.
As we're seeing Nathan mull over his options for the turn here. Looks like a 9.
Watch it,
star
Andrew.
from
It's
Nathan. 1, 2, 3,
disgusting.
4, 5, 6, 7,
It's
8.
like you think the Dofi mirrors are like there's a lot of Dofi
yeah,
mirrors.
it
One
is.
Don attached
Bro,
to the Zoro,
Sokka
yeah,
mirrors
so
like
9
you look at the
Don.
top 8 and it was all
tricky with
Sokka.
purple. It's kind of hard to keep track.
Yeah, I mean we're jumping in the middle of this. We're doing the best we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6K swing with Luffy there, and so
The target
7
leader.
Yeah, 7 ton.
It's still pretty strong. I watched somebody's video where they not like the new deck isn't like, but like if they unbanned it, it would still be really fucking
Cam takes it
really strong.
down to 1 life now.
Yeah, there's some options.
I watched a thing where they were playing. I think it was Heart Pirates was playing with it or against it
More defensive with the end of these
into
Dawn
Dofi.
might be useful.
Could be.
It's still pretty goated.
Yeah, we do have some decently large
That's why they can't
swings on the
unban it.
Side of Cam there, in that newer Tashigi and the Moria.
Yeah, and we have Luffy swinging.
Yep.
It should be into character, right? Because he's gonna go to 0 and it's not gonna do much.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. If only we could have the audio, but also I think it gets confusing when we hear them talk to you.
The vague pointing is what we
Yes.
have to use here.
Context clues, they matter.
I mean, the fact that the first attack went to life, oftentimes you're not gonna.
I don't know
give
enough
you
about
a
that meta that time
commit.
about
You know.
the time frame, Andrew, but
yeah,
I'm not
that's a
sure
counter
what
out,
countered
that's a
it. To
good
be
counter.
honest,
Yeah,
black and blue
to keep
color
that
combo is
going.
kind of crazy.
And so what? Like
Don
2 cards
minus
left
while
in
have
hand now
access
for
into
Cam,
like
and then
grab
you still
blades and
have
red rocks and shit. It's kind of wild.
Potentially the attack.
Katakuri was slightly
Yeah,
favored.
the-
Yeah, I wasn't sure what was. I know there was Katakuris that won, but I think they
Very low
cheated.
hand, low life.
I think the one got
Anyone
literally
can
caught
take it at this
cheating
point because if,
in
Cam is
one of those
lucky,
online tournaments.
They can get out of this with trigger.
He was stacking his
countering,
life.
Or mismanagement of Dawn from Nathan's side, but at the same time he can also win because he has a huge board.
Yeah. And is there any rush in the hand of Nathan as well? See, probably not neither. You can play with that Don. It's a big swing coming in.
Yeah, big swing, 4 up still.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta add.
Interesting. Decent hand size for Nathan too. So feeling a little bit more comfortable in this position. It seems like than Cam did just a moment ago. Ooh,
Yeah.
takes it.
Ooh, last life.
I think. Did I see a Rebecca there?
Yeah, the one that was in front of the hand was the Rebecca.
Yeah, I
SP.
just saw a glimmer of Rebecca.
Yeah, I have watched some of the things. It is
Yeah, so
insane
that's
how
what I'm
many there
getting
were.
at, that maybe going into a character to get one less attack onto Nathan's side could have been helpful. So now he has to face the full-blown attack.
You
of
just got
four
ran
rival
if you played
attackers
other
and
stuff.
leader.
Yeah.
I think like the last
Maybe,
event that they
you know,
played with it, I believe
maybe
it was
just
like,
ask
what
BTS
is it, like
Welcome.
6 or 7
Yeah, I was
Sakas
gonna
were in
say,
the top
you've
8
got like I said, got a decent hand size
right
here.
before it got banned.
One life, you know, you can work with that, and I am trying to kind of. I'm like actually like leaning my head to try to see his hand
Yeah.
better. That doesn't
Oh,
work.
I absolutely do.
It might have been 7.
Yeah, I think maybe we see a giant in there. 4 done up, which does indicate that Nathan's got some stuff he wants to play
Yeah, that's why I
during
said,
Cam's turn. Yeah,
yeah, 4 gums or the 4 done.
I know, right?
Excessive.
Or Gum and then like what?
I mean, they could play Thunder Bagua
Yeah, Thunder Bagua. You do see
Yeah.
that in Purple Luffy.
every so often.
Yep.
One really painful card to play against was Judgment of Hell because it has the reduction of attack and he just downright cripples you.
Yeah, and everyone cheered.
Nathan though,
Eh,
really putting a lot of thought into how to handle this one.
Yeah, it is a big swing.
Yeah,
So,
9K swing from the Gecko Moria.
yeah, so we have Cam going for the lowest commitment.
yeah, we never had to
the
deal with the
waters,
best version of
but
that
this way
because
you
Black
still have
Maria,
most of the
because he got
dog.
banned before Black Maria
Pivot
for us.
into a different play if need be. And yeah, I think because it is low to, it's not
Thankfully.
16K or plus and whichever. So it is very counterable if Nathan has the event.
Yeah, I mean, but then the danger is, okay, I'm countering out of the 9K with no Dawn committed. You know, then all the bigger stuff comes, and then if you put enough Dawn on it, then the Gum Giant doesn't even matter sometimes, you know? Which you don't say very often about Gum Giant, but it's possible. He takes the life. Wow. Just rips it. And what do we got from Cam now?
So now he's going to have to be able to guard up to 15K now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary.
But with 4 Dawn up, though, it's either a big bluff or he's got it, you know?
If he has no counter whatsoever and survives this, Nathan is him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The stare down.
Yeah, it's we're so early in the round, not too early in the round, but it's still not close to the end of time, and it's definitely they can afford to have their thoughts on this turn because it is near the end of the game.
I mean, as a player, there is no more stressful turn than like this turn right here, where it's like you're gonna feel so silly if you do get bluffed, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna either you go for it and they have it and then you feel silly, or you don't commit and then they don't have it and you're like, oh, I could have gotten it.
Yeah,
But he's going for it all in.
Oh,
Does Nathan have it?
he's
There's
ready.
the 1. Oh, he is so ready. He grabbed that hand so
yeah.
fast. There's the giant. +4.
yeah,
What's
minus.
he going to draw and do? Yep.
Boom. Yeah, draw.
All right. Oh, so he drew into a 2K there, too.
Yeah,
Usohachi.
even better.
Yeah, definitely getting better. Oh, he does have another one.
Oh,
Ooh, that's rough.
here it comes.
Yep. Dawn being returned to the deck there. And, yeah, a little bit of counter. Drawing for the giant. Didn't quite catch exactly what that was that he drew, but I feel like
He's got
I
multiple
feel like
2K.
he's got it.
Got a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, he's running the
Okay.
Nora
Yeah,
beam.
event.
Now
Yep,
he can
that's right.
rest his
More,
thing. That's
More
hilarious.
counter power from hand in the form of events, and the power of this smoker swing is quickly diminishing here.
Yeah, and then you got the trigger out into resting Tashigi, so that's one less.
Yep.
And then we're swinging Hina.
Yep, that's
Yep.
that. He had it. Wow.
Oh,
okay.
man.
And our winner is going to be red purple Luffy here. And I mean, you know, like I said, you gotta make that decision. Are you going to go for it? Are you not going to go for it? It was looking a little bit rough on the swing back from the next turn. So Luffy had so many strong swings come that way.
Nah, bro, it's not getting banned.
From hand, but
It won't be getting banned. They even added in the Don Quixote stuff. They have a 3-cost event now that draws them a card as well and takes them up to 4K. I mean, it's 3 costs, but you don't gotta minus yourself by Dawn. So like that's their way. They just kind of answer other people and they give other people forms of cards that kind of answer to it. That's not getting banned. There's absolutely no chance that Gum gets banned.
And more meticulously, where you can do it to Hina, into Tashigi, and
You
such,
can
and then
clip it, do whatever you want to do with that. no shot.
Locking yourself out of every attack because you all in for your leader.
There's that, and you wonder though. I mean,
And
that's
slow,
usually
slow,
the one
yeah,
two come
the
big
slow,
science, you know.
it does come in clutch.
But we can
I have
spend
it. I used
all
it. I had it in
day
my
wondering about
RP.
it, or we can just run into our next match here and catch the end of Shanks taking on Enel. All right.
No, he's not. He's not Red Hat typed, but he can work with the Don Quixote stuff, right?
3 life and L.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is a very well developed.
The Don Quixote event is a 3-cost event
We're definitely going
that
in.
takes your leader plus 4K, or takes anyone on board plus 4K, and it draws a card.
So we got 2 Shanks, 2 of the we got like one.
Oh, the senior.
Yeah, we got the alt art 10-cost Shanks. We've got the Rayleigh. We've got.
Oh, I don't.
the,
Are you saying
Lucky
I got
Brew.
you? Takes an event from track. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
So, like you
I
said,
thought you were
established board
saying
here,
something else. My bad.
but still very difficult to finish off an Enel, especially at this point in the game with 3 life remaining. Wow.
Yeah, when you effectively always have a +1 life due to your effect to come back to life.
Yeah.
Shanks,
Effectively
he's.
much more than 3 life, right?
I am struggling, trying to spend my hardest. Above Flampe, do you recognize the yellow card that's in there? It looks like a full art.
That particular one escapes me. I have not
No, it's
not been playing Enel since like OP5.
I'm seeing shapes right now.
Yeah, that's right.
I see Flampe, I see Gusana, Gidatsu, and Shira. I get that. I just can't tell if it's Frankie or.
Well, so we've seen the gist of it is that we've seen a good amount of healing come down on the board so far. So that life total has been yo-yoing the entire game. Obviously, the decently powerful board built up by Kevin Nguyen there.
Yeah, and we've had also a few.
Oh, the Frankie.
things. Oh,
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh man, that's like he might have put that there with something earlier in the turn. We're just coming into this, right? But just getting the card draw off the Frankie is really nice.
He didn't have
Getting
nothing
the
on
body
board
too.
to put that there.
That Frankie trigger's sick.
Yeah, no, having extra body switching out and
That I
bait
see.
out the reduction effect from the leader Shanks is really, really good. And as I was trying to say earlier, is that we probably had a bunch of categories earlier in the game, seeing by how we have put the 2 lives back into Shanks over here.
Yep. Yeah, almost certainly. Okay.
Lime juice. No, sorry,
That's
It's
the
Newgate.
Whitebeard.
yeah,
It's not-
yeah,
it's not
7
lime
drop
juice.
from the starter. Yep.
little attack pose.
Yep. I believe so. All right, and we got a big swing coming in from the ace. This is the ace that's a little bit harder to remove.
And then he'll have 12 lead.
Ditch an event to save that one. Some counter coming in. Wow.
Unless he saves it.
Oh my gosh.
All right for that.
Okay. These NL lists are getting really interesting. You're running like the Egghead Nami, the Egghead Frankie. The triggers on those are so good, and then the Nami just has such a strong little bit of removal.
Yes, they're phenomenal.
Surprised he didn't
Very
KO
hard to
anything with
go into
Newgate.
Any yellow deck, and NL is one of the most
Maybe he just didn't want to get it rushed down.
Everything else
I don't
generic.
know.
Yamato, Ace, the Frankies, and Nami. Oh, Nami also.
Sure, yeah. All right, so now
The Gadatsu wouldn't have been a bad KO. Right? Yeah.
thinking through things a little bit. Yes, all right.
Oh,
He's still attacking.
So,
Okay. I was like, I thought he
actually,
passed or
Group
something.
was-
Like, what the
I
hell?
didn't look up his name.
Okay.
He's my local. He
Oh.
top 32 in Orlando. Yeah, he's my fellow Whitebeard buddy from way back in the day.
There you go. Pop
he's
the
top 32
Gadatsu.
in
All
Orlando,
right.
And
Cool.
he also plays Shanks at Nats.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so he's very familiar with Shanks.
Playing more of a traditional Shanks list as well. Not doing the newer animal package there.
Right. No, he's a very methodical player. He always tries to focus in on one deck for that format. Big Whitebeard player, Smoker player, Luchi, and now that Shanks is finally here, he's back to home base with red.
Yeah. And does he always put his leader right up on the row like that?
Yes, due to other games also influencing his mannerisms.
Lime
Fair
juice
enough.
here.
Yeah.
What up,
Look at
Marty?
this man. Oh, I know this fella.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge shout out to all the Orlando friends that made it to this event. A lot of them here are enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Flying all the way from the East Coast there. And back over to Kevin now. And you've got, a few decent bodies to swing with, but that is a scary, scary board over on the Shanks side of things. Shanks is still 3 life.
Yeah. but
He's
it's
got
a forced
Rago in hand,
life
or Kingdom
situation
Come, I
where
think.
They want him to be there, per se.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He's got a Yamato swing on board.
I
So you can get rid of the Shanks. I think you, if you're going to play it though, you play it first.
Yes, it's the PRB. Now that
Keep
I
your
see
leader in the right
Yamato, I
zone,
can
brother.
pick it
I
out,
thought
yeah.
Mans was swinging with
usually
6
I've gotten a lot
characters.
better with,
I know, right?
that one escaped me, but yeah, he's gonna go. And remember, Shanks is.
I hate when they
-1
put them in the
hit.
line like up there. It is annoying.
You're
Like I've
slipped up.
played against
Yeah,
people that
I
do
think
it
we
too.
have,
It's weird.
Another monitor on the other side for people
Like,
to
bro,
watch.
put your
And we have
leader
several
behind them,
Orlando
please.
people watching this match up close, seeing their fellow local here have this feature match.
So that swing, I felt like he pointed at Rayleigh, but I wasn't totally sure. It might have been a different target.
Yeah, no, this point in game system does get a little confusing.
Yep.
Another one is when they end the game and there's zero reaction from either or, you can't tell them apart.
Okay. So Shank's ability and some counter to stuff that attack at least.
Awesome.
Yeah. And what'll it be? We do have a Rygo in hand.
If he uses Rygo app,
Yeah.
why would you
Say
do
one-
that? You
yeah,
did
why
it
not? Yeah,
backwards,
you guys
bro.
get rid of the Shanks.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have been a minus
So-
1K.
I think, because some people might say, well, okay, why did you?
That was what
wait
I was
to
just
Rygo
literally
Shanks
saying.
after your first attack.
Yeah,
but I
it was
think
bad.
The question is, is he gonna? Let's see what he does, right? If he just lets it go, then maybe I don't need to.
Well, in most cases, yeah, the sequencing would matter, but seeing that Rygo would KO Shanks and end the reduction of attack on your board is probably why it got done.
Right, but so that's what I was thinking about. Well, why not just do that first before you swing your first attack?
Yeah, I suppose so. Just in the waters and see how it goes.
Yeah, I think so too, because
Yeah.
it's a lot of down to commit to an event.
It's pretty costly.
Yeah, so you want to make sure you're not wanting
Mexico
to
would
use it
never
on
allow this.
something else.
Yeah. The judges moved everything after.
I think,
Yeah, make sure it was neat.
Red
Yeah,
Rock,
it,
Gravity,
dude.
and Kingdom Come
Like,
are three
yeah,
of the
he
most
really needs to put
powerful
his leader where he's
Mexican
supposed to go, because it's really actually,
I can think
it's
of another
actually
event that's
annoying.
Pretty strong.
Well, for removal per se.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
We saw a few-
finger pistol.
I think we've seen like 6 of those Gum Gum Jams today.
Yeah.
no
for sure.
more, I think.
Yeah. Anytime you see purple, you're gonna see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the board's been reduced a little bit on the side of Brandon. You've still got 3 powerful attacks on the way potentially, with maybe more, because there is definitely rush potential in this Shanks list as well.
Yeah, we're swinging out.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so going in for 8 to start things off. That's going to take the last life.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a zero cost.
Replace it right away.
Exactly.
All right.
Full recycle, and we're pitch deliberating. Yeah, he hasn't pitched yet, right? Or did he pitch the Yamato?
He pits the
He pitched
Yamato.
one that he got out of life.
Oh, okay, got
Yeah.
it, got it. Yeah, dance Newgate.
All right. Yep. Swing again. Going to take that into life now, hoping for a trigger, but not quite
Oh,
everything on
and
Shanks.
Shanks
That
got it.
is going to do it. Was hoping for maybe the beige from the trigger, but no, it is going to be our Shanks player taking it. And that's what happens sometimes. I mean, you can survive for a long time with an L, but when Shanks is able to build up that big late game kaiju bully board, it is very, very difficult to come back against sometimes, because
Late game.
you're just not going to have stuff in the NL list that's going to be able to attack on board, right? Yeah, maybe you've got the Yamato, a couple of options, Kaliguri a little bit, but not a lot outside of that.
Yeah, no, so NL has a lot of big bodies, and it can be very pesky with the way it puts things back into life. But no, Brandon had
Yeah,
a
he
very
got
strong
it.
showing.
Yeah, keep
Had
removing.
everything in the arsenal for the Whitebeard package.
I couldn't blame you for continuing to remove if you're able to,
Strong win for the Forest.
because you never know. Because if he hits a zero cost trigger, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's
All 3 games actually from
one trigger
this
can
round,
change that.
Round number 4 here out of our 9 rounds of Swiss here at One Piece today. So yeah, just getting a lot of game stuff and really testing us too, because like coming into games in the middle at the end of them in One Piece is a bit challenging. I will
Yeah,
say.
sometimes you gotta, decipher hieroglyphics, what's going on. But my favorite part is when you come into a game and you see
Yeah.
a humongous board. It's like, yo, this guy has like the Shigi, Gecko,
Gotta take a Tylenol. My throat's
Jack,
starting to
everything
hurt.
else.
Do you remember a long time ago where we saw this Bello Betty versus Rob Luchi game? Way back at the start of the round.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes. And Myra Velasquez playing it really well. Able to utilize some of that early removal just to kind of keep the board size down for Bello Betty. If you can do that, it feels like you can mitigate a lot of the damage coming in.
maintaining high life from the very beginning of the game was critical for Mara to making it out at the end, because a lot of players will see take not much of it and just take the life, but that's a huge mistake, because if you're low, once you get low and critical into a very aggro deck, it can be extreme.
Appreciate the follow. Thank you. Oh, I didn't mean to mute it.
And it was a situation where, again, just going all in with the 15K swing with the smoker, and Nathan had the events 2 Gum Gum Giants and a little bit more was all it took to stuff that attack and get the win.
Yeah, despite having the more impressive board, Purple Luffy started taking.
I don't know why they're showing it again.
Yeah, and then what we just saw,
Just recapping
Nell
it.
trying their best to
Appreciate you,
survive
Captain.
against
Thank you.
Brandon Corpus's Shanks, but again, just too many big bodies too fast, and the removal just was not there. And yeah, again, looking for that final trigger from life, but not finding it, and that's going to be the end of that round as well. And so, 4 rounds down, 5 rounds to go, and it's exciting. We've seen some pretty interesting stuff today, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I'd have done it
we
yesterday,
had
but
Lem, we
I was
had,
at work.
Availability today, and having the ability to see 3 different regionals happening at the same time
Yeah.
has given us way more exposure than you normally would on a regional, since we have just the 1 string match. But here, a lot of variants, and we're actually going through the variants. We're seeing all these random decks and different matchups you normally don't see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious, when we go into our next one, what other undefeated players are we going to find? Are we going to find some more off-meta stuff? I know there's still some Teaches out there as well. And, Teach is not off-meta per se, but it's played to a limited enough degree that I'm always excited when it pops up.
It's not a front runner per se.
Yeah, at the moment. Not until next set.
Yeah,
Next
then
set,
it is
I think it's getting pretty good.
bananas.
Pretty good in OP10.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's going to about do it
Yeah.
for this
sure.
round here.
Little
Yeah.
break, and then we go to the next round.
Wrapping things up. That's right. And so, thanks everybody for watching. Don't forget, I'll take this opportunity to say too that there is another stream going on with all of the One Piece Day celebration content. So, panels, announcements, all sorts of great stuff. So definitely have that on a second monitor. Great to tune into while you wait for the next round to begin here. Again, here's our rough schedule for the day. We've been pretty decent about keeping up with things time-wise. These are
Police did me a solid for once. They took over loose, vicious call for me. They never do nothing. What do you mean? What do you mean loose? What's a loose, vicious call? What's that mean?
We are going to take another quick break in round 5. Coming at you here from the One Piece Day Regionals in Dallas, Texas, right after this.
Yeah, see you there.
I want to smack this announcer like I'm Debo. Bro, right? The kicker deserves smacked. I don't care. I actually like I know that's like a super diva thing, and you shouldn't be doing that as a football player, slapping your teammates when they're down and shit, but like, man, that kicker needs slapped. He needs slapped more. Like, you should have slapped him harder or something. I don't know, because he was still missing kicks. Animal control officer. I'm watching this and working. I got you. Dog was trying to bite people. Oh, okay. I got you. I didn't know what that meant. I'm like, what's a loose vicious call? I was confused. I got you. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm sure they probably do ignore the shit out of those calls, don't they? Like, well, you're animal control, you do it. Yeah, I could see that. I could see them not wanting to do that for sure. That would make sense, too. Although they should, obviously. anything involving animals ever really respond. They must know I'm here in the stream. They're like, nope, nope. We ain't dealing with that. Marty got it, bruh. He watching the stream right now. Let Marty deal with it. That's funny. Bro, you probably get some terrible shit, animal control. You be getting like what, possums, like, especially what you're in Florida, right? You said Tampa, like what, Tampa area, I'm assuming, because you're a Buccaneers fan. I know you're in Florida, but so they got the houses that are like, they actually have like the crawl spaces and shit in Florida. Man, I bet you get so much shit under those. That's probably terrible to get shit out of there. Give us some horror stories. One time when I barely started working here, 2 cops were doing a warrant for a high-profile criminal, and there was a dog inside. They wanted me to go in first. Like, bro, fuck no. Texan, okay. Yeah, there's a dog in, bro, like, fuck no. There's a literally, you got a warrant for a high-profile criminal. You gonna try to send me in first? Like, nah. Fuck that dude and fuck that dog. Like, you're going in first, motherfucker. You're the cop. If that dog attacks you, like, at the end of the day, bro, you just shoot that shit. Like, if that's what it is. If you're a fucking criminal and you're hiding behind your dog, I ain't going in first. That's crazy. That's funny. Skunks, foxes, coyotes, bats, raccoons. Yeah, raccoons. I'm sure. Raccoons, what? Getting into people's houses or getting underneath their houses or underneath their porch. Possums, I'm sure, right? Probably a lot of possums. Possums be scary as shit, bro. Them motherfuckers get in your shed and you try to get them out of there and they just be fucking hissing at you. Like, what the fuck? We also get a lot of weird stuff from migrants crossing over. Yeah, with illegal animals. I got you. That makes sense, too. A fucking lemur? Ain't that like a... Those are like little monkeys, right? That's fucking crazy. Why didn't I go to One Piece Day? Are you talking to me? Oh, you're talking to Marty. He's in Texas. He's working. Marty's on the clock. We got a fucking lemur. Yeah, that border shit's nuts. Yeah, Marty on the clock. Marty's beating raccoons and shit right this minute. Marty quit next time and go. Raccoons get into everything. Bats are the scariest thing. Their flight pattern is so skewed, and you can never tell when they bite you because their teeth are so small. Yeah. So so during all those like haunted house investigations, bro, there's so many times when there's like 4 or 5 bats just flying around, and their flight patterns are very unpredictable, especially when you shine flashlights on them. Like as long as you're chill and you're not like shining them and hitting them with light, they're kind of cool because they're just fly high and kind of out of your way. Well, sometimes they fly by you, but like they kind of know you're there. But if you hit them with lights, they don't know which way they're flying, so they're running into you and shit. That shit is kind of scary. I ain't gonna lie. I'm more scared of bats than I am of ghosts. Tell them you don't want to work no more because you're going to get the One Piece. Bro, tell them there's serialized cards on the line. Hey, what up? What up, man? What's going on, 3-piece? How's it going, brother? Bro, we hit a God Pack yesterday, bro. We hit the God Pack, 3-piece. We hit the old God Pack. But yeah, like, so there's like footage, because we went into a couple of these haunted places or whatever for overnight paranormal investigations and shit. And we play like Mike Myers or like haunted games too, like at the same time, to where like everybody goes and hides while some person is like the killer. It's like kind of like a real life version of Dead by Daylight. But anyways, there's fucking bats throughout a lot of these places. And there was this one where we were trying to play and this bat flies in and my brother fucking runs, knocks down my fucking girl, and then and then they all get under the table together and I'm fucking crying laughing. Like, I wish I had some of the, like, I record everything, but for whatever reason I don't have that recorded. That was like one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. There's like a bat and it's just like parked outside of, like, on the wall right there, and they're all hiding under the table from it after running from it. I'm in fucking tears in the hallway. Dallas is a drive for me. I'm in El Paso, so it's like a 7 to 9 hour drive. That is, bro, Texas is so big that it's a 7 to 9 hour drive to drive from one part of Texas to the other. Like, that shit's insane. That is nuts. 7 to 9 hours is insane. Yeah, dog, that's fucking crazy. You gotta take a plane from one side of Texas to the other. It's fucking nuts. Fucking insane. I can get from North Jersey to South Jersey in like 5 hours. Yeah, I can get pretty much anywhere in Ohio in like 3 hours. But I am, to be fair, pretty close to center. I'm really close to like Columbus. I can get to 3 other states before the next major city here. Yeah, that's insane, man. It's kind of, but you're on like the outskirts, right? I don't know where the fuck's. I don't know where else. I'd have to look at the map. Put up. Wonder who the next match we get. We're gonna start getting all those Dofi matches here coming up. Dofi mirrors. Boo doo 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 doo. Oh boy. To be fair, though, they've been moving around and moving through the matches at a pretty decent pace to where at least we've got to watch things for the most part. This has probably been, like, watch party-wise, one of the best ones I've watched because it hasn't been, like, 30-minute breaks. See what I mean? We back.
In Dallas, Texas, in the 3-5-12 regionals, I am joined by Hayden the Eggman and I'm Orange Samurai over here. And we're bringing you round 5 with 3 different matches. And I'm seeing some very familiar faces that we might be seeing next week. Yeah.
As well. At pod letter A at table number 1, we've got Michael E. Who
I
won
should
most
did the
recent
call.
Cardfest
The
2,
dumbass
and then we
PD picked
also
up the
have
dog,
table
face
B with
red,
some
droopy
quite
eyes. They can't do
competitive,
nothing
but it
right.
looks like we're going to
They
go
get bit.
to table A with Michael here. Yeah, Orlando finals champion, San Diego top 8, Pasadena top 8, and one of our representatives for us in Japan next week as well.
He's had a few wins also. He won the Peoria Regional, one of the inaugural ones
Cross.
with Red Green Low.
Yeah.
He won an online with Red Soro too, so he's got the repertoire. He's a portfolio.
Yeah, he's been playing since day 1 for this game. He's been getting a lot of results, and it looks like he's on BY Luffy, which is the deck that he got his most recent win at the Card Fest in January.
Yeah, mind you, we're still in the same format that we had in Orlando, so definitely, why not? The most reps, one of the decks he's confident with, so definitely, why not take that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they got rid of the other dude.
Is his,
He said they
way
fired
to
him.
practice for Worlds next week too. Jackson is in the same
The dude was
boat
terrible.
Where, OPO9 is going to end at Worlds next weekend. Let's get a good practice session with some of the best players in North America, and I don't blame them for it.
Yeah, it's been a long format because we had to slightly drag it out to get to Worlds. Obviously, we'll be playing OP10 back home, but they have to meet in the middle, go to OP9, bring everybody forward or back from the Asia side as well.
Oh, you mean
And
pick it up
funny
like,
we were saying
I
about
got
getting
you,
reps
Marty.
Because we were talking to Jackson earlier, and he had said, yeah, I came in to get practice, and I got a round by.
Yeah.
It's like,
so this is it. This is going to be for pod letter A, and we'll have to see his opponent as well. But it's going to be Michael on BY Luffy, and then Andre on RP Luffy. So it's a battle of the Luffys here.
yeah, we got the strongest base power leader, and then the one that can get to an even higher level, but he dicks that up though.
Yes, for sure. And I was walking around the tables between last round, and I did see a lot of RP Luffy, specifically in Pod A, which I thought was really interesting, at least undefeated. So I do think we saw this matchup yesterday. We did have RP able to win it. And part of the reason for that is we are able to establish such big bodies, which are kind of difficult for BY to outpower in that way.
Right, because normally its strongest matchup is against decks that need investment to get to the high amount of attack value of the leader.
Yeah. And the big thing too is that Gum Gum Giant does get out of some tall attacks, which is really nice. Like if you try to go 9K with Gecko into a 6K leader, Giant gets out of that very cleanly, so that helps us out. And it's going to be interesting to see the back and forth for this matchup.
Yeah. So while you look around the tables, besides the lot of RP Luffy's on Pod A, do you find anything interesting on B or C?
Not quite. I'm not sure exactly how B's looking. I did see C. C did look like it had a lot of Doflamingos in particular, and kind of just a more variety in Pod B. So I do know that Jackson at table C, the Pod C side, is playing BY.
Is
so
she
it's
down
going
here?
to be interesting to see his matchup too. But
No.
we're going to get into this one: BY Luffy versus Red Purple Luffy.
Yeah, and when you have a top quality player, they usually tend to play at a better speed, faster pace, because they already know how to get things done. They foresee the moves several turns in advance, so we might have time to go see the other matches
normally on
in
the
this
couch.
feature matches, right?
Yeah, and sometimes BY does take a minute. And I know Michael's a thinker. He's definitely a thinker for this, and you need to be, when you play BY Luffy, there's so many plays, there's such a flexible leader that it makes sense why you do need to make some decisions. But real quick, looking at Andre's hand, we are playing more of the event build of RP Luffy. The first game we saw today used Zoro to help us ramp, but we do have the It's to Die For, which is going to get us a free Dawn going up to 4, and that immediate ramp is going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, the sooner RP Luffy gets to the higher Dawn values, the sooner it can get to their Sanjis, their Luffy Taros, or their 9-cost ones, or even the Lindlings, right?
For sure. And we got Michael playing out the Kuzan there. That's going to be pretty strong at helping us remove some bigger bodies, which, Red Purple Luffy likes to do. We don't have great removal ways to interact with this, but we're going to play another It's to Die
Nice.
For. This is some really good, wedding cake, it seems.
Arizona
The
goat.
double ramp here.
Yeah, and we have the Kusan, who is someone that's been in and out
Let's
of
go,
deck,
Art.
I've
I got
seen
him for
along the
RP.
Kendra,
RP's my dude.
brother there.
Love RP.
So it shows how much the deck has evolved from its beginnings at the release to now, all the way in OP9.
Yeah.
Seems like it's falling out of favor a little bit in incoming meta, but still a strong deck to play against for sure.
Yeah, and I think like Frinzy down to like 2 or 3 right now.
Appreciate the
I
follow,
think the
thank
bigger
you.
danger is that Andre could use something like Charlotte Linlin to put that into your life, and that's going to make it kind of difficult for Michael to go down to 0 in the way that he wants.
Yeah, you definitely cannot shift it out. It's not Three Brothers specific character, and I mean it is a double-edged sword. You get a lot of draw power and reduction, but still, you know, it's not part of the archetype of searchable.
Yeah, for sure. And we have the 6K that wins the leader for using the Sanji to get out of it. Sanji's hitting the board too, getting a draw.
Thank
two
you,
and
Hex.
trash two,
Appreciate you.
and
Appreciate
likely
you,
just
Matt.
a pass from Michael after that. But I think we're going to go to 9 Dawn at the start of next turn for Andre. We can get to the full 10.
So he's got to get this
thanks to
Kuzan
the
off the
Luffy
board,
leader
though.
effect.
Otherwise,
If
he's
we
going to
play
get his shit
something like
blown up.
Shanks,
So
that is a mean card
I don't
to
know
play.
what he's.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got
is.
Sanji's in hand.
This RP
So
Luffy went as fast as possible. It's a huge sprint towards the finish line, and they're gonna get to 10 so fast and bring everybody out. Yeah, so we can play a Shanks and immediately just bring everybody
Or is
down
that
to
Sh-
4 and 5.
is that Shanks?
Yep.
I don't know what that is.
And we're going to get rid
I
of
don't think
a
it's-
Nami blocker and the Rock
Am I
Luffy
tripping?
from
I didn't see
hand
Shanks in his hand.
and pass it back. So again, 9 Dawn at the start of the turn, draw for 1.
It's Gum Gum.
And it looks like we have, I think, double Usohachi, double Sanji in hand, and a Giant for Andre.
Sanji, the blocker, right? The,
Just
blocker.
seeing your
or
post
sorry,
about your
the
god packet.
Usohachi.
Sick.
Oh,
Is
sorry,
he selling
and
them
then
or
the
getting them
Sanji
graded
stuff.
and selling them or
Oh,
keeping them?
sorry, gotcha.
Yeah.
I haven't
And,
decided yet.
we're
I may
actually
grade
gonna
them.
prioritize resting the Sabo.
No matter
I
what,
think
the Nami, I'll
there's
keep.
a decision
I'll
on
keep
either
the Nami
side.
at the very
Kinda
least.
just shows what we're
But
trying to
I'll probably.
prioritize,
I don't know
and
yet.
Sabo
We'll see.
being able to attack 6K next turn is kind of rough. So I get like why that might be one of the targets we want to try to hit.
Yeah, maybe there's a plan down the line to use the Lindling and bottom or top, bottom left, right?
Yeah, you can choose. You
Yeah,
can choose bottom or
bottom
top.
I
left.
think he did that wrong. Why
putting
did he
stop
rest the
on
Sabo?
the,
I
taking
think he
life
rests the
away from
Kuzan there,
leader.
and then you swing it to it
So
twice.
Clearing the Sabo might be better because we have the rest. Purple has some really good assets and ways to get
I
rid
think
of
you
5
clear
drops,
the.
which not a lot of
You
other,
clear the
colors
Kuzan,
have.
in my
For sure.
opinion.
So we've got 2 Dawn open. We're currently at the full 10, and we're just going to pass. We're just going to continue to say, you know what? I'm not afraid of them hitting me. I don't want Michael to get any advantage from cards out of their life or being able to get any closer to 0 life, and has to use the Flampe here to go down to 3.
Yep, and we're gonna have again another way to draw into the cards that you need, while at the same time getting closer to your 0 life. So hopefully, as the game is progressing, Michael does get to see what he needs: the geckos, the little kids, and I don't think that Andre is gonna be giving him much life in that regard. Because
Appreciate you though, Wub. That was a sick moment, man.
Sure. So one of the
I
better
can't believe I
ways
hit a
to,
god pack. That's
to
the first
one get
manga I've
down
ever
to
pulled.
Our lower life is with this Luffy here.
Yeah,
This is
he's
the one
not
that started at
exactly.
13.
He
Have this
100%
activate
should have
not
swung
only
into the
draw a
Kuzan.
card, but also get help you regulate to the life total that you need is really strong.
Because
So
even
I
if
think
he
Michael's thinking
blocked
he
it, who
wants to
cares?
use the
At least he
effects
gets 2
of the
swings.
Luffy right now to go down to 2.
Yeah, he
Because
wants
if you go
the.
down to 2, it's pretty scary.
Yeah,
right? You have
wants
6K
the other
leader,
card
we
in
have
trash
7K
anyways.
Sanji,
Yep.
And like a 9K Luffy could be pretty difficult.
And
to,
Kuzan can be
get
very
out of an
detrimental
attack like
to
Yeah,
your
for sure.
plan
Luchi
as
depend
RP
on so early in the game
because you're playing those
is
high-end bodies, but he's able to get
tremendous.
rid of them because of Kuzan.
So it is
He's able to
definitely
pop.
some respect that Michael has to give Andre on how he hits up his board.
All right, we've got Papa Garp there looking top 5, getting another version of the Punch Luffy there, adding it to hand.
Yeah,
We
exactly,
got
Andrew.
one Dawn left.
100%.
We wanna
I think he
use the
probably
6K
just
at
takes it and
leader
lets the
to, try
Kuzan
to
go,
pressure
but
something from Andre.
regardless, that's you just you have to do it that way.
There's nothing really that
And if he
just
doesn't
at
take it,
one
then that's a
cost
win
with
for
this
you. If
deck
he
with
blocks,
this.
that's a win.
You can just swing out for the 6 for sure.
Yep, 100%,
You can do,
Andrew.
like another Flampe if you want,
I agree.
or another Garp, but or even like the.
I think it was a misplay,
effect. Oh, getting a
Could cost him,
Moria
too.
off of the life there.
especially with
Definitely
Rocket
rather that
Luffy's
in
and stuff
hand,
because he's
but-
able to just pop.
For sure.
Luffy's now a 6K going in. We have an 8K 5 cost over there, and yeah, we're passing it back.
I think
to
that was a
Andre.
pretty big misplay. Because this matchup's not bad, but you do have to continuously
Yeah,
get rid
full
of the
10 once
Kuzan.
again. And this is going to be, again, a bit of the dance, right? Do we feel like we can go pressure for game? We do know there's another
You
rush
can
Sanji,
do
so
it
we
again,
can at least
but
get
you need to
three
make
attacks
sure
in.
you're resting
We
the
are gonna
Kuzan.
play another
There
one.
you
We're gonna
go.
attack into the Kuzan here.
Okay.
So perhaps he could be trying to go for, well, at least clear out this Kusan and then attack for the rest on to face?
Yeah.
No. No,
I
you
think-
do
I
not
think
attack
we're
face.
Likely going to pass
No.
actually, because we want to make sure that Michael has to give another.
No, you
2K
don't
on
attack
board
face.
to be able
What
to
is
get
it with
down
the
to 0
announcers
and use
not
that
knowing how to
dominance?
play
So
against BY
if
Luffy,
we let
bro?
them get to
He's been in the
10
meta
with
so
0 life,
long.
That just means that he can play the Gecko Moria loop without any setup.
Right, and also, yeah, he'll lose 1 life via the punch Luffy effect, of course, so he has to find other means to
You don't like
pick
cross?
the last one.
Yeah, and I think it's like a little.
I don't
bit
have any,
unfortunate
like,
from Andre
thing against-
not
I don't
to
have
be able
anything
to
against
like,
him.
either a Lin Lin right now, or even like playing like a 9-cost Luffy, because that just lets you punish a 9K leader without any.
There was one post he
We
did
have
tweet
the,
that I didn't
the
like it.
reduction there,
It came
we're
off
down to 1 life for
as,
Michael.
like,
Now he's thinking what to do with that
egotistical.
and taunt this.
But other than that, I don't have anything against him.
Massive Tendon over here, a lot of things that he could be doing. Have you gotten a chance to see if he's got a Moria in there?
I don't think I've seen one quite yet.
He does have a phone book of a hand right
He does have quite a few cards in there though.
I'm just rooting for the other guy because
Looking
RP
through the
Luffy.
trash,
I just
we've
like
got
to see RP Luffy win.
Kuzan, Sabo, and
I think he's
another
entertaining. I think
card
RP
there.
Luffy's fun
So
to watch.
Sabo in trash is still pretty good to have that in contention for looping. I think it's actually Moria. Moria has to be in there because that was hit earlier too.
Okay.
Oh, we have the Gum Gum Bell from one of this. So this is a really interesting card. It lets us, and we are actually going to be playing it. So we have to take a card from our life to our hand, but we reduce the cost of a card on board. That means that Sanji is going to be very easy for us to remove.
Interested. I mean, I don't like him, but
Yeah,
nothing against him
let's
too.
just get in range
Yeah, I don't
of
have
the-
anything
the
against him.
rocket to get rid of it. So
I'm
currently have.
I don't
7
like
additional
BY,
gauntlet
right?
Luffy points, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have nothing
And we
against
do have the
Cross.
Rocket Luffy in life,
I
so
mean,
this
there he
is
did
great.
have a
We
tweet that
our-
was very
our two top
egotistical that I
boys.
didn't like, but
Does
as a person,
he
I don't
have it?
know him. I don't know him to comment whether I dislike him or like him or anything. I don't know him.
Alright, so we got the discard of the 5-cost Luffy. We're going to put the Rocket Luffy as well as the Sabo
And I'm not a
Luffy
hater. I'm
life.
not just gonna hate on him,
We're
but
gonna pay 2 for the Luffy here.
Yep.
Looks pretty good.
He's got it.
So that's going to get the removal.
I know some
on
people
the
have.
Sanji there.
I know
He
he
card
does.
draw. Currently also a 7
I know there's some
base
people that
BY
that
Luffy
do
leader.
dislike him, and I know Flacco is one of them. Like, and there's like a whole thing where he was in his Discord and stuff. So like, I understand at the same time. But I don't know. I try not to get involved in all the drama.
Discard?
He used the effect of it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Yeah, I seen
this is
that all,
currently
Marty.
8
I try to
days.
stay
You might
out
be
of the
Sanji
drama
with
thing because I don't know what
7
all's going on,
out.
but I did see that. I seen
the
all that
scary
stuff.
thing is if, Michael does have another 2-drop Sabo, we can become a
And then I
9K base
seen
leader, but then
One of
also
Cross's
we're gonna
boys
be
kind of
attacking
being
a
like
super
scamming
captain.
somebody
We're
or some
gonna
shit. I
use
seen
the
that
giant
too, and
to
like
get out of this. I'm guessing this is towards leader.
I'm glad
So we're
Flacco
gonna
called
get rid
that
of
out.
Sanji
As
to
far as
hand
anything
and
else, I
draw
have no
2,
idea.
and we're gonna end the turn.
How'd he pop
End
that
the-
Sanji?
end
He
the
used Gum
attacking
Gum
game.
Bell.
We do have the Sabo here.
Gum Gum Bell water.
Yeah, we're gonna cycle through her hand a little bit here. Boosting once again. So it feels pretty
Cheated
safe
in an
having
online event.
longer
Yeah,
and
I
having
seen that he read his chat in an online event, and it does. That looks
very
shady.
advantageous for Michael here.
That does look shady.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate thing for Andre was just the lack of finding the Lin Lin. That could have put a Kuzan into life, made it very awkward.
Yeah, I don't
for
think
Michael
Cross
to
was the
get
one
down.
scamming, but at the same
also the
time,
Gum Gum
like,
Bell,
yeah,
a newer
like
tech option that people are putting in, not only letting him get down to 0, but remove one of the Sanjis.
you shouldn't be
huge.
hanging out with people that are
Yeah, that
scamming
was
people
very
either.
unexpected.
So,
I don't
or
think I've seen it,
you know what I'm saying, like,
since way back, so
it's your people, so
nice
you're gonna have
addition
some
to the way that the
accountability
deck
there
plays,
as
so
well.
I'm wondering if maybe this is the list.
Oh, well, so interesting enough, he goes for life. He just doesn't respect that Sanji can do
Yep, Gum Gum
anything
Bell,
right
sir.
here. We're going to play out another 2-cost Luffy here to set up another turn. And we've got, again, quite a wide hand for Michael
It doesn't
here.
look like
now,
RP
if
drew
we
into
have-
much of his high end.
Are we in danger?
Appreciate the follow, thank you.
He's at 9. I see definitely more than 5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
The odds, man.
Because we can get up to 14K right now. So we can use Usuhachi for 3, put 7 on Sanji, 14
They basically
for
didn't
9,
like
and that
called him
forces
out
Michael
for
to
one of his
have
buddies screwing over
6K
someone in
worth
the
of
community
counter.
over a case over
Probably not
$1,000
unusual
and
for this
stuff, and then
spot,
had his
but,
community try to
you know, it is
trying to
bit
get
of
him banned
a,
by flagging
you know,
his
scary
channel, calling him
situation.
racist.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I
you
seen
can
something with like
definitely have it
impact
due
or
to the
something
large
on that.
size of his
Yeah.
hand, but at the same time, they could be just non-counter and not be able to do much about it.
And this is always like the issue with this kind of deck is like, do I go for board? Like, do I set up my own body to be able to pressure it next turn? It's a tough balance to play against in find the best way to interact with it.
Yeah, we have Andre here calculating how to get this done. Potentially attempting the rest play and then swing out with Sanji. Maybe that's the play. And
No, we're going to use the queen here. So
And then he's gonna re-ramp.
It's real unfortunate. Andre has so many cards, likely in their deck, that has like 9k more.
Okay.
Right? We've seen
And he could play. I don't know what that card is that he's about to play, but he could play Nami as well, and he can re-ramp.
Like Secret Rare Luffy and
Is
and
the guy on
not
the
finding
left
really
a known?
anything to
Yeah,
establish
yeah.
the board.
He's he won
It's
the
pretty tough.
what
against
was it,
9K leader.
yeah, and that's one of those things.
champion
I'm not
thing,
saying,
like last
Luffy
event.
is off meta, but it is not quite as stable as the blessed Black Yellow Luffy or the blue.
And
Luffy.
what was it,
So,
Orlando?
normally they have the best chances when they're playing against a low rolled BY Luffy or Dofi.
Yeah.
But it seems like right now RP Luffy is the one that's getting low rolled.
Yeah, it's
I
it's
agree.
cross.
Like the first
Michael,
Sanji was good, the second one was
Emo-
instead like a
Emiofa.
9 cost.
It's cross.
Luffy would have been strong, but a combination of having Kuzan on board and then being able to follow it up with the Gum Gum Bell once the Kuzan got removed made it kind of tricky for Andre to really do anything. So we're actually resting the Luffy, attacking into it with leader.
Appreciate the follow.
And
Thank you.
What are we doing from here? Looks like we're thinking about playing the Onami.
Yeah, they're
Or
on.
no,
I
we
mean,
can't because we did 5 and 3. So we're just
oh,
passing.
oh, you
there.
didn't.
Don't really know how I
Kept
feel
3
about
up.
that play.
Okay.
Maybe he's just hoping that there's no dragon or Gecko Moria for Michael on the other side.
Yeah, maybe. It's playing the odds game. The game hasn't gone for as long. He did discard one that he didn't choose to do it though.
Yeah.
So
off
it's a
the-
chance he hasn't drawn into number 2 or 3. So
Yeah, I think that's fine to say, you know what, I don't think they have Moria. We're just going to pretend they don't. If they don't, it's going to be pretty tough for them, especially getting rid of that Luffy. And we'll see what the answer is.
yeah, it's definitely mind games.
RP's not setting great here, and it's because
Yeah,
he didn't. It
for
didn't
sure.
look like he's seen much
But
of his
not
high
being able
end.
to pressure like life that much, making sure that Sabo's still on board.
He really needs his moms
we
and
have
stuff
this
so he can
Shirahoshi.
bottom deck
This is another
Sabos by putting
great
him in
blocker
life and then
that
bottom
will
decking.
help us get rid of this Sanji. So -4 with the Shirahoshi. We've got Luffy here.
Oh, and he's
being
gonna
able to
Luffy pop
play
it.
The rocket effect to get rid of it is so strong.
Yeah, and Michael deliberating on what he's gonna drop.
Yep.
And
Another Shirahoshi in there.
also one of the newer cards added to the list
Yep.
for the Black Yellow Luffy, and it's just how interesting how despite being out for months, people still find newer ways to play the deck.
Yeah, and it's 44 cards core, right? But the tech options
Appreciate
make
it,
a big
Birdcage.
difference, and
Appreciate the sub.
all the reduction that Michael's decided to add to this deck has made a huge difference in this RP matchup.
1000%. The Shirahoshi has been huge. That event, insane.
Yeah. Just letting you get down to 0, and I'm guessing that it also really helps against like Teach in one of our kind of rougher matchups because it lets us get down to 0 life easier, but also lets you put things in range of our Luffy removal too.
Right, because you can't on-play with the Flampe or the Hiyori to manipulate life.
Yeah, now this situation just feels brutal. They have, they're a 9k leader, they're a 7k leader. They've got 2 blockers up. They've got 1 life. And, for against a deck that usually just summons 1, character a turn, that is pretty brutal. And we're just not
There's a
finding our high
dragon.
end.
Yeah,
And we've got Giants to help us do it. We've used Queen to help us cycle.
looks like he's got
It looks like
dragon
we've got
there.
another Queen in our hand, but the fact that we
But
aren't
other
really
than
applying
that-
any pressure as RP Luffy just feels real bad.
Yeah, it kinda
Or was
feels
that a
reminiscent of
was that a
past rounds
Luffy?
where
I
we had
can't
some
tell what that
situation
was.
where- I think it's for Luffy.
I think
actually.
it's a dragon.
He couldn't find the top end needed.
All right, we keep finding these queens though, so gonna get a draw 2 and trash one once again.
There's a kid.
Yeah,
So we did
Oh.
net 2 cards as well. And we're gonna use our leader effect to have 1
It
open,
is a bit
likely
late for
Giant,
kid,
and then
to
we
be
just
fair.
again have to pass.
It's not. This is looking
Andre,
really bad.
The blockers, they're very good.
Yeah, I don't even know if
fine
Goldie's
job,
enough to do it though.
but it
I
is
think
gonna
Cross
be
has quite a bit of hand
Michael
cards
is
in his
slowly
hand,
but
don't he?
surely settling with bigger bodies like the Luffy, Sabo, all characters.
Yeah,
above
he's
the
got a lot of
threshold
cards in
6K
hand.
of that
I don't think the
blocker,
Goldie will really
and
do it for him.
Also allowing him to get more turns for a chance to draw Gecko Moria.
Yeah, and Michael starts off with a Garp, so that feels kind of good for Andre. Knows that Moria is likely not coming down. He also used leader or the Luffy 5-drop effect to get the life out, so we're at 0 life for Michael. So kind of being a little bit aggressive and showing that he's bricked on kind of next plays a little bit, but he still has such a strong board against Andre right now.
Yeah. So he's trying to.
Don't forget to use
Yeah,
your
'cause we got
Luffy
7
ability.
Dawn available to us right now.
A lot of things he can do here.
Oh, you already did. Just got plus 2 on him.
Go on this turn, obviously.
Yeah, also, I see Jackson walking around. He won his match on Pod C, so
Hey.
continuing his undefeated streak there and entering round 6, 5-0.
Appreciate it, Nature. Thank you.
Swinging out.
Yeah,
Contemplating.
this feels good with Giant, right? Because you know you can just use it and you can get out of a 9K as a 6K leader.
Yeah. No secondary investment because of the 6 to 10 math.
Yeah, but just choosing to block with the Queen instead.
This
And
is Gum
taking it
Gum
with
coming
Synchro
down.
Blocker, that could help later on.
And we've got another 9.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily the best math against RP Luffy to
Yeah, I was gonna
but
say
it's still.
with the same investment of Dawn, like 8 and 10 might have been like a little bit better, but we're still doing a lot of numbers and attacking with the blocker.
I do run a Goldie in mine.
Not with the
It's
blocker.
you run it as a
And,
one
yeah,
of.
Michael feeling confident that he can get things around to the point where he doesn't need it.
Yeah.
I do, Andrew.
Now, one card that Andre could be playing that
I run it as one of tech in my RP.
is the inclusion of
It's
the
really good,
cost
'cause I run
super
Shanks in
relic,
mine
the
too.
Gear 5 one from OPO5.
And
That
the
does have some bad
the Goldie
synergy
works the same way as
for
the Shanks in
BY
terms
with
of as long as you have Kid on board, you can put a Don and
negate
restand.
the leader boost on your next turn. So,
Uh-huh.
but we're gonna just go. We're gonna play out the Luffy. We're gonna put 2 there. We're gonna put 1 more there. We're gonna attack a big number into Andre. Thinking about this life, looks like there might be a trigger of sorts.
Last life and takes it.
Yeah.
It's a Bukaki face trigger. I think
Andre's
it's
at
to die
0
for.
life here. Michael's at 1. Currently a 7K leader. 1 blocker up. There could be something.
2
where,
in
like,
Shanks.
Sanji
Yeah,
can
I
press
run
the
1
blocker,
Goldie
you
in
press
my
the
RP.
leader,
It's
hope
a
they just
a
don't
great
have the
card.
cards in hand,
It's a
but
great one of tech.
Michael again
It's
has
good
like
2 of tech
5,
too.
6+ cards right now.
Yeah, and he has the lone life, I believe, if I cost a few other.
Yeah, yeah. Sure, Hoshi's encroaching on the space just a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's hard to see a little bit.
But it's showing like, all right, you gotta get across, past your Hoshi, my 5-cost Luffy, and then you can start hitting.
Appreciate the follow, thank you.
Strong. It's free aid.
It
really
is. It is, and it gets around like a Ben Beckman removal. If Sanji rests it, we still have to attack big numbers into it. It's slowly becoming one of the most important setup cards, if not the most important setup card for this deck right now.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think it is the one of the better cards, especially for offense in this leader type.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, always want to get the immediate value off the Rocket Luffy to get the removal, and sometimes that's right, but being able to set up this 5-drop Luffy, keep it around, and then having an 8K attack every turn afterwards is so strong.
Yes, most definitely. Being 8 is huge, especially in this matchup where it's perfect math to take 2 cards out of their hand.
Yeah, and there's the dragon. We really wish we saw this earlier, right? This would have been a fantastic card to see. I think we were thinking if we wanted to try to pressure the 8-drop Luffy, we can do like an 8K attack with leader and then a 9K attack with dragon to try to get some value from it. But honestly, I think Michael's just okay with letting this go too.
Yep. Oh, he counter.
No, okay.
Okay.
All right, we've got Big Ten. Sure, Hoshi's probably going to take one for the team, passing it back, and this was looking real good for Michael.
Yep. Yeah, this is GG.
Yep,
This
we
is
have,
BY.
0 life, RP Luffy
This is
here.
BY's
Only
game.
people down to force gonna be the Usohachi and arrest the dragon.
He just didn't see none of his high end as
One
RP
done up.
because it's very winnable
What's
match
happening
with
here? Could be
RP.
anything.
It's just when you don't see your high end for that long,
Yeah,
it's a game.
And it ends up being nothing. 3 cards.
He had a
in hand,
mom,
and
but
Michael's,
it wasn't gonna save
continuing his
him.
undefeated streak with BY.
Very fine game.
So, taking it for Pod A, we'll have to see how he continues on. Again, we saw Jackson in Pod C with also Blue Y Luffy able to get his win. I think Pod B might be finishing up or finished, so we might be able to sneak into that one. But yeah, 2 BY wins at table 1 at least across the tournaments today, or
Yeah.
this round today.
Yeah, curious to see what was actually played on B, just to know. Maybe
I'm not actually
any
a
options
fan
we had,
of
some non so popular deck advanced.
Yeah.
like
But,
I really like the
maybe
Sanji
whether
card. I
it's
think it's a
cool
great
or
card,
not,
but I
I'm
think
sure we'll
Beckman
see
works a little bit
4-1
better in
next
BY
round
in
probably.
RP. I mean, and
Yeah,
it works
for
against
sure. We're
BY a
getting
little
into
bit
round
better as
number
well.
6, so I think that means there's
I run the
16
Beckman over
undefeated
the
maxes towards,
Sanji.
what's left in this. So, 2 BYs. I think there still are some RP Luffys that are likely undefeated. Doflamingo's likely undefeated
For
and
sure.
across somewhere. I'd be very surprised if not. We've seen some talk about Bonnie, some Rob Luchi. Honestly, a lot of people are telling me they're seeing a lot more Rob Luchi today than they were expecting.
Yeah, I've been.
Oh, Bonnie, Marty, Bonnie.
It's,
Yes, yeah. It has some of the best, if not the best, removal in the game. Can definitely kind of keep up with Jinbei and plus, Jinbei and Friends plays, right? And I think that's important. So we're going to see some highlights, though, from this game. We've got, again, Michael on the BY and Andre on the RP. And yeah, getting this removal of the Sanji with the Gum Gum Bell was super big. Using the Uso Hachi to try to grind some value while we can against Michael. And then also just these big attacks that we're afforded from our big cost Luffys.
Bro, my sim is
we're
broken.
not
I can't
gonna
make
see
it
Dragon
small.
early enough, or Shanks, or anything
Wait, what's
beyond
that mean?
7 cost,
What do you mean you can't make it
lineup.
small?
Yeah. Now, with the play that was afforded to him, right, the fact that we could have, Kuzan, our Gum Gum Bell, would have been able to get rid of the Dragon too. It would have been a little bit more pressure, but I understand, even if we had it, it wasn't necessarily the perfect play. I think, honestly, it had to be Linlin. Linlin is such a different game changer for it. We see it in Andre's ending hand, but not in his opening hand, unfortunately.
Right. The early
Yeah,
mix.
Lynn's very important in that matchup.
So, I don't know, again, if we're going to table B. I'm guessing that it's over, though. So,
Hopefully.
but again, we've got 4 more rounds, though, which we're looking forward to. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we got. We got, again, 2 BY Luffys against with Jackson and with Michael, who, again, we're playing that deck for their finals win at the Card Fest for both Dallas and Orlando, respectively. So, unsurprising there. But we are going to take a break. We're going to see what we're getting into the next round, and we'll see you guys then.
See ya.
All right. BY, BY, BY. There you go, Marty. There's still hope for a Gecko ban. Oh, you can have the stream and the sim on. Yeah, that makes sense. I got you. I got you. My monitor is one of those ones that have like one of the real long ones, to where it's actually like a monitor that I have. It's like 2 screens basically, but it's not. It's all one. It's one of those nano ones. They're fucking nice. Alright, they got some like techno vibe shits going on right now. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll hear you guys go. So I got these the other day. I'll put them down here so I can actually see. I was went to Best Buy. Best Buy, and they had these 50% off. So we got the Luffy fire statue, and then we went and grabbed the Zoro. Zoro's fire. And then the Ace. These are all 50% off. They were all at Best Buy. They're dope. They're sick. I don't know if you guys have seen those, but if you see them, grab them. They're fucking nasty. I literally just bought them the other day. I gotta put them away, put them up, figure out how I'm gonna do it. Set them up, whatnot. Cause probably behind me, I have that clown right there and that stormtrooper, but I'm probably gonna get another shelf to where I can have like all my different One Piece stuff and figures and shit. Cause I have so many. Cause I have like shelves over to my right that are just full of stuff, but probably gonna put one back there. Which would be cool. Oh, hold on, I gotta make a phone call. Alright, I'm back. Do 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 do. Alright. So the next one should be starting soon, I'm sure. See what we'll be playing. Pretty fun. This has actually been going at a decent pace, though. Round 6 next. Not too bad. And then we'll hit the shameless plug. Like, if you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button on the stream. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Make sure you're following on Twitch if you're watching from Twitch. Appreciate y'all. You guys are awesome. We just chilling though. I was running Usopp earlier today. Usoppian. I haven't decided exactly what deck I'm going to use yet, but probably Usopp. And then, obviously, I'll probably mix in some Shanks and some RP Luffy. Those are the decks I tend to... The RP Luffy and the Usopp I think I have the most fun with. The Shanks is fun too, though. Run Bonnie for one time. For the one time, Marty. Run the Bonnie. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. The old Bonnie for the one time. I had to make a deck list. I don't like running things that just lose the Luchi, though. It's kind of annoying. That's one deck that I just hate losing to, is Luchi. And I say that and I run RP Luffy. Literally just loses to Luchi for the most part. Unless you're running like dragons and sometimes you can beat him with dragons and 10 cost Nika. But I don't run 10 cost Nika, and I put my dragons away in favor of Shanks. Because it just works better in Dofi. I don't know. I'll think about it. I do like the Tashigi card. So maybe I'll put together something for OP10 OP10 Bonnie. No. They said it on the announcements. They said apparently there's a Bonnie that's doing well. So I was like, oh shit, Marty, we might see Bonnie. So that could be coming up. Maybe I'll put together something for her. I don't know yet. We'll see. It ain't like... I don't feel like there's much spicy you can do with Bonnie. No real like, ooh, that's a spicy tech. It's pretty much the same thing. You're running Kid, 9-drop Shanks, because it's broken. Dofi, Carrot, Cavendish, Tashigi, Rosie, and then your searchers. Probably just the Bonnie searchers though, right? I think that's what everybody's doing for the most part too. I think a lot of people did away with the baby 5s, and then you got your 2K and 0 costs. I think that seems like the standard Bonnie deck. Oh, and Basil. Good old Basil boy. What's yams? Yamato? I don't know what that is. What's yams? Am I tripping? What's that stand for? I'm trying to think. Oh, banish Smokey. That's probably going to be definitely some tech that you want to add in there. The Tashigi and the Banished Smoker. The Banished Smoker's pretty fire. Damn, what are we taking out for Banished Smoker? Yeah. Cheat and protect off Rosie? Yeah. Because I feel like you can't do away with, like, the high-end Shanks, right? What are we doing away with to run those? Because, like, I know the Baby 5's going away, and that gives you room for, like, Tashigi. How are we making room for Smoker and, yeah. I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't play her. Maybe I'll make a deck list though and mess around with her. Especially since there's less Luchi in OP10, so. But doesn't she just lose to Teach too? Because you don't get none of your on play. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, because he turns off your leader ability too. It's kind of annoying. When he hits 10. Oh, and Hody. I forgot about Hody. Does Hody still get ran, or are they doing away with Hody? I think you still got to run Hody, right? Ain't that like your... Well, it's an on play, so... Not really nothing you can do to Teach with it. Yams into Teach. Yeah, I have to look at all this. Interesting. I do need something different to play for a couple of days at least. Good success into Teach. I got you. Hody. Yeah, but does Hody not get it? Does Hody get his rush? You don't get his rush, right? Oh, you get free rush without taking life. Is that correct? You don't get the rest nothing though, right? So you don't get the rest, but you don't have to take life. Is that correct? I don't know. I'd have to read the card. Appreciate you. Thank you for the follow, Dusty. Right. Yeah, you don't... Yeah, okay, the rush isn't on play. I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, okay, so Hody's still good. Alright, yeah, so... Alright. Yeah, I'm just thinking... It's not bad, then. Tell me to One Piece? What's that mean? One Piece, Dusty. Teach me to One Piece. Right now, I'm not playing. Right now, we are waiting for the next round. But it's definitely a good place to learn, is to watch and play some sim and whatnot. The rush effect isn't on play. Yeah, I got you, Mr. T. That makes sense then. You could run him down. That makes sense. Especially like if you're playing like banish smoker and stuff too. Like, so you can start banishing his life if he has no way. If he's not able to remove it, obviously. That makes sense. Try to rush him down. Are you going? Do you go first or do you go second into teach? Because I know typically Bonnie wants first. You get washed on the sim. Nah, man. You just gotta learn the lines. You gotta learn your opponent's lines, and you'll be all right. People like to make like fancy decks and think they're making spicy decks and stuff. You just gotta make it to where you're super consistent into what you want to see, and then you have different tech options to deal with high-end meta that you're going to face. As long as you typically do that and then you're playing good lines, you'll just get better and better. First, you go first into teach as well. I got you. Yeah, because I know Bonnie wants first into like everything. I just know sometimes you like to take the teach off of second because it keeps him off of that curve. But that makes sense though, because then you're Hodian on curve. And you're able to really put pressure on him. This round's actually taking a little bit of time. This is probably the longest in between that we've had. This has been pretty cool though. I've actually enjoyed this event. This was so much better than the one we watched with Orlando where they showed us like 2 matches. Bonnie can take him off curve if you pressure enough for them not to do leader ability too early. I got you. Makes sense. Oh yeah, because then you're taking his his Don from him. Yeah, Bonnie 5 drop. Yeah, that makes sense. I forgot about that card. It's a good card. But that one, you don't get the on play for it if he's doing it. But if you can keep him from doing it because you're pressuring him too hard, then yeah, it makes sense. I guess he would be in kind of a weird, awkward position at times with Bonnie too, because it's like, wait, do I hit him with Black Hole here? Because or not Black, yeah, teach ability or leader ability? Because if I do, then they can play Rush Hody for free. So like, yeah, that makes sense. I have to try that matchup, as I've always like just thought about it in my head, and I'm like, it seems teach favored when you think about it off the top of your head, because you're like, yeah, at 10 he just kind of negates leader ability, etc., etc. But yeah, I can see you being able to run it down though. Now that we talked about it, it does make sense. Click. I wish I had my illustrations boxes so we had some more stuff to open. I got 2 prismatic tins. EV evolutions. I don't think I'm opening those though. I don't care about Pokemon enough to open those, I don't think. I like collecting some of it, but not enough to open those. Those are a bit too expensive. Hody leader can run teach out of recourses too, if focused on board control. Yo, the Arlong leader is looking interesting with some of the 11 support as well and stuff. Arlong could be interesting. I've used him a few times. I actually like some of the Arlong cards. It's got a pretty good leader ability. Come on. Next round, please. Here you guys go while we wait. Oh, we're in. Cool.
It's heating up. We've got a lot of players that are undefeated now. All
they brought him back. No.
5-0 on the day, which is a pretty great result already.
This dude's
but,
fucking
we
lost.
See a player go 6-0. If we're really lucky, we'll get to see more than one game. But
Yeah.
now that we're kind of halfway through the day, what is your sort of like vibe comparing day 1 to day 2?
I'm definitely seeing a lot more red, purple Luffy.
Yeah.
I know that we've been saying that, day 1, maybe people are locked in a little bit more. Day 2, people playing a little bit new stuff. There's also the inverse where people are only playing on today's Sunday, so you got to lock in on this day. But a little bit more of some creative decks. We haven't really seen as much Doflamingo, I find.
Sure.
From where we saw on yesterday.
That's why I like
And,
One Piece
we've
so
even
much.
heard that we've
Old
had,
leaders
like,
are
pretty unique matches
always
that
in
we
the
haven't
mix,
seen
even
one
by
of the leaders
accident.
for, at
Like
least,
Bonnie getting
this
more
weekend.
support because of Yellow Green
Yeah,
Law.
that's right.
Yeah.
We've been told.
She's
and we'll
also
see once
getting her
we get in the
started, but
game,
yeah, yeah.
But we've been told it's going to be
Inadvertently getting stronger through
Nami
Tashigi
matchup.
and
So
stuff.
that is a matchup I can say I have not seen a whole lot. I would imagine you've got Nami doing the regular Nami things, but
Yes.
on the Bonnie side, you're in a weird spot, right? Because now you don't necessarily need to keep that one Don open every single turn. You're not going to really have attacks coming at you. So as someone who's played a lot of Bonnie,
Yes.
how do you approach that matchup?
So I think the key card for it is the Hody Jones. That
Sure.
being able to turn off not only blockers, but most importantly, Dawn for Nami. So if they're too aggressive with like their peel-offs or additional cards for draw, that will be punished by a Hody. So that helps you out a lot as well. Dofi doesn't really do that much. Like our top end, we want to try to go for value, which is really strong.
Sure.
And we also do have a new card though from Nami, which is the one-drop Nami that helps us look for our events as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's a newer one that's come out recently, and then that lets you just sort of like filter even better and be a little bit more choosy about how and when you decide to use those events, because that's kind of crux to getting through your deck fast,
Yeah, so like that, there might be like a weird turn where you need to keep a Dawn open for that kind of one-drop Nami, but it's been mostly the same. Personally, as a commentator, I kind of like watching Nami only because we get to play as the Nami player, right? All the viewers
Sure.
get to say, you know what, how many cards are left in deck and stuff, but it can be a little bit linear at times, and also kind of dependent on what cards are in their life as well.
See, we spoke Nami into existence, Marty. We've been talking about Nami, and now we get to watch her.
Some pretty decently large bodies coming out in like the 6K Cavendish. And
Unfortunately,
like that. So
it's against Nami, but we get to watch her.
You have the ability to pretty consistently present one big attack each turn if you want to, probably. But let's get into it. Justin Hernandez on the Jewelry Bonnie, and then on the other side we have our Nami player. His name I didn't catch before.
Yeah, it's Mark. Shout outs to
Martinez. There we go. He's back. Yep.
To Arizona. He's a local out there. When I was living out there, super strong player. Not surprised to see him undefeated, and really interested to see how he approaches his Nami deck and his play style.
Yeah, for sure. Nami is just one of those decks that's always been sort of on the outside of the meta. You know, where it's there, it's relevant, and it's one of those leaders that the longer the game goes on, the better it's going to get, because every little bit of support just pushes the needle on the Nami deck towards meta. And I mean, we did see a meta fairly recently where Nami was topping a lot. It's dropped off since then, but the deck's still out there.
Yeah, I think
the big guy,
it had a meta where like Red Purple Law was really present, which is a rough matchup for it. That leader went away, so Nami was a little bit more present. Dofi's now it's Big Boogeyman, which is obviously present right now, making it a little bit tough for it to get here. But we're not playing against Dofi right now. We're playing
Is he
against,
a cool guy?
A Bonnie.
Are we rooting for him?
Can be one of our better matchups.
I've never rooted for a Nami.
So looks like a desert spot early on there. The Kaya.
You tell me, are we rooting for Mark?
And early Jewelry Bonnie.
Who you guys think takes this?
Oh, and we do also have the Zeph. So this kind of presents as more of a aggressive build.
Interesting.
For this one, which is really interesting.
Does have
I
a
mean,
Zeph.
Zeph, I feel like it's a card that you saw a ton of in Nami, maybe like a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Not excited to watch
well, not quite 2 years ago, but a while ago.
Nami
was
Bonnie.
newer, Yeah. And I guess I could be wrong earlier. We might have some attacks coming the way of the Bonnie then if we're playing Zeph, right?
Yeah, and Nami's been out since I believe it's set 3. Don't quote me on that. I'm 99% sure it's from set 3. And so Zeph was from like the
said, nah, there's no way I'm rooting for this deck.
Some
Always root for Nami nowadays. It's a ballsy move to bring it to these metas. It is ballsy to bring to something where Dofi is king of meta. I will give you that.
And I think that's an interesting.
Because Dofi just runs it.
Wasn't it set 4 that had that type of alt art for the leaders? I think it was, or am I misremembering?
I think it is set 3 because Katakuri has the same, and then
sure.
Set 4 kind of had like the crew art style.
Oh yeah.
All right, we got a second Kaya, and
a lot of filtering.
Yeah, if you see your Kayas, you're usually having a good day with Nami. So Mark seeing 2 so quickly is great, and we do
most
have
unfun deck in the TCG. I have to agree with you, Catch.
Yeah. Yep,
it is a different game.
True. And I mean, that's one of the things when you're playing against Nami is trying to find ways to just eliminate the Kayas before they get bounced back, right?
Yeah, and one thing, I don't think we've said it out loud, so I'll just say it here.
Sure.
One of the interesting things for some people, and maybe uninteresting for others, is the win condition for Nami. So
yeah, should mention that.
Yeah, generally saying, Nami, if you get down to 0 cards in your deck, you win instead of lose, which every other deck for the game is. So you generally don't care about what your opponent's life is at or pressuring them. You just want to get to 0 cards in your deck as soon as possible.
Yep. That's right.
And Sanji's Pilaf, that's one of the PRB alt arts. Such a beautiful card, being able to just draw 2 for 3. And
you must have dodged all the Dofi matchups. Really I know. That's crazy, right?
Kind of as much proactive kind of card draw as we can, and that includes with this new Nami that he just got on the board.
I was gonna say, yeah, putting the new cards to work right away, throwing out the new Nami there, and that trash pile is already like large, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone through a lot of his deck already, and we're only on essentially like the 3rd turn of the game or so.
Yeah. So, but here's the early Hody. This is going to be huge. Being able to rest the Nami means that we can pressure into it. We also have the Cavendish, which is going to let us get 2 Dawn back and let us pressure even more. And this is, a really good time for it. We didn't take the life from Hody, which it kind of matters only because Justin needs the more card draw in hand, but not as, I think, relevant as other matchups. But we hit into life, we do get the draw 2 and the trash 1, and there it is there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It seems like you don't want to present like a ton of different attacks into a Nami, right? Where you'd rather just try to have.
Wait, he has to take his.
More or less.
He has to take his life.
If you do multiple attacks, that just.
What do you mean we didn't take it? You
don't.
It's not a choice. I'm like, brother, you gotta take it.
He's taking the life.
There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we're going to use the gavel there and a 2K to get out of it. And it was corrected. We did go down to 4 life. Again,
Yeah.
it doesn't. It's not more for Mark's benefits. It's for Justin's benefit, right? He wants more cards in hand, more ways to interact with it, and but also you got to fulfill Hody's condition.
For sure. I was trying to remember if that was a may or a must.
Yeah.
For Hody.
Yeah, if you play the Hody leader, it can be a may, but everywhere else, it is a must.
That's right. So back to Mark's side.
Yeah, and this is what, the fourth Kaya we've been able to resolve.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Which again, this is where you get a lot of advantage from us. We don't really care about netting cards in hand. We care about netting cards into our trash.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the cards in hand, you just stock up with more events and things. There's a Marguerite for the another card draw, right? And you've got a blocker too.
Yeah. And most decks can kind of remove blockers. Justin can rest it, so it can get like a current turn kind of removal for it. But the draw one here is nice, and I think Mark's probably close to, if not more than halfway through his deck at this point.
It seems that way. Like this seems like a Nami,
There you go.
right? A light speed, you know.
Man, but the second Hody is punishing. I mentioned it at the beginning of this game. Like, if you see your Hodies, you're feeling good, and Justin's found 2 already.
Tell Bruce
Yeah,
stop
and
yapping.
I think you are right. That's kind of like
Right?
hard to have in this particular matchup too, because again, getting to do something like rest a blocker is pressuring on that, and then also just being able to get in with a large body on board, right?
Yeah. And Nami generally has little to no removal. We hit another card in life. One of the stressful things about Nami is that like there's so many cards in the deck that just say trigger draw 2 or like put more cards in trash, and so you have to get through 5 life. Sometimes hitting them gets them closer to their win condition, and it's pretty tense.
Yeah. It seems like the big progress comes from the events, though, you know?
Yeah.
So anything you can do to prevent more events from being used, and here we have a couple of events being used, or at least one event anyway.
Yeah, it's another copy of Gavel, so it gives plus 4K to the leader. You discard 1 card, and then you trash 2. So it's kind of like Gum Gum Giant, but the cards go into trash instead.
But that's what you want.
Yeah, that's
As Nami,
exactly what you want.
That's true. So down to 1 life. Oh, okay.
Sanji's peel off out of life. That says trigger activate main, so drawing 2 is good. More cards in hand, but less cards in deck at the same time.
Now, Mark is down to 1 life, so there are two Hody Jones in the Cavendish on the board. So
yeah,
there are a strong amount of attacks, but here's where the amount of events in the Nami's hand really kind of start to come into play here, where you can kind of survive a turn like that if you leave enough Dawn up. And you see a lot of Namis leaving, 6, 7 Dawn up at the end of their turns.
And he just drew a really good card for this situation potentially, which is the Nojiko. It says if your leader is Nami, you get to bounce a 5 or less or back to hand. We decided to not use it. We could have put the Cavendish back, but we get a new Nami leader in OP11, which is blue and yellow, and that card's pretty good in that leader as well.
That leader looks very strong.
Very fun.
Very strong.
Very, very good.
Also saw the second Marguerite on the board now as well, so that's another blocker that Mark has access to, and it was just another card draw as well. So
yeah, because we did rest the first one, but we just never got there. We're also going to have the judge count. We can't see it on screen. I'm looking across, eagle eyes. I'm going to guess we have about 15 cards in the deck.
Probably 15 to 17.
Like we're kind of getting close to that point. The trash looks bigger than the deck by a bit at this point. Yeah. And so if you're Justin, you're sort of thinking to yourself, all right, 2 blockers out there. What do I have?
Is there a third Hody? There's no way.
I was going to say,
my
he has
goodness.
a third one.
That is so
seriously.
That is absurd.
No kidding. And that gets both of the blockers rested.
Yeah.
And, with the rush, you've got 5 attacks potentially here. Is this enough?
Yeah, this is
Might
crazy good luck that Hody is unsearchable in this deck. And we haven't had a lot of card draw, but very, rough for Mark here.
Yeah, how many cards does Mark have in hand now? It looks like 3, 5 maybe? So
you can go
not the biggest hand size,
straight up
honestly, coming into
9s.
this.
We've got a 9.
I'd have probably swung by.
Powers of 4 feel pretty good. We are going to play the dance there, being able to get the Kaya back to hand, and then using a Nami to get out of that one.
Yep. And another swing coming in from the Hody.
I do like swinging my
Another
low
9.
end first,
Yep.
though.
And
My leader.
gotta think if we can get out of it. We do have, I think, the Love Mellow, which is a plus 4K draw 1.
I think you swing
but we might
what
have too
7
many
lead
cards in
first,
hand
and
to
then you do
do
your
so.
9s.
But I think we could maybe counter with something and then play the Mellow.
We can see, first of all.
Yeah, we've got the Gavel once again
Yep.
and discarding 1. So getting out of that attack. And then our third 9K going in.
It's wild.
All right. Ooh, it is the Impel Down All-Stars.
Wow.
So draw 2.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's huge right here. That just gives a little bit more fuel to survive this next swing. Can he do it? Oh, going into the Margarita, it looks like. Was that just pointed at?
Yeah,
He's out of
I think
Hody.
Justin's realizing, you know what? This attack's not going to go for game. I'm going to try again next turn.
Yeah, I think with 4 cards in hand, it's so unlikely that that swing would be able to kill. So
Yeah, but I think we're going to play the Mellow generally just to use the Dawn while we still have it. We're going to get rid of it. So a bit of a tough decision, but you know, it looks like you're going to, you know, if attacked into leader, you would have been able to get out of it anyways.
So can Mark win this turn is the question. You know,
We have Kaya. We have you know some cards in hand. I think we have. I'm gonna say we have no idea actually. I'm gonna say about 12 cards left in deck.
Well, I was going to say it's got to be 12 or so, right, based on your earlier prediction.
Yeah, my eagle eyes. Yeah.
11. Well, we don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I will say
Taught me
anywhere
how to
from,
play. Oh, did he
you know,
teach you how to
maybe
play? Mark
a
did?
dozen
That's
to
cool.
15 cards. Probably less, though, at this point.
Definitely less than 45.
Yeah, definitely less than 50.
Oh, 1, 2,
6. I said 6.
Yeah, all right,
Oh,
Mark.
boy.
Thank you for being kind to us.
All right.
6
and,
left.
We've got, I think, 5 Dawn left.
I learned
Does
in a
he
week
have
and went
it?
straight to tournaments. I feel
Does
that,
look like
Marty.
We got an Impel
I
Down
learned really
All-Stars,
fast myself,
that we
but I learned
discarded
from
in
the
a
sim.
Snake Dance.
Yep. Okay.
And more or less, you know, depending on if we have Kayas or not, it's
There's a
one
Kaya.
discard gets 2 cards out. But
Yep.
we got the Rubber Band and the Peel Off, but I don't know if we have.
Because that's the other danger then for Justin is will his next attack cause him to lose? You know, by allowing the events to do it.
Oh, we
I
have
think
a
we got
Kaya
it. There
and
it is.
Mark
Oh,
gets it.
Mark
There it
took
is.
it.
Kaya, that's the win there, and Mark manages
Big
to do
hug.
it. Yeah, big hug, big sportsmanship coming across the table there. You'll have to see it, but man, Mark just got through that deck so fast. you
Yeah,
know?
he got the early Kaya.
green, purple,
right? Like,
Dofi.
I
I
think
got
they
you.
were equally as fortunate, right? Like obviously the Hodis back to back to back were strong, but
For
early
sure.
Kayas, having a Sanji's Peel Off and Impel Down All Stars in the life.
Yeah.
You know, Mark was just the player for this game.
I mean, it really was a situation too where like Mark needed to win that
He did.
turn. You
He
know?
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Nami's one of the weird decks that you can win on your opponent's turn too.
There is
right?
that danger too.
Yeah.
And
So I think he had like a Rubber Band, which could have helped
Conflicted.
him too. But yeah, I think he resolved.
Well, he
almost
won it.
10
It
Kaya
is what it is. It's over
activations
now,
that
so we don't have
turn,
to watch
or that
Nami.
game, which does help quite a bit.
that was probably one of the quickest Nami games I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, when you're locked in, you know what your deck does, and you can do it well. I think it's good. I think his opponent also knows that you know how to play against it too, like making sure to
Right,
play
Marty?
the Hodis
I
and
feel
get
it.
that value. I think was really strong, and I'm happy we were able to see it. We got a big cheer from the crowd too.
Yeah, I mean it was an exciting matchup for sure because you're always kind of racing against the clock, right? When
Yeah.
you're going up against Nami, you know eventually they're going to get through their deck, but can you take them out before that happens? And that was about as close as you can get. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, especially getting 3 Hody Jones, just crazy. And the Cavendish helped out a lot too,
It
just
did.
in terms of having a little bit more Dawn available. But yeah, at the end of the day, just wasn't quite enough. It was close. But the good news is that this gives us a good amount of time to maybe jump into another game or two
Yeah.
from a different pod, and we're gonna get a BY Luffy mirror. It's looking like. Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. And we've got Zach versus Yoni. Shouts to Zach as well, good friend of mine, playing BY. One Piece is not necessarily his main game,
BY
but he's
mirror.
playing it pretty competitively right now, and then happy to see that he's entered this round 5-0, right? So
Well, BY Luffy too is a deck. It's an interesting choice for your second game.
yeah, and it's a weird mirror match because you both want to put each other down to 0 life at some time. Since both your leaders are likely a 9K leader at the same time, and you're both playing Morias, there's some
Sure.
weird value trades, and it's a tough one to handle.
I mean, do you find that in this matchup a lot of times it's whoever has the Moria advantage has like a distinct advantage?
It can go down to that pretty often, yeah. Whoever has more Morias generally is more successful. I think that's fair to say. But there are some times where you can, punish them down to 0 life, faster than they were expecting. And it's still a balance that you have to walk.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it at the most basic level, which is, the Moria game to a certain extent. I think a lot of people would stop there.
Let's
but
see.
There's
Let's
a lot
see.
more to it, right? How
Got
you're
one
able to
life
utilize
over
some of your
there,
other
0
attackers
on
on board,
there.
right? Like we see the punch Luffy there, whatever. We see even things like Rocket Luffy can become a valid attacker sometimes in a matchup like this. If your opponent
Yeah,
leaves themselves a little
this
too
mirror match
exposed,
has to be
forgets how many
easy.
attacks you have access to.
Yeah.
Things can change.
And 8K is usually super strong, and Punch
Yeah.
Luffy always feels good, except for in this mirror match, right? The only thing it can really hit into is copies of itself across the board, right? You normally need to invest like some Dawn to be able to punish the opponent, but I also think in this matchup there's a lot of ways that you can be a little bit more aggressive against your opponent if they are a little bit overextended.
Yeah, for sure. Where both boards are kind of going wide too. Yeah, you can't forget about the option of just putting Dawn on one of your searchers too.
Yeah.
Bonnie would
Yeah,
lose
and,
though. I would have won
think
that
what
one.
you
I got
find,
you.
like, there are really good BY players who
I think she
you know,
swung
try to
backwards a
break
little
out of
bit,
the,
though.
You know, only Gecko's
At
always
the end
my
of
best
that
play
too. I would have swung by
mentality,
leader
and,
first.
They get a lot of wins or advantages where it's
Well,
not
at
always on.
Cavendish
Yeah,
first.
I mean,
but
again, you look at matchups like this on the surface level, and then you
I
have
just
to
swung my
dive
leader
in
at 7
if you really
before I
wanna
swung
be,
the 9s, I
successful there,
think.
and that is a life taken.
Yeah.
Wow, Yoni just accepts the attack from the Punch Luffy, and there's another big one coming
And I
in.
also killed the blocker
At
the turn
0
before.
life. We've got the Sabo blocker in action here, it looks like.
Yeah, and it looks like it's 10K against a 7K leader for Yoni. We're going to get the Sabo block here, and we're going to pass. We got 1 life, 1 blocker for Zach. Not going to be too difficult for him to be able to survive this next turn. And I think he's in the advantage. Jumping into it, I'm not sure exactly the hand advantage or what cards are in trash, but I think Zach's in a pretty okay spot right now.
Seems that way, but I never...
You
I'm always
can
afraid
never
to say
count it
that in
out.
the mirror,
Yeah, especially like
Yeah.
our Dofi mirror we saw yesterday, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it just shifts so dynamically.
Yeah, the mirrors can be very swingy kind of across the meta in One Piece, so it's not over till it's over is what you got to say with those.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But board-wise, just at a surface level, Zach does seem to have the stronger board for the moment.
Yeah, because we have like Luffy and Sabo, but those are like the 2 big cards that Yoni ended their turn out with. So
Yeah. It is swingy.
all right, we've got 4 cards in hand, 10 cards in our Dawn area, and we'll have
See
to
what
see
we got.
if we have the potential.
It's obviously
for
what a
Moria.
Gecko
Honestly, it
play,
seems
I'm
like
assuming?
neither player's finding Moria,
Maybe
which
not.
is really interesting.
I thought I maybe spotted 1 in Zach's hand, but I might have misseen it too. It's a little bit tricky to see.
Yeah, because I feel like it would have been a pretty good play last turn if that's the case, but
You'd think so, yeah. That's why I wasn't so sure.
yeah, and sometimes like you'll find it in trash, but that's because it got hit out of there from like the 5-cost Luffy.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're using the leader or the Luffy effect. We're going 10 into 8.
Yep. I mean, that Luffy just gets huge
Yeah.
very, very quick.
Yeah, and that just means we have 8 Dawn left available for us.
Right.
But this matchup can really just turn into like who can use their leader effect more often too. Sometimes like that they can't establish 3 attacks next turn, so you just can't lose. It's
Okay.
a lot of dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, if you can spend a couple turns at 9K and your opponent can only spend a couple turns at 7K, that oftentimes can result in a pretty big
He
swing
does
too.
have a Gecko in
Yeah.
hand.
Right.
And look like Yoni does have a Moria in
Yeah,
hand, so
yeah.
I'm curious why that wasn't the ideal play. We must be missing out on like either some 2-drops maybe
Or was that? I think that was trash he was looking through. I think there was a Moria in trash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, that's in hand.
His hand.
Oh no, there's one
oh
on the
no,
right
there
there.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. Okay. So then, interesting. It's
This
kind of a
other
matter of, like,
commentator
I guess,
guy is
will
so
the,
terrible.
Will the combo get you something usable right now? You know?
Yeah, and I know I just said like, oh, you don't have to be locked into it.
I don't
but,
know, Marty. There's a lot of
I'm
them though.
curious what was, if we don't
Oh,
have,
did
like,
he only? Is he on?
options
He is on
just
9 down.
safely
You're right,
with
Catch.
it,
You're 100%
or,
right. That's why he's not
we
using
don't have
more.
any 2-drops
Yeah.
options in there, but
100%.
Well,
he's trying to figure it out as well. So again,
I know.
we got 8 Dawn.
Yeah.
We do have enough.
Said, "Come on,
5-drops
what
to
are they
at least put 2 in our
commentating?"
life already present in our trash, so that's good enough. I don't see any 2-drops though, except for that. I believe it's a Sabo on the far left. So
and that might be part of it too. That said, can Moria maybe find something?
yeah, because we put 2 Dawn
Trash.
underneath leader,
Right. 2 down under the leader, but then 2 down underneath the other Luffy as well. So
Yeah. And
not enough to even play the Moria this turn, so it's not part of the plan at the moment.
Oh, and sorry, it was a 2-drop Luffy in hand, so we're not even going to really be able to establish a blocker.
Sure, yeah. Okay, well, there you have that. So at least, you're able to get the leader up to 7K.
Yeah.
Plus a big attack coming through here.
Yeah, but 7K with 1 blocker and 2 cards in hand, I don't think that's really going to be enough to survive this. Like, this Sabo can pressure you quite a bit. 2 11Ks can get you there guaranteed. I'm not sure if we can make that right now. But with cards on board, we can make a 10 and an 11. So if we don't think they've got a 2K in hand, we could go for game.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like it's a position where there's a little bit of risk, obviously, with trying to just go for it.
I'm pretty sure he does have a
That
2K
said,
in hand.
Again,
Right?
they
He's
have
got
that
Moria
knowledge
and
of
2
their trash and
2Ks.
of what's left in the deck that might influence that too. We're kind of jumping into it.
I mean, the other guy
figuring it out
don't
on
know
the
that, to be
fly.
fair. But
It's tough to jump into BY games.
You're not gonna-
because there's
you're
just
not
so
gonna
many,
do that
like,
as
area setups and
the opponent,
What's been
there's
done
no
earlier
shot.
matters extra important in
Especially if
BY
you're
games.
setting on a
yeah,
gecko.
100%.
You're going to keep this game going
All
correctly.
right, well, back over to Zach, though, for the
I don't
moment.
think he does have a
Yeah, it
gecko,
doesn't
though.
look like Moria in hand.
No.
I think, honestly, the cards in Yoni's hand are Gecko Moria and a 2K, so...
Okay, he
it
does
might
have Gecko
be-
Moria and
it's either
2K, so he's got 2
Gecko Moria
cards.
or
Okay.
it's a Sabo, I think. I believe it's a land card. So, 10K...
I know he's got
and
Hayori
11K
in hand.
would win you the game if that's the case, but it's an all-in right now.
Right. And is Zach willing to commit that sort of all-in?
Yeah, because sometimes, like, there's not, like, a lot of room for mind games in this game sometimes, but, you always have the mindset of, like, oh, well, they wouldn't, pass the turn if attaching all my Dawn would lose them the game, but then the mind game is, oh, if they could do that, they have the cards to get out of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, even doing things like looking through your trash there, could be communicating, hey, like, I'm thinking about my next turn, so I've obviously got what it takes to, live, right? So,
Yeah.
and it looks like it's not going to be the double big attack here. He's going to play
Well,
the safe
it's still
route,
gonna
go
be
for
a
the
double
Sabo
big
on
attack.
board, buff up the leader.
Looks bored.
Yeah, well, so here's actually something kind of interesting we can do.
I am too.
Using the 2 Dawn for leader and for Sabo, you don't really lose any Dawn.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now we're at a 9K
Friggin'
body.
clown.
We could go 10 right now, and if that connects, we can go 11 and know we win.
Sure. Yeah, I suppose that is true.
You
Because
just
the
swing
last card in
9
life
and
is a
then you
Sabo. That
attach
card
the
goes to the bottom
rest.
of the deck. And so,
No, that's a good point.
yeah, because with only 2 cards, best case they can get to is an 11K leader.
Right, and this is even better, too, because you can try this and then stay at a safer sort of position because you still have a blocker up.
Yeah, you don't have to commit your Sabo until
Yeah.
afterwards. And you see Zach, he's like, man, what do I do? These numbers are tough. It's been a long
Yeah.
day. Daylight savings throwing me for a loop.
Yep. It's already been a long day.
Yeah.
Round 6. And that means, having to play this many games of One Piece in a row is draining.
Waiting for a
sure.
damn train now.
Yeah, so we have, let's see, again, our leader is currently a 9K. Oh, we're going Big 10.
Okay, all right.
That's
Big
game.
10.
And that's going to take the life, maybe. Because he's not going to be able to defend it from hand. It's only 7K on Yoni's side for his leader power.
Yeah. And
Nope.
my only criticism is we should have probably done this with Luffy first, with leader first to keep our block, because if they get out of it, we feel bad about it. But this, I think, is going to be the
All right,
right
quit
play
stalling,
if
brother.
What's in hand for Yoni is correct.
It feels that way. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that again.
It's, unless he's swinging into Luffy. Oh, he's going into life.
Yep.
All right, and then 11K.
That's
Yep,
it.
That's it. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, Zach takes it. So identified the path to victory, went for it, got the reward of the sweet, sweet W there. I think he's saying too. It's I would imagine he's saying something like, well, I had to try it. you know?
Yeah.
The
and
window was there.
they're
you know?
both Black Hill Luffy players before.
Yeah,
They've been in
yeah.
these situations where it's like, I have to say that I'm just an unbreakable wall, even though there's some cracks here and there that someone could identify.
Yeah, and in mirror matches, kind of across the board, in card games in general too, you're just going to have these windows open up.
I agree, Living. He was stalling right there.
There's that question of like, is this my window? Is this the window I have to finish this thing? And that choice is always so tough. We saw him deliberate about it, finally go
Yeah.
through with it, and get it.
Yeah, and I think for BY Luffy, the best way to pressure them is the mid game. At the late game, it's kind of automatic, like where the value is. So knowing when to pressure BY Luffy correctly on like 5 or 6 Dawn is really key. Which, if you're playing the deck, you know what hurts the most when you're playing against it.
Oh
too.
yeah, for sure.
So,
Yeah, you know what you would play because it would make you be like, oh no.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So that's honestly why I recommend, even if you don't like a deck, you should play it a couple times. You should see,
Yeah.
oh, this is really bad for me, or find those situations so you can use it against that.
Yeah,
deck after.
BY Luffy mirror is very boring to watch.
Well, we're going to see
I
if
won't
we
lie.
can get into another game here soon. It looks like, from what I can see, both of the other games and the other pods are happening, so maybe, or one of them at least. So
Yeah.
we can hopefully get into the last one. It feels like we've still got time.
We can
Yeah,
hopefully get
like
this
the-
guy out of
The
this
Nami
seat.
games, I think actually, so Pod C we had Nami win.
All 3 are done.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think all
okay.
3 are done. Yeah, and then
All
Pod
right.
B, and then I think it looks like they're just talking at A. So
Could be, yeah.
you know,
We're looking through the crowd here.
they
trying
got
to-
pretty good seats over there. I don't know if it's shown, but you know, if I wouldn't move out of those if I didn't have to, if I was wandering the halls, right? So
Yeah.
best seats in the house over there.
That is true. Well, so I suppose that's going to do it for round number 6 then. So we're going to take a bit of a break, and when we come back, round number 7. That's right. 3 more rounds to go here at One Piece today. So do not go anywhere. And during the break,
Yeah, it's not too crazy. It's not crazy to watch when you don't play the deck, and it's even worse if they don't have mirror tech like Zombie Luffy. Yeah, I got you.
that out, but we will see you in just
Because then it's just boost loops until one runs out. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't really play that deck, and I don't know. Most of the mirrors are pretty to watch though. To be fair, I don't like watching most of the mirrors. They're not as entertaining. I'll be back. I gotta piss. Someone was in the shower last time, so be right back. All right. All right, so we're going to be going on to what, round 7? We got a few more rounds left in us today. Was there 9 or 10 rounds? I'm not actually sure. I forget what they showed the schedule on. I think there's 10, but guess we'll see soon. Bo do 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 do. We have been watching a lot of BY today. I will say that. I do agree. Been a ton of BY. Do 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 do. Shank's best deck. Let's go. You think so? I won't say it's the best deck. It is when it's consistent, though. It is when it sees its pieces. When it sees every line that it needs in a game, it probably is the best deck. But it doesn't typically see every line it needs. It has got a consistency problem. That's why Dofi is tier 0. Because it is super consistent and always fantastic. What blue deck will be new in... What blue deck will be in new STS? What's that? What do you mean, starters? It's, if that's what you're asking, it is, Buggy. Or are you saying in the new sets? I think we're getting ready to, like... I don't think Buggy's going to be a great deck by any means, like, even with the new starter. Like, but he could be. I mean, he very much could get, like, some kind of fucking broken-ass card. But I feel like we're going to have a fall off of blue for the most part, depending on what happens with Dofi. I think blue's getting ready to take a small hit to where it's not as relevant. And if that happens, depending on what happens with Dofi, then obviously Boa is going to be the strongest blue deck. Unless Buggy gets some kind of broken ass card. Which could he? Sure. But I'm not sold. I'm not sold on him getting it. So he does have some good pieces, but he's just not great. Yeah, they're using all the Emperors, but not only that, they're giving all those new sets just more support that they just came out with. then Bonnie and Yamato get support. Interesting that they're choosing to give Yamato support. I find that very interesting. She's gonna be the new Rush You Down. I mean, not necessarily new because she still gets played and stuff, but if they end up doing away with Dofi, then she's gonna be that deck that's just like gatekeeps fucking those decks like Pudding and shit like that. Which would be nice. I'll run Yamato if I have to. Because Pudding needs to be gate kept. Only dual color? Yeah. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Oh, Val, you mad about the hat? Don't be a crybaby. Don't be a crybaby. You like the shirt, too. What you thinking... Thanking me? Oh. Got you. Talking to Marty. Oh, when you said buggy, you talking about the starters, Marty? Yeah. Appreciate the follow. Thank you, Living. Man, these events go for a long time. They do. Oh. They go, they go. This one's actually doing pretty well, though, Andrew, to be honest. Like, bro, the fucking Orlando one that we watched, like, they barely showed any matches and it did this, and it was this long. We get, like, 2 matches that they got that they showed on stream. It was crazy. Appreciate you, feel good. Doctor feels good. Thank you. My hat triggered a YouTube watcher. That's funny. Triggered. The Zorro poster. Yeah, it was Marty. Yeah, we had to watch some awful ones though, man. Like, I don't want to watch those. It was so bad. They should have just had multiple streams. It was goofy. They did that so terribly. That was one of the worst ran events that I've actually ever, like, watched. And believe me, I've been at MLG ones and streamed like UMG ones and been to UMG ones, and those are some terrible ran events. So like for Bandai to actually take that title for that one is insane. That Gundam game actually does look interesting, though. Gundam doesn't look terrible. Out of everything they showed, that one doesn't look bad. But I won't play it, I don't think. But it doesn't look bad. But they better show like One Piece like as much support as they can, because like this is their best card game hands down, easily. Like they need to cater to the fans. I agree, Marty. Like, but they can't be catering to like they have to cater to the One Piece fans, especially at One Piece events and stuff. Like no one's watching this stream to watch like Digimon shit. Like if you're going to do that, do it on another stream. Because like I guarantee you don't get the views. Yeah, I agree. I'm definitely sticking with One Piece. I don't do nothing with Magic the Gathering. I do like their sleeves though. I bought the like that's what I run is the Fallout sleeves. I love the Magic the Gathering sleeves, but I love Fallout, so I bought these ones. I like the matte sleeves.
Good, and we're at the point in the day where people are getting tired, right? The fatigue is starting to set in.
Yeah.
This is a marathon of a tournament, right?
Yeah, the longer a tournament goes, definitely decisions do go not the most optimal, I would say. But I did see while I was on break, I snooped around and I saw that Jackson on Pot C, he wasn't so on the top tables. He beat a NL player, and I also caught that we had a couple European guests, Fabian and Herboyet. They were either on the undefeated or the X1 teetering on the table because it's a very long
Magic's
table.
definitely
And,
hardcore.
Yeah, I do see that. I think we have paired up.
It's too much reading for me.
And, Fabian, who was the European national champion of last season. So another Worlds player. So two Worlds players having each other squaring off right there.
That'd be a great matchup, but we'll see which pod we end up watching. Generally, we try to gear towards things like that. So, we'll
Yes,
have to
sir.
see. So if that's the case, then we know we've got at least one Black Yellow Luffy. What was did you know what Fabian was playing?
I think he was in that too. I didn't catch it because of the angle that I was on. Because when they're on the inside, I can't see him that well.
For sure. Well, might be in store for another BY Luffy.
The kill
We'll have to
juice?
wait and see.
What's the
Well,
kill
again,
juice?
The players are setting up right now, so we're just moments away from moving into whatever game. It looks like the
Was
cameras
it
are
bear
set up
spray
by
or
C
some
as well,
shit?
so I think that is the matchup that it looks like we're going into as I look all the way across the room.
I might play
trying to
Pokemon too.
introduce it.
Fair.
I saw you had an
One
exciting
Piece is
matchup,
definitely better than
with
Magic.
Nami Bonnie.
I sold out
Yeah, I mean,
of Magic
it
the
was-
Gathering
it
and got
was
into One Piece.
interesting. It was
Enjoyed it a lot more.
fast-paced than I expected it would
I
be.
would
That
agree with
Nami
you,
was
but I
very
understand
deft,
people
too,
like
which I think
Magic the
is a
Gathering, and it is very in
interesting,
depth,
adaptation
and it's
of,
just
kind
a
of
lot of
bringing
reading on
something back
cards
that we
and
haven't
stuff.
seen in a while. And our Bonnie player had 3
I would say it's more
in a row
hardcore,
and
but I
came
do like
very,
One
very
Piece
close to
better,
finishing
and I
it,
do like
but,
One
couldn't
Piece.
quite
It's
get over the
the
finish
only
line.
card game I
Like I said
play.
before, as the rounds go by, we have better quality players.
Love
that
you,
know what
buddy.
they're doing, so they do pre-plan their turns. So when we're actually viewing it in person, they go a lot faster than we normally see earlier in the rounds.
They know how to draw 3
Oh, yeah.
Hodies in a row. You know, they've got that skill.
All right, so it is
But,
9
Yeah,
rounds.
we got round
Okay.
7 right now, and then coming up after that, this is going to be hard to believe, but it's going to be round 8, and then round 9.
Yeah, Andrew. I mean, Pokemon doesn't look terrible or anything.
Yep, and we might get
It seems
some
like a
more
lot when you're
games
watching
to
the
you guys out there
online
doing
sim
all
of it,
day.
though.
If we do finish early, we do try to jump over to one of the other games in the
Yeah.
playing area, the viewing area there. Yeah. So we will see. But right now, waiting for the players to get started. I think we are about
Played
ready
Yu-Gi-Oh
to,
for
get
17
going there.
years. Just switched to OP
Yeah,
in the
I
last
see
few
decks
months.
being shuffled
You
up,
like,
deciding
One Piece
who is,
better?
getting first.
One Piece is
The
fun,
dice
man.
are being
This is the only
rolled,
card game I've ever played.
and we are about
Like, I've collected
ready
some
as we
Pokemon
see
cards here and there
Fabian
and different
on the left
stuff,
side of your
but
screen with BY Luffy, and on the right side,
Never really got
a
into
familiar
playing
face for the
anything,
North American crowd,
but this is
Jackson
fun.
Hong,
I enjoy it.
aka Clyde on the BY Luffy. Our
We got
national
another
champion.
BY mirror.
Second mirror of the day.
Jesus.
For BY Luffy.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
National champion back at the end of 2024. Won the Dallas Card Fest here in Dallas, coincidentally.
Yeah. So again, this very, I don't know how to say this. It's a very high-ranking matchup, I would say, as we have one of Europe's top players here in attendance, playing off against our national champion from the Dallas Card Fest.
Yeah.
And yeah, Fabian unfortunately did not get to attend this year's Worlds, but you know it happens. That's the way competitive playing is. Like Jonas, also a winner of Card Fest last year, and he is unfortunately not going to go to Worlds.
Yeah, you can't
be
make
there,
them all
but,
unless
yeah.
your name is Jackson. Then
Yeah.
apparently you can. So far,
No,
go there.
Yeah, the new bet's is he gonna make it back to back to back?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the cream does rise to the top for sure. But that
Oh,
goes
yeah.
for players like Fabian and Jonas as well, both doing very well this weekend already as we get things started here. Jackson on the play, it looks like. First turn, yep, goes for the Garp search, and over to Fabian now.
Yeah, for this deck, in most decks, the first turn or two are not really that exciting, as you would see. It's just play the search or offer nothing and concede the turn. So we did see, what did he pick up with the Garp?
I believe it was the Fist Luffy,
Fist Luffy,
the
okay,
Punch
gotcha.
Luffy, yeah.
Yeah, and we're seeing a Kusan, some bling right there. So mine's the regional price to Kusan.
Yeah, looks great.
Yeah, and it's an excellent card to play on curve over here because it offers you the draw ability and the ability to reduce for later, which could be used to combo off with. You could do the Rocket Luffy as well.
Yep. And that's pretty much about it right now.
I don't want to see all
Yeah,
these
it's not
mirrors because they
much-
might hit
yeah,
this
but
with
yeah,
not
it was
Dofi
like
with
the
all the
short period of time
representation.
with
I don't
people
think so. I
running
don't think you have
Audi and
anything to
stuff,
worry about,
but,
Whoop.
those days came and went pretty fast. There's a Kuzan from the side of Jackson as well.
Yeah. Got to match it over here. But funny enough, Jackson does not want to really play high rarity cards, but I gotta say, his Dawn deck actually costs more than his actual deck.
Yeah, I believe it.
Those Sora Dawn.
I don't think they're
going
going to ban Dofi, Andrew. I think
And
your
we're swinging
two-cost
now.
teach is what's getting banned out of Dofi.
Oh, what's that? What's the attachment?
In my opinion, like,
Well, that is
I think that's what I think that's what
Yeah.
we're going to see. But maybe we do see a Dofi ban flat out.
All right.
I would assume it's just going to be the two-cost
So-
teach, though.
Back over to Fabian now, as we mentioned a little bit earlier.
Which means Dofi will still be strong.
And he's gonna pick up into
Just takes away a little bit of his consistency.
one unfortunate thing.
And
that
some
does
of
happen
his
with
crazy
UI
ass
players
bounce
is the
abilities.
fact that there's a couple cards here and there that are not searchable. Gecko Moria. So in a bad luck of the draw, you could possibly bottom deck him and you'll never see him again. So doesn't seem like it's the case this time around, and you pick up a Kid Luffy.
Yep, that's right. And getting the Luffy's out early is nice. I mean, obviously, as the game goes on, the Sabo generally becomes a little bit more valuable, but the Luffy early is good to do things like deal with the Kuzan, if it's a Rocket Luffy. Or
It'll still be good
body
if
output that can
if
present
it's
pretty
Teach.
beefy attacks
If Teach
in
gets
case of
banned,
the Punch
Luffy will definitely still be good.
And we're letting go of a Fist Luffy.
Yep, that's right. That's going to go
What's
to
the
trash.
next thing?
Or not Luffy, Dofi.
I'd imagine we're going to see it again soon, though, you know?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, those guys going in this card pile definitely. It doesn't mean much to that because they do get put back on the life eventually. Yeah.
Now, one thing we should mention, too, is that Fabian's been able to get down to 1 life already. And that's going to let the shenanigans start, right? With the leader ability, powering things up a little bit more frequently with the boys.
Yeah, it's BY is not really that fast of an aggro deck, so for sure this was definitely calculated on his part.
Probably
But
more
he feels like he
2K
preferred to
or
take on being at 0 life and take any
if
risks
you,
whatsoever.
it
Because
just depends on where the
longer
meta's
lines out
at.
for you to defend him as well,
Because
so
maybe you
yeah,
add
be
in,
ready
you
to
could add in
0
Red Rock,
pretty soon.
or you can always
Yeah,
go
exactly.
add in like
We'll see. Jackson pondering
Mihawk
what the
or
turn
something
is
if you
gonna
need to get
be.
high end depending on what's
Went
being
in with
ran.
the attack early on. Looks like Fabian will take that damage, actually. So that means a big swing coming from Kuzan. That's going to cost the blocker. And now, what's the plan here? Oh, a second Kuzan. All right. So, again, Jackson just kind of building a powerful board with potentially a lot of big swings coming through. So now it's really on Fabian to try to protect himself, right? You can get that extra power from being able to evolve the boys to the men, per se, get the 2K power per.
It is a little
But
fuzzy.
That said, 2 Kuzans is definitely something to be a little bit aware of, a little bit nervous about, perhaps. That said, he does have a way to attack into one of them. Perhaps. That said, he does have a way to attack into one of them.
Yeah, that is a lot of reduction potentially that he could be facing.
It was in 720. Maybe
Thankfully,
that'll help.
Right now, there isn't much that he does have his own Kusan that's like.
It
playing
still
in the
looks
background,
fuzzy though.
But Luffy can definitely go a little bit tall and go ahead and clear out the Kusan that's rested over there. But I can definitely see that he should be ready to go ahead and awaken per se with his leader effect.
Yep.
So he has his Sabo and Fist Luffy in the Discord.
Maybe BY needs
ready
the
to go.
ban. It's not happening.
It's going to be a decent board once it
It is strong
does
though.
get established.
It's just Teach is gonna kind of run it.
Trying to make
So
sure that the
OP10 like
ordering is correct, right?
Sacrificing
Teach is
another
gonna bury it.
first
And I mean,
here.
Teach already does, kind of, but it's just Teach gets ran so hard by Dofi right now. But
There he goes.
the additional
Yeah,
pieces for
so
Teach,
We've got the
it's gonna help him a
Luffy
lot.
on top. Oh, it actually swaps it out. Okay, yep. Was that one instead, apparently?
Dawn system is better than the mana system.
And now we have
Yeah.
2 life thirsts sitting face up.
Oh, you're talking about
and
fur.
we're gonna have
Yeah. Hold up,
Kid
that's
Luffy
kind of
throwing
mean.
down. There you go.
Indeed. Fabian, thinking hard about this. I think part of the decision is deciding how you want to try to handle the Kuzan on the other side of the board as well.
I do think this is actually one of the slowest paced games we've seen so far from BY.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a mirror, so the playstyle completely changes on mirror matches for decks, I would say.
Oh, interesting.
So, okay.
So played out 3 boys, 2 Luffys and a Sabo. Okay, that's really interesting actually. And we've got the Luffy and the Sabo coming into play here. And so now, I'm very interested in the little Luffy that's just kind of hanging out there.
Yeah, it's just probably an investment because you don't want to pay it down later, next turn maybe.
Yeah.
It's gonna see whether or not it matters to have any KO effects be Jackson right now because he has nothing to go with that so far. Only just massive reduction.
Right. You know, the rocket. Is there ever a scenario where you could see yourself using the rocket Luffy to remove the little one?
Oh, that'd be pretty nice actually because then you're taking away an opportunity for them to.
I've
boost
never
up
had
that
any
one,
issues
especially
beating
because
BY, but I also
once you
main
go
a
to
lot
the
of stuff
next
that
turn,
happens
he's
to do
kinda
good
free
into
to
it,
get it done,
and most of my
right?
decks run
I guess
great
the
against black
concern
because of
is, you know,
Sokka
are they gonna
era.
run into a
I went
Gekamori
through. I
next
got
turn,
you.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they do, then you're going to feel kind of bad using it on there. If they don't, then you're going to feel pretty good about it. But you're ready
Yeah,
for
allows
now
him to
grab
require
one
sheer
life.
Hoshi with Moria without having to be a 7k
Putting
leader.
card back? Yes, we are. Yep.
Knows
It is
what
blinged out.
So with the 2 Don on the leader, he can get something out that he wants to, and that is the Punch Luffy there.
Moria
What
one
a
less kid.
twist.
Fair
Yep,
enough.
That's right. 2K power.
Oh, and we're at 0 now.
Yeah, that's right. And so that means leader ability is online.
Yep, and we have our boosted Luffy right here.
The Gold Zoros is wild,
One is
bro.
supposed to, the other one is
It
supposed to.
really is.
Yeah.
Thankfully, these guys have been awesome to have these markers so we can read them better.
These do work pretty well. Sabo coming down, so I'd imagine it's going to be, probably another Sabo and a Luffy going into the life here from Jackson.
Yeah, still deliberating on what he's going to put down, but for sure, a lock-in is going to be that Sabo. Still deciding on the second card if it's Luffy. Got it. Man, these Kusans have been sitting there the entire game.
Yeah, seriously.
Uncontested.
I agree, Andrew.
And I think part of it too is that if you don't,
The leader always,
you
and
have
then
an
the
option
Don
to
is pretty
remove
cool
the Moria,
too.
right?
Yeah, to go.
if you
Yep.
can rest both
Plus, you're not
Kusans,
really like
then
shuffling
that
them up
brings,
and like
Moria
fucking
down
them up.
below 4, and
so.
Rocket Luffy could
I
take it
agree.
out.
Yeah, and you basically have 2 opportunities to do it as you have 2 Kusans ready to go ahead and attack and reduce. So that's a pretty good backup plan to go ahead and get rid of Moria.
Yeah, there is a Rocket Luffy in the trash for Jackson, so as long as he can find one of the little ones, he is ready.
It is a
Moria
lot of
could
money
too.
in Dons. It's crazy.
All right, so at this
They
point,
both have them too. Is what's wild.
Jackson has to make the decision here.
They're both
Is
gold
there
donned
any
out.
scenario where you maybe want to
Zoro.
send Kuzans in? I don't like it. Yeah, he passes a turn. Okay, good. Just making sure, that all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted before sending the turn over to the opponent.
Yeah, there's not much you could attack him to,
Yeah.
so there's nothing to do really.
Yep.
You don't
I
got
don't
that
think
kind
it's
of
a bad
money.
thing to
That's a
take
lot of
off
money.
at the
To,
end of
that's a big kind, a lot of money to
Everything
have
you've done
though.
so far, be
Like,
like, okay,
especially
alright.
for cards.
Yeah,
Even if you
for
do
next year
have
you
it,
can set up and have more
it's still a lot of
opportunities,
money to
but
have.
Possibly Moria that
And
he might
cardboard.
play.
Yeah, I think I maybe caught a glimpse of one in the hand.
Cause I don't either, right?
We're seeing,
Yeah, I'm not blinging.
card
Like,
games with
even if
more
I had
opportunities.
it, I ain't blinging my deck out with
You have
all
to, like,
gold. I
immediately
just ain't.
guesstimate on what the card is, but
I
there's so
wouldn't
many
be at work if I
variants,
did.
so many cards, so many
Yeah, you'd be
alternate
on
cards
stream, Marty.
in the game right now that you have to like pick and guess.
I know that Luffy on Fabian's side. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen that one before. That art
Yeah.
treatment.
I am completely blind to
The
this,
weird
really.
Luffy
It looks like
card.
a championship one. Just
I don't know
trying to
which
judge
one
by
it's
the logo
from.
there.
I'm not sure which the
Yeah, it's a
which
stamp
which.
over there.
But now That's right. Now it's going to be on the side of Fabian once again. Trying to spend that Don.
Yep. So he's now on
ST14.
ready to go. Have we caught a glimpse on what he has so far? From
What do
this
you have
year?
to? Is it a championship?
He seems to be making
Is
space,
that what the
so
alt
he
is,
has cards ready
or
to
the
go.
version?
Oh, but you should. if you don't, I think you're in big trouble. The question I have is there a Moria there?
Draw,
that's
then +3
mostly-
cost any unit.
That's the main target, I think, for this turn. Because then you can afford to have the other two lose for the Awakening effect on Luffy.
Yep.
But, so,
I do believe I see one in the middle there.
you do? Okay, I was trying to look at that too.
Don't quote me on that, but oh, okay, minus cost on the punch Luffy, on the fist Luffy there, on that side, attached too. So we may be bringing a rocket Luffy back then. All right. There's a Shirahoshi.
Okay.
Zombie Luffy.
Yeah, and
Regionals all.
this
Okay.
way, when he plays that Sabo, he'll have the block, the Gecko. You play the Sabo, he has the blocker, and he already had that
Yep.
Luffy ready to go for free.
Yep, that's right. And so there's a Gecko Moria going down. So going to bring back the the Shirahoshi and the Sabo instead. Okay, cool. All right. And yeah, a little bit more minus cost. And that'll be the Sabo out of life.
Yeah, and we're most likely gonna proc the effect on the Kid Luffy as well to bring in the Punch Luffy.
I guess so. And okay, yep, there's removal now.
Mm-hmm.
340 each.
And
Jesus.
the Kuzan doing work, you know?
Yeah,
Interesting.
these guys have been here forever, so I mean it's putting a lot of work.
34
And,
for
we have,
yeah.
Moria, everything else. Let's see how Jackson can respond to this display.
I mean,
from
some of these
Fabian.
serialized cards and stuff they win at regionals, bro, are like $100,000 card.
Yeah, well, I mean, with
I'm not
Kuzan's
sure
out, this
who's
is kind of
hit
the trend
what
that's
on
been
card
there,
wise,
right?
but like some
if
of
he
those
does
cards are
have the
crazy expensive.
ability to put a Rocket Luffy out there or some other little type of removal there, you can get rid of the Moria, and that's such a big deal to be able to take that 9K body off the board, because it does, that is kind of the danger in these mirror matches, right? When the big bodies become too hard to remove, you know, then as those start to stack up, then it becomes harder and harder
Yeah, it's
to
gonna-
maintain the blockers. turn
Yeah,
by
one
turn.
of them, I think one of the last ones
So-
that I seen sold for like $115,000. It was graded 10.
Gotta be aware.
It was a
Jackson, you know, has had those Kuzans untouched
Championship
all
card
game,
or
so
whatever.
the opportunity is here now.
Yeah, no, having that massive army. of
serial
Kuzans in the
championship
back,
one.
Playing off that Gecko,
Some of the cards they win are
activating the
insane.
air
Like
effect,
it's
putting down
it's
in the,
they're fucking they go
Liberia,
for insane amounts of money.
the
I know there's
combo
been 2
of
sold.
the
I think one was
War, Sabo as well, to build
110
up
or
defenses,
111,000, and the
good,
other
and
was
then you
like
have some
90,000 or
attack
something.
production.
The only 2 that I've ever seen
Yep,
sold.
so attacking into it looks
1,000
like
for the Kuzan. Yeah.
attacking into Luffy with this Kuzan doing the
That's
minus
crazy.
cost on the Moria, if I saw correctly from the pointing of
Yeah,
Jackson there.
yeah. Fabian, they put a little token
Yep.
counter thing.
And one more Kuzan to work with. Jackson really taking a lot of time with his turns here. Wants to play things out as perfectly as possible.
Yeah,
but,
some of the
mirrors are
championship
just
cards
so
Wada
hard.
go for
Yeah, no, Jackson
insane
is
amounts of
really
money.
A very fast player, and seeing this comes to show how much thought process it requires to play this mirror match. Because even when he was playing against NL earlier in the round, and I saw that last round, and I saw that it definitely was a quicker match.
It's about to
Yeah, so
win me
Fabian
one
gets
when I go to
ready to
Virginia.
go.
Got lock in.
So
Hell
good
yeah,
for
Andrew.
Jackson there,
I'll
although
root
I
for you,
feel
bro.
like Fabian at that point,
I
you
hope
gotta
I
do
catch you on
something,
stream.
so
I'll be
There's Luffy. Yep,
I'll try to hopefully I'll be able to record it all. Well,
that's right.
watch party it all.
And the attack will get.
If we catch you in there, we'll
perhaps.
root for you. We'll be like, we know Andrew.
Yeah. Okay.
And sure how she goes.
Yep.
And we're sacrificing.
Gotta lock in.
Hard cast at Sabo here to get another filter on the hand. Possibly trying to reach for a Gecko Moria.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because we had to see the attack from the Kuzan come through. So that next turn, that -8, I don't think is going to be a possibility. I don't think that Kuzan's going to live until the next turn here. I don't see a Moria in Jackson's hand either. There he is going through the trash,
boy.
it looks like.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Again, it's only 4 cards in a 50-card deck, so it's always a chance that you won't even see it. Because you only see honestly, the first 20, 25-ish in your deck.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, sometimes the searching will end up bottom decking it too. So
Fab
in a
probably
matchup like
got
this,
this
that
more board
effectively
first
just
Moria. He'll
removes
bring
game.
back Zombie on board, then Trash
So we're
Asabo
back
going
over
for
to
game if he
Fabian
can.
now. So Gecko Moria lives to fight another day.
That'd be lit, not gonna lie. Hell yeah, Andrew. For
Yeah,
sure,
it's
man.
really interesting. I
Yeah,
don't think
it's-
I've seen a. I don't think I've seen a.
Watch
board
you
who's-
sell. No, don't sell on stream, bro.
No,
You ain't allowed
but,
to sell.
Also, Kusan's been there forever too, but just Luffy just sitting there unattended.
As Fabian.
Yeah, 100%,
Doesn't
Marty.
think
Yeah,
about, what his turn is
what
might
makes
be.
it worth it is obviously the card,
And
like
It's
the
finally
the
happening.
card that
That's right,
from
yep,
championship
there's,
cards
one
and
Luffy
shit.
at
Some
least
of them
coming out,
that
yeah,
sell for
so
just
there you
those
go.
buku amounts of
Bigger
money.
boost for the 2K.
Toucan leader from that.
So it
Yeah.
creates a
Luffy
huge
does get
draw.
buffed, but for
It's-
now it goes on the leader.
It's wild. It's what actually makes this game
Yeah,
compete
and
with
that
like
fifth Luffy's gonna be,
the Pokemons or
tremendous
the
against
Luracanas or
Super
and shit
Match
that are
because
just like
it
high
only
end
takes a
payouts.
minor investment of Dawn to get him to match the leader to go to 9.
Right.
So that's super good in that department, and it's a very cheap card to play off because ideally it only costs you could say 4 Dawn because leader attach and that. It's a lot of over 10 Dawn math for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Looking through the trash again. I feel like neither player has a super large hand right now. Looks like 4 cards for Jackson. And probably maybe 1 or 2 more. Yeah, it looks like 5 for Fabian.
Yeah, it looks crazy on Jackson's side of the board, but it's just Kusan
4.
blockers.
Yep.
Who pays? You mean pays for 'em?
Just
Just collectors and shit, man. They're worth.
not quite.
I'm not sure. There's been
so far.
There's been the only 2 that I know of that like there's probably been more that sold, but like
And
the
there's
2
Gecko
big ones
Moria,
I'm
alright.
aware of.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I'm
number
assuming just
2,
collectors
yep.
mainly.
And that's got to feel pretty
One
good
Piece has a
after,
huge
getting
following.
rid
You
of
got to
that
think there's a
Tucson.
lot of people that love One Piece that don't play this card game, and that just treat it like
We're gonna
Pokemon
have,
cards,
bring
and
back
that they just
Kusan,
collect them.
and we're gonna get some draw. We're gonna get our Sabo.
And these
that
are
we're gonna
cards
bring
that no
back
one else is ever
into
going to
eventually
have.
with the leader.
Some of those
Blocker
championship
one,
winner
get more
cards.
draw.
Yep.
And this is definitely a better mechanic than it is for search because that way you don't face the chance of bottom decking. So you might see a third Gecko Moria.
All right.
Like you got people like I Show Speed and shit that are really into One Piece and love One Piece in general too. I don't know about like Logan Paul's and shit, but those people will buy those $100,000 cards as a publicity stunt in general. So,
Seeing that he
So,
will
I mean,
always
there's a
match
market for
the,
him.
Jackson's leader attack for free.
Well, we talked about this too, right? Where on a basic level, this matchup can be a lot about one player seeing their Gecko Morias and the other player not seeing them. And right now, the player with the Geckos, obviously Fabian. You can see the advantage coming through here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wish I could have paid attention to see turn 1 on Jackson's side if he had bottom decked any Geckos because that would have been extremely detrimental to his board state right now because he has none.
Yep. It's pretty rough. Don't see any in trash either. So it's not like they were accidentally trash. Might have been bottom deck. Oh, we did
let's
find a Gecko
go.
Moria. Never
Here we
mind. All right. You know, the thing is, I've been so conditioned to look for the alt arts in people's hands now. I missed the regular art. So that worked out really well. Okay. Brings in the Nami as well.
Bringing his own blocker and eventually gonna turn into his own Sabo blocker too.
Yeah, and that Nami will draw a card too from having the big body. out
anything
there.
that can be
There's
scalped will
Sabo.
be scalped.
Yeah, we've now entered
I wouldn't call
Gecko
that
Wars.
scalping.
Yeah, so Jackson bouncing back here, and you've got
That's
the
more of a
second
collector
blocker of the
market.
Nami, which is kind of nice. That mitigates the second Gecko Moria. So if Jackson can find
Collector
another one
market
and kinda
publicity stunt
equalize,
kind of thing.
we might be in for a pretty tight finish here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna come down to whoever can keep their Morias on board because it's gonna be an absurd amount of pressure going.
But
into
you are
the
right
attacks.
at the same time.
So we'll see for how long Fabian can keep those 2 in there or reach for a third.
Right. Yeah, that's the question. Fabian take another gander at the trash here as we look at the hand. And trying to deduce what we've got in there. Looks like another baby Sabo. Okay, so that one's just going to get pitched.
And One Piece is just going to continue to grow in popularity. So some of those cards might end up. I mean, they're going to go up. I wonder if they are forced to use
Must
single
have
sleeve colors. I
something
don't
else
think so.
that's more worth it to him to play.
I don't know why
Yeah.
they do that.
I see a Kid. I see a Flampe. Sorry, Kid Luffy, a Flampe.
Because we're not forced in our regionals and stuff online.
And
So
that's
no,
all
there's
Bodycon.
no way.
Well, you've got
Because some people
got
were
two
running the
Morias
black
now,
ones,
so at
right?
least
I don't know
board-wise,
why a
you're
lot
in
of
a
people
pretty
run
good
them.
spot.
I
You've
hate
also
running
got
them
that,
just
Kusan
because
that
I
we
hate
mentioned a
looking
little
at them.
earlier, the Sabo there as well.
Yeah, no, Kusan being here.
When
at
others
this
run 'em
stage
too,
in the game, and
it-
if it goes unresponded, it's going to be troll for the other Gecko Moria, or even other characters that are
Because you
above
can
the
all,
threshold
it's always
of,
hard to tell how much
Luffy.
life someone has and shit. You just gotta constantly
Right,
ask.
and it gives you another swing too, you know.
Mhm.
So just another attack you can send into your opponent, which is never a bad thing.
Yeah, for
Jackson
sure.
debating on defending this one with the Sabo blocker, kind of doing some mental
9999.
planning. They're saying, all right, if I block this, you do this, you do this,
Mhm.
et cetera, et cetera. Decides that's a safe play as it goes to the trash. At the board, so the options are pretty huge.
The hell was that?
Yeah, he's only put down. No, he's put down none so far, right? Full
None
10.
so far. Yeah, still should
Yeah,
have some 10
so
done. Yeah.
The guaranteed 2, and then no, maybe he's gonna expend more than
Mixing them upside down?
two.
Yeah.
Debating
I just
is to
hate.
swing
I
high
know that I dislike them, like
for
playing
9.
against them. So just because it's kind of annoying to see.
I don't think that's the worst thing right now.
Yeah, I do see that Jackson's Luffy is 7, so that's 2 cards to pitch out of.
Right. Or you just block with the Sabo as
Mhm.
well. That's what it's there for. But it does kind of put the onus on Jackson then to have a way to kind of replace that board next time. So if you can get out of it, you know, you tried. Looks like that's not going to be the case. All right, Monkey D. Luffy.
Mhm.
And here's our other Luffy. Meanwhile, activate main on the other Luffy. That's going to swing in for a lot. And now you're really kind of compelled to block this because
Yeah, that costs
you
way too
don't.
much.
Yeah, only 3 cards in hand. That's rough. 3 Brothers Prawn for Fabian there.
Yeah, oftentimes you see like Luffy have a phone book, but I think they've been playing all that they have on their
Yeah,
hands the
locking
entire
it down.
game, so definitely it
He
keeps
is.
him at within
It's looking
5
good
or
for
so
him.
hand level for sure.
Sure. Wow. Okay. So giving up one of the big Luffys in favor for another Sabo. So
Right.
yeah, but you need it, right?
Yeah, no, get the blocker.
Yeah.
Did it happen before? Yeah. So the Kusan is so far in the other side of the board, I keep forgetting about him. Yeah, he's just hiding there,
Just
chilling.
kind of hanging out in the life area. Yeah.
Yeah, but having that blocker be in 7 or 9K definitely helps. Yeah, he's 9 right now, and we're swinging boosted into 11.
Right.
Yeah, and we're going back to Jackson here. How will he respond to this?
Yeah, he's killing it. He's playing
you've
really
got
well.
3 attacks, right? And you've got 1 blocker on the side, 1 life. Not a ton of cards in hand for Fabian. So I think Jackson is trying to math out if he's got the potential win here, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, you've just got the 1 Sabo.
Yeah, a lot of the cards
It's a
in this,
9K leader, though. Ooh.
in this deck are they all have some kind of counter. So even having 3-4 cards, it still means that it could be a 6K or 8K defense too. So you just never know until you see him put him down to counter out, right?
Yeah, on second glance, maybe Fabian has a few more cards, I think. But the way, Jackson kind of dividing the 2 and 8, so maybe another Gecko turn if he drew into it. Possibly, too. The thing is with that Fist Luffy out there, yeah, okay, there's the Gecko. I was going to say, with the Fist Luffy out there, you still do have the, ability to have some pretty big swings here. But it's going to instead be the double blocker turn with the Nami and then the Sabo as well.
Yeah, that Nami, one of the guest appearances in this deck as a tech choice, is putting in the work, and so has the Shirahoshi as well too on Fabian's side.
I mean, this does mean though that it's going to be a 7K leader for Jackson going to this next turn. So, is that being vulnerable? Yeah, with a couple Gecko Morios, I would be a little bit concerned maybe.
Yeah, so it's low hand, but 2 blockers. There is not really anything that's necessarily an unblockable swing in this deck,
Sure.
but it's still very crushing to have 9K straight up, boost up the Sabo or the other Luffy to
Kusan.
9 or so, the Kusan, yeah, right. So you have many ways to
Okay,
just
so he's got double
swing out
blocker.
high, and you're going to give the blocker away right away, and you have to counter out and hope you have enough.
Yeah, definitely.
Sabo
Alright, so-
trashed and easied up. My job messed up
First
though.
of all, Sabo
What happened
blocks
to your
that
job, Marty?
Moria, and then turn gets passed, I suppose. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so Fabian now.
Will he respond with laying his own third gecko, or will he spread it out in some way? Convert a kid Sabo into a big Sabo, awaken again, increase his attack power. We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, so minus cost on that Sabo with the Kuzan, looks like. Attacking
They're
just to
giving
get
me
that
a
started.
$3 raise, probably getting more One Piece and Magic
You know,
Gathering
what
stuff
if
now.
we have something like a
Yo, that's fucking
Rocket
dope,
Luffy
bro.
come in,
Congrats.
you know, remove the Sabo. That said, there's still another block.
$3
in
raise
the
is
form of
dope.
The Nami anyway.
Yeah, no, having way more blockers nowadays for Black Yellow Luffy has been pretty big.
Oh, you
Before
need
in
it.
the Sorry?
You need it, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, because before it was just the Sabo itself, and it was a very fine engine to just keep recycling, but the ability to synergize with Gecko and bring in the Shira or the Nami has been pretty good, because there's times you just don't have enough on the offense to.
Yeah, I got you,
know,
flawless.
Offense is the best defense sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
So sometimes it isn't enough. So having that alternate line for Gecko Moria has been helping DY survive and have a longer late game.
For sure. I keep bringing up the Rocket Luffy, but I forget he's got removal right there on the board already, so doesn't even need to do something something crazy like that.
Counter.
Double 2K to block that, to counter out of that attack. Jackson looking a little bit low on hand size, though, in that. I don't think he's got one right now. And that's another 9K swing.
Maybe I can buy a
Moria.
damaged gold Zoro Don. That's hilarious.
Into the Gecko.
Yeah,
no
bro.
cards in
You're
Jackson's
getting
hands.
there.
He can
It's probably
just
like, what,
straight up
200 bucks
grab
for
it.
a damaged
man.
one?
This is huge.
Yeah, that's a third Gecko Moria now for Fabian. And, I mean, just looking at the state of the board, Jackson leans back in his chair. I mean, with no cards in hand, you know, you're going to draw one next turn, and, you know, you've still got the, I mean, the Luffy ability doesn't feel great when you're only drawing one. And so I think things are looking a bit grim for Jackson in this one.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of seeing what he has available in his hand and what he can pull off from his top deck, because he's a very capable player, and if he has the tools to get him to where he needs to be and survive and feel out what he can possibly do to extend the game and create a chance for himself, but facing 3 Geckos and a Sabo and being a high, it's now also another blocker from Nami. Being a high attack leader is definitely very tough to overcome.
Yeah, if there's anyone that could get out of it, it's our,
I know someone that has one.
our
A
client.
damaged one?
our one of our world representatives, I suppose. But yeah, it's not going to be easy, right?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And you know, when you're a competitive player, you want to earn your wins, and this definitely making him work for it.
Yeah, that card gets bottom decked here.
Ooh.
Draw for Jackson. As what are we going to see here? We've got the 2 blockers over on Fabian's side, and the Sabo and the Nami. We've got a swing from the Gecko. We've got a swing from that Luffy potentially. Here's the 9K in from the Gecko, and that's a 7K Luffy. So Fabian has to make the decision here. He's got 2 life though, so.
I know, right? My man has
You've got
Serial
some-
Luffy.
you've definitely got some wiggle room,
I've
right?
seen
Yeah,
that,
so
the
you
Serial
could just
Rocket.
make this bottom deck it.
Just
Yep.
chilling in his deck.
There goes Sabo, and only one left, and now left to be that Serial Luffy. Shiny.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, wow. Nothing like sleeving up a Serial Luffy.
What's your number?
I don't know. Can't read it from here.
No, you're Luffy because you pull one, right?
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
Mine was a 550.
Oh, that's pretty good.
He
Yeah.
left a fucking Zoro down in the
And there it
snow.
is, yep.
Crazy.
That is gonna be the game, and it was a close one, right?
Oh,
In
yeah.
the end, Fabian taking it, and it did come down to a little bit. It was the Gecko War, right?
Yeah, it was.
It is always the
Yeah.
Gecko Moria War a little bit, but watching out those intricate turns, and I think Fabian's got some really interesting stuff in his deck too that you don't see quite as often, and I think honestly, I felt like that helped give him a little bit of an edge in the mirror.
And then seeing that second Gecko was very contestable,
Sure.
but seeing that third was just nailing it right there.
Yep,
What he
that's
did.
right.
Dropped the Zoro in the
that
snow.
that was the game. I don't know if we're going to have time to run to another
Yeah,
one. I
that
don't
was
even know if there are any more games. Yeah, it looks like the other 2 seats are empty.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it looks like the other 2 games are done. So that's going to be it for
Yeah.
round number 7, it appears.
Very exciting
But,
match.
yeah, fun mirror. Sad to see Jackson take the L there. He was on such a great streak, but, we've got a chance to see him do well in just a week here now. So that's going to be fun. And then Fabian, of course, man, one of the best players I think we've seen. Let's go back and look at a couple moments from that game.
He did, bro. He banged his cereal, Luffy, and everything into the fucking table.
Into BY mirrors.
Everything got banged in. It's crazy, ain't it? I seen that too, Andrew. I was like,
could feel like a final at a regional or a national as well, with who they are and how they played. They definitely did the best that they could, what they had in their decks, and yeah, now we have a European guest advancing to the next round undefeated. We're going to round 8 and ending it in round 9, so we're almost to the finish line.
Yeah, props to our graphics person behind the scenes too, basically playing one of those like rhythm games with their hands with the life totals going up and down. Not easy.
Oh no, I commend these guys because they make all the magic happen. It's always
a 550.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice
Good
number.
one. And there it is. Yep.
there you go. You're about to see it. You ready?
Gonna be the game.
You ready?
And, you know,
He's about to bang the shit out of this deck.
Right?
Watch.
In the end, you know, Fabian
Here it comes.
and it did come
Here it
down
comes.
To, you know, a little bit. It was the
Here it
Gecko
comes.
War, right?
Yeah, it was.
It is always the Gecko Moria War a little bit, but watching it turns, and I think
Boom,
Fabian's
boom,
got
boom,
some
boom,
really
boom.
interesting-
Craziness, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Kuzan's definitely helped as well.
Oh yeah.
But that's how it goes, right? I mean, a lot of times if you're in the mirror, like it feels really bad to use removal on a
He
Kuzan,
said,
right?
boom, boom, boom,
so
boom,
you're
boom.
gonna have to wait for it to attack and then be rested. And then
I don't
have to
even
wait
do
for
that,
it
and
to
I don't
grind,
run. I don't
so
run
you
all
kinda
that.
just
I
have
don't
to
get
sit
my
out there
deck ain't
until
even
the
blinged
perfect
out,
moment
and I ain't
to
doing
use
that.
it, and, you know,
No
that
shot.
works. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're nearing the end of the tournament.
I got a
and
bond in my deck.
possibly, I'm seeing
My RP Luffy.
RP Luffy's, Dofi's.
I ain't doing
and then
that
some
shit.
Manel, some Shanks. So I think it's a little bit more diverse than it was yesterday.
Seems that way a little bit. A little bit less Dofi than we saw yesterday. A little bit more Black Yellow Luffy than we saw yesterday, I think, as far as the games we've seen
I
on
know,
stream.
bro.
But
Bro's got it
not
like
done yet.
that.
Still 2 more rounds yet to go here on One Piece Day. So I believe we're going to probably go to a quick break here in a second as we get it set up for the next round. In the meantime,
That's good.
any requests?
An Eller Shanks.
And Elder Shanks? Okay. There, you heard it here first. We'll see if that happens after the break. Again, during the break, go check out the stream for the other stage. See
Yeah, I
some cool
couldn't do that.
announcements, fun stuff going on. We got a whole big celebration of
Can't
One
do it.
Piece. The tournament is only half of that, but that half is going to be back in just a few.
Yeah, I like keeping my shit pristine. My cards. Even if it's a common, I take care of it. Yeah, I don't blame you. Alright, to be safe from like whatchamacallit, I am gonna open back up the sim. Why that's on that, and then just let that music play. Just so I know my shit don't get flagged. Because I'm not going to play their background music. That ain't happening. I'm the lowest of the low. Alright, and then we can go right back. Cool. I'm the lowest of the low rarity guy. I mean, I don't mind running some rarity, you know what I'm saying? And now that I got all these mangas, I'm just now that I hit a god pack, I may just run some mangas. No, I won't, but I'll be back. BRB. Loki. Is he asleep? Alright, I'm back. Flexing. Hold on a minute, what's going on? Hold on, I'm missing. My boa's a little blinged out. I'm the lowest of the low. Sheesh, I was thinking about blinging out one of my decks in Calgary. Calgary's my first. Makes sense. I don't think I have a favorite deck. Whatever makes. I got my first invite with Calgary. I'll keep it forever. Oh, you gonna play Calgary and EVO too? I got a Calgary. One of the alt leaders. I was thinking about it, but then I was just like, eh. I got him when he was still cheap. I think he isn't really expensive now either. I think he went back down to like 20 bucks, right? He spiked for a minute. So we got 2 more rounds. We got round 8, round 9. I'm off work. Catch BB. This is still running. Oh, yep. We got 2 rounds left. Getting a BBL. Do. Later on, yeah. Yes, sir. Peace out, Marty, my guy. We almost done, bro. It's been a pretty cool day though. Like these been decent matches and stuff. I haven't seen anybody like intentionally throw like you know what I'm saying? And like like what happened in Orlando. All right. Love you, buddy. Have some water. Water and a cough droppy. Do. Alrighties. Who we think's winning this thing, guys? It looks like we got quite a bit of BY, so I think there's a good chance of that. I'd like to see the undefeateds lift. Looks like we got a good shot at BY winning this thing. That'd be crazy, right? Fucking nuts. I wonder if Cross is still undefeated too. We got some high-end BY players undefeated still. I got my my Luffy's from Usopp. My Luffy's. Dice roll. I got this. I got a 49ers. Technically, I could use it as a play mat. It's a desk mat, but might be a little big. Yeah, probably can't use it. Yeah, I think this is huge. Probably a no-go on that. Oh, so you ready to play Usopp? I am. Usopp is Usopp at the moment is my top choice. We got Usopp, Shanks, RP still. I like RP. Football fan? Oh, of course, man. I love the 49ers. 49ers and the Ohio State Buckeyes, those are my peeps. '49ers and the Buckeyes.
For the One Piece Day celebrations, I'm with Diego as I have been this weekend. We've seen a lot of great matches. Yeah, a lot of great players as well. Last round we had Fabian and also Clyde. Very close game. And honestly, it's been really cool to see like how people address their mirror matches and other matchups, and I've been really happy with it.
Oh yeah, no, we have been treated to really spectacular matches. International clash just now with Clyde and Fabian. A really good match to see, and variety here on the tables from stream. We see Elijah Quimby and JCM in the middle on pot B, which might be featured. Yeah. I do see Herboye Rails on pot C. He's from Croatia, visiting from Europe, and I can't quite make out pot A, but still. That's
they got rid of him again. They kicked him to the curb.
Last round of a tournament, so these are all undefeated.
I hope he doesn't do the last round.
Final to get their brand new A serials.
Yeah, and you know, some of us could be our second A serials, right? We do see Elijah on table B. He won yesterday, right? So already being, you know,
play sports but don't keep up
lost
with all the players and stuff.
Weekend, right?
Yeah,
that's what this means.
What'd you play?
The man, he had vented a bit about how he wasn't performing.
I like
well
football. I don't watch like basketball or anything like that. UFC, and I'm into UFC and I'm into football, but I didn't even watch the fights last night.
So
I have to rewatch them and catch up on them.
Decks our matchups quite yet, so we'll find that when you guys do. But I've been really happy. We've also saw Michael E. earlier today, the most recent winner from our Bandai Card Fest finals in Orlando. So great to see him out there. And, you know, both him and Jackson are going to be two of our representatives for Worlds next weekend in Japan, too.
Yeah, and also we have, of course, Chris Ogg, Kyoto, and we have Kaden, too, Kawakami. And I don't believe they're
soccer.
Chris Ogg I've seen, but I haven't seen the other two, I think.
No.
But, yeah, we're going to see them all next week because we're going to go travel.
We're going to be there. Yeah, it's going to be fun to hang out there. And yeah, there's just been a lot of One Piece. This is, you know, the second to last week of OP09, but for a format like this, I think we have a lot of different decks.
For the most
that are
part, it's a lot
viable.
of running,
Fun to see
a lot of
adaptations
cardio.
throughout the last couple weeks, and excited to see what our semifinals
Coordination,
essentially are for today as well.
whatnot.
No, definitely. I look forward to seeing this. The
I wouldn't
variety of
disagree
decks.
with that.
Like I said earlier with Doa, there's a nicer variety this time around today than yesterday. Not as many Dofis.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, too, like, so this is the second year of finals, right? We had year one where the meta was mostly just kind of like Sakazuki and Nell and Purple Luffy at the time. And weirdly enough, two of those leaders are still viable.
Bonnie
I'm
is
sure
the
third
best.
one would be if we could play it as well. But,
I used
we
to
are
be
actually
so
going to
conditioned
go
it was crazy.
to
I could run
the,
miles. Yeah, I feel that, Andrew.
Pod C, yes. So it's going to be BY Luffy versus Rob.
That makes
Lucci.
sense.
Yeah, we're gonna have
I could see
aka Rails with
just
BY
overall
Luffy,
playing soccer
and then we have Calvin.
condition you for pretty much
So,
all the other sports.
I don't think
You
I've
don't get
seen
like breaks
Luchi
and stuff
today.
like in the other sports.
We have seen, I think, an uptick of BY.
Yeah.
We saw it for like a second as,
But
it,
yeah,
as
yeah.
it ended against Smoker. I think. I personally haven't at least.
I don't think I've seen it either. Yeah,
So-
we're
Got a
already-
Luchi and a
yeah,
BY.
Yeah, and traditionally this would be a rough matchup for Rob Lucci, right?
Yeah, the advantage goes to BY as it was proven by Liverpool.
Also,
where
OP
majority of
TCG
the
grinder
Luchis
is still
fell
playing
to
is
BY
crazy.
Luffy.
Yeah. And we're thinking about this also being able to be on the second Dawn or 2 Dawn curve is really good for BY. It means you get to 10 Dawn very efficiently, and we're using a GARP to find a 2-drop Sabo.
Very nice. Yeah, we got the Sabo securing a Sabo blocker for the near future. Couldn't quite
Oh,
tell
did he win
what the rest of
yesterday?
the hand was. Unsure if potential Gekomori might have been bottom
I didn't
deck.
get to see the rest of the end results of
Yeah,
yesterday.
so
I watched a lot of
we were
yesterday's
watching
while I was
last
at work,
round. It was
but
the Gecko Wars.
I didn't catch the
Ended up having
rest.
5 on board at one point. So that was a lot.
Yeah, and the round before that we also had a mirror, and it was kind of like the opposite, where neither player could really find find the time to establish their geckos. So they were doing without them for quite a while.
Oh well, yeah. It goes to show, it is a mirror match. Like if they're both struggling, it's maybe fine. But this deck usually against any other deck but itself, I guess, can just pop off and take full advantage. of it.
OP05 is back, baby.
So I said at the start that this is usually favored in BY Luffy. Why is that? Why is Rob Lucci sometimes troubled against a BY Luffy player?
It could be because he is very low counter.
Snore matchup.
It's not a 9K leader.
Fair.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, true.
They also got protection from the Sabo as well, and as you might have seen from the tech that Fabian had, he also had the zombie Luffy that can get around the Sabo protection effect too.
Yeah. So the Sabo, the one that Calvin ironically just played, is really good for our BY Luffy player, being able to prevent any KO effects that Rob Lucci usually depends on.
They
in
are
military
white as
matchups,
fuck, bro.
And top of being able to say, oh, I need
Bitches are
that,
bleached.
additional power to pressure a 9K leader.
Yeah, because the whole combo
I don't have white
with
sleeves.
Rob Lucci and the Gecko Moria is
I
to
got buggy
eventually come
sleeves
to
for my Dom.
reduction, say Helmepo,
And then
Rebecca,
Fallout
expand
sleeves for my
into
deck.
Lucci and whatnot. Can't really do that once they establish a Sabo on the other side of the board with BY Luffy.
For sure. All right, thinking on our discard off our Sabo here, ends up going to be a Nami and I believe a Hiyori. I can't quite make out the other card. It might be the Rocket Luffy.
It's probably why most people run those matte
Yeah, I
color
think it's
sleeves.
the
It's
Treasure
because no one
Rare.
likes those
Okay,
glossy
yeah,
ass
background
sleeves. I don't like them either.
possibly
That's why I
be.
run the
I
magic
think it is
ones.
the Treasure Rare Luffy, because
Yeah.
I do think I see a trigger as part of the text line.
Yeah, we are seeing this over 10 feet away too, so
Yes,
might be wrong.
Yes.
Don't
Alright,
get
so
white sleeves.
Second Saba, okay. BY Luffy's not known for their KO removal, but they
Smoke
do
too much to have
access
white
so,
sleeves.
the additional cycle from Calvin's great.
I feel you.
Generally saying that we might, like Jack can be a really strong card for this matchup, potentially, just to be able to get a big body on board. But
Man, some of these people on stream need to smoke. They be all shaky and shit. These guys are good, but some of the people we've watched today, they could use a fucking
Already with a Gecko on hand. I might have seen two.
a hit or two.
Did you catch if Calvin had 2 or 1 Gecko?
I think he had one. I didn't see the second one.
The hand shuffle sometimes is a little too fast.
And Doa said earlier too.
just
There's
one.
so many different arts for cards right now, especially the good ones. So
Yeah.
it's tough to have clarity at times.
Yeah, definitely. He and I definitely got thrown off by I believe the finalist, Zombie Luffy. So it's like, oh, we can't quite tell what this is, but we know what it is. We know what it does.
All right, so we got the Sabo block.
Disney, I could see that, but I don't want to run. I don't want to run any Disney sleeves though.
Yeah, so immediately going for blockers and already establishing a means to reach 0 life via this Fist Luffy here.
Yeah, and being able to get the plus 2K there is great.
Marvel and
this is the
Star Wars.
first time
Okay, that's
that
fair.
We've taken a card out of our life area.
I was
for this
thinking like
game.
Lorcana
And
levels,
Calvin's been very,
like Goofy
you know,
and
I
shit,
mean,
but
slow.
I
think
I
if we
definitely
get
don't
to
want
the
to
later
run
game,
that.
We can establish some bigger bodies. The biggest issue though is that without
Star
attacking
Wars
with the Rob
buns.
Luchi leader,
Star
we
Wars
don't
ones are
get as much
slippery.
card
Yeah, I don't
smash
like
as
the
we
slippery
usually do.
sleeves.
Yeah, if we don't mill, we're not really going to be seeing the full effect of these Tempest or... Oh man, to get the board, the discard, not the
I
board.
like
Yeah,
Star
start
Wars
ready
in
to go
general,
ahead
but
and
not
bring cards
like the
back
new
with your
movies and
combo
stuff. I'm good
cards.
on. Not for me.
Yeah, and one card I see there too is the I've got my crew, which can be really strong for what early game cycle, but also late game it can protect your cards from getting removed from cost-based reduction.
Yeah, so definitely the perfect thing to have right now in this matchup, but it was unfortunately pitched out.
Yeah, and I'm seeing game 2 or table B. It looks like they just wrapped up their game, and I think we've got Elijah winning it as well. So I think he's going to be in another finals if I see this correctly.
That is, well, that's pretty good. Yeah, so it's be another exciting finals, possibly a back-to-back winner on the inaugural One Piece Day.
Disney did kind of nuke them. Yeah.
We'll find out next round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so easy to make a good Star Wars, and they've just failed to do so. Like, all you got to do is just take the
Still
Darth
thinking
Vader
here.
stories. Take the Darth Vader
There's
stories
just-
and
it's
have
so
him
tough to get
fucking
the kind of
destroying all the
advantage that you
Jedis and show all that. If you
and
make a
it's
movie
such
based on
line,
that,
right?
I'll
Towards
watch
the
the
end
hell
of
out
the
of
game
it.
For BY Luffy, it's kind of automatic on what your best loops are, but being able to get to that point the most efficient way you can be very, very tough.
Yeah, it's definitely, it could be in a track course and it's so zigzagging and stuff, but by the end it's a straight line. You know where to go. You got to keep going and increasing your Luffy leader as much as you can, make him to 9, protect him, get Geckos out. But right now, still at 2 life. He does have the punch Luffy to go ahead and burn life at least. Ooh, first Gecko today.
Gecko.
Game.
Yes.
He said first Gecko of the
We
day.
made it to
Oh, I mean game.
to round 8 without Gecko Mori be played. That is a feat.
Yeah. I mean, if we tried, we could have avoided it maybe.
Yeah. All right, so we're playing out the Rob Luchi. We're going to use the effect to get rid of the Garp and the 5-cost Luffy. And that's pretty big because that card
My
is so
Shanksha and
good at
Kylo
regulating
sleeves, it fits the
cards
theme
and
so
the number of
perfect and
cards
looks
in our
nice.
life.
That's
and
fair.
Now we have to find an alternative way to get down to 0.
Yeah, seeing. So with BY Luffy, you definitely can get back all of your 3 Brothers characters via the effect into the life and playing it out. However,
I'm all over the
getting
place with
them
my stuff.
cleared
I got a
out
buggy
does
mat,
put a
Fallout
stopgap
sleeves.
into it. So having them cleared out is gonna delay. Oh, we got a fan pick here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's a 2-cost Luffy, a 5-cost Luffy drawn from life. and
According to
common deck,
Kathleen Kennedy,
respectively.
there are no morals of sources to pull
It's
good
a
stories.
pretty hefty
Right.
hand on her
Yeah.
Boya side of the field.
I hate Disney and shit, man. So trash.
Not too much. 4 cards available for Calvin's side
You
of
give us
things.
some
Spartan
weird ass
Rebecca,
fucking shit about
Lee's
some
in there,
fucking Jedi named
guaranteed.
Rey instead of just giving us the cool ass stories of Darth Vader. You're fucking so lame with your woke agendas. I hate that shit. It's fucking lame.
We are at, what, 8 Dawn?
should be. What is?
Oh, no, we're at the full 10 Dawn. That Dawn.
No,
just
it's
the
red.
one we
Yeah,
use. Yeah.
it's just that it's like so next to each other.
Yeah, so double
Kill.
Flampe is really strong. It can be a little bit scary because, you just lost 2 Ks. That could be helpful in the late game. But now we're able to set up a pretty tall body. The fact that Calvin's already established Moria means we get free pressure against the 9K leader, but I think this is still the avenue we have to walk down.
Right, and we still have enough done to make some plays. We're going to be doing the pitch for leader effect, bring out whatever he wants, and yeah, we're pitching into a Sabo and getting a TR Rocket Luffy here. So what's that one?
It was. Good. Okay.
Yeah. Probably one of the better looking ones, I'd say.
It is. It is. When you see the full art.
Yeah, and Shirahoshi and Kid Luffy.
Yeah, and we saw this earlier with Michael's
Force is
build of
female.
BY, where Shirahoshi can get some really good removal, and
It is now.
getting rid of the Moria, one of the biggest threats for us right now, is huge.
Yeah, unfortunately, playing the Sabo so early made it so they can't really protect much when they're the only 2 on the board.
Yeah.
So now Gecko suffer because of that.
The
now.
PMS
Yeah,
is
and
strong.
I
with
think
this
one of the unique things about BY Luffy is that you can play Sabo and give protection to Gecko Moria in the same turn. Right?
It's
you can't do that with Rob Luchi, and that's one of the premier differences between these decks.
Yeah, no. I think Luchi can probably get around without the existence of Gecko Moria in some degree.
Yeah.
But BY just instantly shuts down without Gecko Moria being there. It's a whole different deck.
Yeah, you'd have to redevelop and redesign how this deck works.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could happen. Somebody will find a way, but the way it's being played will change completely. That is a lot of Lampus.
It sure is. And we've got 10 Dawn for Calvin.
My
here,
man's
deciding
got
what
a
our best play
stack
is.
of cards.
No, another card that the deck uses is the 9-cost Kaido that also gets around KO protection, which is pretty nice, and makes the BY Luffy player discard a card if used. So kind of a 2-for-1. It's a little bit expensive, but you do feel good when it's established on board.
Yeah, for sure. And you also would definitely like to have the big body like Kaido or even the Jack as they get closer to the leader of BY being full effect too. So
It's crazy
bigger
what they did to
bodies
Ray.
on Luchi's side would be most helpful, but we haven't seen much besides the
I don't even
Gecko
think I've
that
watched
was
all the new
quickly
Star Wars
handled
things.
by the,
I just seen
removal.
some of.
Yeah.
Cause shit was lame what I seen, and I'm just like, I don't like
Ooh.
this.
Helmepo and Ice Age off the top. Helmepo you want in trash, Ice Age you kind of want in hand, but if you don't feel like you're going to get any more removal opportunities this game, it's likely better in trash than in hand.
Yeah, it comes to a point where you're just not going to be doing much with that removal. So, like, even you're playing an L or something else, the Rygos, at some point, they become obsolete. They're just trash fodder.
Yeah.
She outdueled someone that's training while they're
After that,
life and stopped to
Rebecca
blast her
and
midair
Spanda
while
quite a
having a
bit.
conversation still.
Ooh, okay. Lucci, Spanda, and Rebecca.
Yeah, good,
So,
bro.
Pretty hefty hand on Calvin's side now. Where he had like 4 earlier.
Yeah.
It's
Now
funny.
it's way bigger.
Yeah, and one key thing to notice is that, like, you know, the Shirahoshi play had a good amount of removal for getting rid of the Moria.
See,
on
raise the
hand with
way,
Rocket Luffy, but it
raise
meant
the
that we'd
reason
only
that women
need a 7K leader. So
that men
we
think
do
it's
have an
alright to play in
opportunity here
women's
to do a lot of
sports.
pressure since we have 3 6Ks out right now.
Uh,
And, yeah, we're going to see, I think, a bunch of cards leave their hand all of a sudden.
Still pondering on whether or not. to play.
craziness.
Yes, we
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, second Moria here. We did attack with leader, so that did give a minus to
Look at what
the
Ray did.
Sabo here. So we will be able to, get rid of it with what looks like a Brook and Helmepo play. So that is strong there. Probably the only time they're going to be able to KO a Sabo.
Yeah, it's
outright.
been kind of a slow start per se on Herboyas. Didn't quite achieve the pace that we had with Fabian with the triple geckos. So Calvin's able to capitalize on that by having the Gecko Brook Hamapo combo as well.
Yeah.
The left took
But
Star Wars
honestly,
to
I
heart.
think the biggest thing is that we are going to
I've seen women stop.
a 9K leader with a Sabo blocker and 1 life, which helps us a lot. But no copy of Gecko Mori hitting the board. We're going to play the
Fun fact,
Luffy
Falling Order was
use
going to be a
its
lot more
effect
violent and have a
to,
lot more
be
decapitations, but
a
Disney stepped in and told them no to
8K.
tone it
So
down.
either not
I believe
having
it,
or
man.
finding a better plan
I believe it.
to be able to either get some removal or the pressure that we want.
But only 3 Dawn up.
Right, they're fighting with plasma swords that can cut through
And
anything.
we still have the
Let's not show anything cool.
the Shirahoshi out. Being able to play Sabo just turns it into a really good blocker all of a sudden too. But we need to have a 2-drop Sabo in our hand right now.
And you would think with the odds game, you would probably have it, but it isn't. Like, it might not be a thing, and we're discarding the. Oh no, we're getting for the effect for leader.
Yeah, so it looks like we will be able to get the removal. We will be playing up the 2-drop Sabo, or not the removal, the establishment of a Sabo here. We're going to be a 7K leader. We're going to be able to draw 2 cards and trash 2. We might not have seen a Moria yet. That might be a big issue, which we just drew 2 more, and we still haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, this might be the one game where Herboya is not seeing what he needs, which is expected. It's bound to happen sooner or later, so It just fortunately had to be here at essentially the semifinals of the event.
Yeah, yeah. So, but not out of it yet. We did
Sure.
get a big 10K attack into leader. We got a quick block with the Sabo and pass back to Kelvin.
EC9 with a block.
And now we have to see. Okay, do we want to attack with a blocker? Right, we can pressure leader with just one Dawn added.
See what we got.
We have another Moria. Do we want to try to establish a taller body like a Jack? Like, there's a lot of different ways that Kelvin can approach this now.
Another Moria at this rate would be quite rude.
Yeah, yeah. With Havoye not finding any, and Kelvin flaunting like, oh, I found like all of mine. Like that could be pretty tough. But we got
And
the
we're-
Rebecca.
Yeah. Getting back Sawa pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good here too. And deciding if they want to play out something off the Rebecca effect. So looks like it's going to be the Spandam. Look top 3 for a Cypher Bowl. Oh, there's the Kaido that they likely wanted.
Unfortunate, but we do see a Kaku, and it is the 0 cost, right?
Yeah, the 6 King pistol. So adding that one, it's a 0 cost that lets you pitch a card to give +3 combo, so counters, which helps us a lot. And we still can, I think, play the Sabo. Yeah,
I found
just
out in
confirming,
November
we
that there's
played
a
this
Star Wars
off the,
TCG. Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah. And then now we've got the Sabo getting an additional.
I'm good.
draw
I
two.
don't really have a want to play it.
Kelvin here definitely establishing.
I think
a
there is like an
respectable
online
board.
thing that you can play of it too.
Blockers, big bodies,
think.
reducers, bit of everything here. So he's setting himself up to.
It
have
doesn't
a
look
pretty
bad or
good
anything. Is it fun?
fortress
Yeah, I've actually heard good
BY
things
Luffy,
about it.
which seems to only
The
have
card art is
basically a
terrible,
blocker and
but
punch
I've
Luffy
heard
here,
good things.
in his way.
Yeah, they're going to end the turn by attacking with a 7K Sabo to a 7K leader. So either get a 1K or put the Luffy at the bottom of our deck.
Yeah, this seems pretty tough.
Yeah, ironically, it seems like Calvin's getting more use of Sabo's effect in this game than Havoye, which, the protection of the Rebecca is really strong, and yeah, we're pitching a 2K. So ending the turn by just using the leader when attacking effect to put 2 more cards in our trash. Not really a threat of an attack, but passing in from there.
Great, let's see how Herboye can bounce back from this here. It's all going to come down to what.
Literally, my
can
first
you
time going to
possibly pop out
TCG, there
here?
was
And
a
we're separating
guy
already
there
for
waiting for
leader
some event,
effect.
and we started talking. He was talking
He's
about it for like
gonna
40 minutes.
Burns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talking about Star Wars
So
for 40 minutes.
hopefully
That's
he's
fun.
found a gecko. He drew 2 cards this turn,
You
right?
had a good conversation.
You can do a lot of plays without Gecko, but right now it would, I think, be the strongest play we got.
For sure, Gecko is going to be key to. And we
Oh.
are not locking yourself out of Gecko by doing this.
Yeah, we are. So
for the 90.
going 9 into a 6K blocker. Yeah, I'm not saying he's getting hit by the commentator's curse, but this is looking, slowly in the favor of Rob Luchi as we've just been failing to find the card we need.
It's me. I always do this. I pick someone to be on stream.
It's fun, but I don't
And
play
they
it
end up
because getting into more
summoned Michael
TCGs is
several times.
expensive.
I
don't think it will
I
last.
think it's
Disney
happened,
really
you
alienated
wanted
the
the
fan
Lim
base. That's
player,
fair,
you got
Marty.
the Betty, right? Like, you might be onto something.
Yeah, it happened back in Mexico. We had Michael E. play Rebecca, and he got paired against Katakuri. And it was the 4.4 format, 5 format.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough for Rebecca.
Well, if you ask me to be on stream whenever I'm playing, I'm going to decline. I don't need that L. I need all the chances I can get.
Yeah, it's certainly the kiss of death, brother.
All right. Well, we're going to pick the Gum Gum Bell to use our leader effect. We're going to play out a Sabo blocker, getting draw 2, trash 2. I think we finally found our first Moria of the game.
Yay.
And we got to get 2 cards out, and still, it has been such an uphill battle.
Star Wars stuff that'll make you
because
jealous.
of our,
Yeah.
not being able to find it.
You got the Star Wars.
9 swing here.
Yeah, passing
much to
back,
do.
and we are 7K.
I got this
at the
cool big
moment,
stormtrooper behind me. I don't have a bunch of
goes
Star
bad
Wars
against
stuff.
a
I don't have much.
9K Gecko Moria. We do
Just
have
the cool
2 blocker
stormtrooper.
Sabos too, but I think Kelvin has a lot.
I like
of,
Darth Vader. That's my G.
time to pressure this board now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
I like
from
the
my
gameplay
personal
of Stars for the
experience,
separate
this
fields, but I'm not
most
Star Wars fan.
I
I've
have
never
seen
actually
Luchi
played it.
do
I've heard
against
good
Black
things
Yellow
though.
Luffy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I want Luchi to win just so it doesn't
it's
be
a
what.
bygone
Yeah.
time, but like Isho used to be in these Rob Lucci's, right? That discard 2 was very strong. That was, OP07 or before 8 came out, right? Since Jack usually took those spots now,
Yeah.
but
They also consider playing like the old OP2 what is Sakasuki as well. Yeah, to get rid of the high cost characters.
He's got one in his hand
Yeah.
now, Andrew. He hasn't seen any, but
yeah, and it being a 7K body means
He has
again,
one
you can
now
pressure like
in
a
his
7K
hand.
here or 9K with very little time. It's great to get rid of the 5 cost Luffy, which was an enabler for this deck too.
And we're gonna boost up.
I
Go
thought.
9.
Pretty sure he does.
And we're gonna have Herboye count, and we're blocking.
Yep. So out of that one. There's still
Oh,
a
was it
lot of
another
Dawn
Sabo and a
that we
Kuzan?
can
All right, I
do
thought it
our
was. I thought it was
problem
Moria.
as
I
well.
got you. I got
But
you, catch.
Honestly, like weirdly enough, you kind of want those Sabos in the trash just so you can be able to play them again. These Luffy.
I got some OG
being able
concept
to have
art signed by the
protection,
OG
get this
designer
far into
before he
the game has
passed, and a
been
bunch
very
of other
strong.
limited stuff.
And
My friend always
having
tells
to,
me if I didn't
Calvin
collect
had
such
to
cool stuff,
trash one of the
I'd be
9-drop
considered a
Kaidos,
hoarder.
that he has, which I think would have been a really good spot. To
I
play
have
this
so
turn,
many action figures and shit in
alternatively as
box
well.
and shit sealed. I don't
Yeah,
have
it's
no
an
Star
unfortunate
Wars, not
sacrifice
much
of
Star Wars,
having
but I
linger
got a lot of
effect, or
TMNT
even
stuff.
when you search to use bottom deck, or the good cards that you are key in matchups and you need them. But unfortunately, at least he's maintained his own ground. He has a respectable board still with Gecko Moria and Sabo there, along with a Brook right in the middle.
Yeah.
And
I
we're
got some
going
of the
back
OG
to Herboye.
TMNT figures
ready
from
to
like
crack
the
back
early
here.
90s and shit.
Yeah, and
Seal.
being able to go, I think it was
Appreciate the
12
follow,
days,
catch. Thank you.
really wanted that Luffy out of there and was able to do that successfully.
Yeah, sometimes going to is the best answer, or we're just trying to like.
Oh, you're
finagle
good,
some
man.
quick
I
nasty
appreciate it.
2KO BF
All
effect.
good.
Yeah. And Calvin, it's 2 turns have passed without Gecko Moria hitting the board. And I think Calvin's going to find out that his luck's, I guess, continuing on that, playing out the Luffy off the 2 cost. Maybe I'm wrong. I swore I found him like finally establishing one or getting one.
Yeah, it's been a sequence just bringing in the Punch Luffy, bringing in the Rocket Luffy that somewhere in the loop we might have lost it.
Yeah. All right, we use the 6-king pistol with the finger pistol, so we do get out of that 8-6. A Tempest kick, okay. That does get the reduction there. That's currently going to be a into range.
I wish I was
for
smart
us
enough to keep
remove
my
it.
old toys and
since
games.
we have 10 or
Oh,
more
I got a
cards in our
bunch
cache,
of
we
like
get
old
the
school
draw
vintage
and
video
the
games,
reduction
like
at the same time.
NESs, Super
Right,
Nintendos,
and that's also one of those tech cards that eventually
PlayStation,
made its way into
Diablo
Black
1
Yellow
on
Luffy deck
PS1.
over the past few months.
a lot of that
Yeah.
stuff.
Unfortunately, like we were just like
64s.
one away from, or a couple away from being able to use that on the Moria. Would have felt a little bit nicer, but we're going to play Sabo once again off the 2 cost. Looking through our pile of cards in our trash, getting another 2 cost Luffy there, and then I think we're just going to go big, into the Gecko Moria. This is going to be, I think, 14 into 9.
That is going to be super tough to counter out of, and we have Herboye denying any chance of advancement on Calvin by making him use basically all of his hand to protect that if he can.
Yeah, you're going to need 3 2Ks or anything else that can establish 6. I see 2 2Ks in hand, so...
And the Spanda and the
Spandine,
0 cost.
6-king pistol.
Oh, okay.
We could do it, but...
Is it worth it?
Yeah, is it worth it? It's not going to feel great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we saved the Moria. And I think that's fair. It's a card that's going to get a lot of pressure throughout. We're at 3 life with Luchi, so we're not really feeling pressured to lose the game. And definitely is a card that, Herboye was probably hoping was leaving the board this turn. All right, so it looks like 3 cards in hand for Calvin. I think we knew 2 of them. And we do get the Kaido. This is a really good top deck here because I don't think that was in hand. Being able to remove anything with cost 7 or less from board is super nice. It doesn't KO it, just places it gently into the trash.
Exactly.
And then additionally, we are going to make him discard a card as well.
Then we seem to be teetering on giving 1-2 Moria, or where is it going? Where is it going?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 2K Hiyori from that discard. So it's going to be a big 10. Do we give another 2K? Do we take the life, block with Sabo? Yeah, it's going to be another 2K.
Yeah, oh, the base Hiyori.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, we're going to pass it back. And yeah, that was a really
There he
strong
goes.
top deck.
Got a Moria
that was the
finally.
card that I saw him just draw. Super good, but we're finally this late into the game. We've got our Gecko Moria combo. We're going to use it for the Luffy.
I started streaming
with the
so I could
+2
write off
on
all
the
my
leader
retro and
till the
collectible
end
stuff
of
I
next
buy.
turn.
Write-offs are the best. No wonder the
We're
rich stay
going
rich.
to discard a
I
card
still have
to
never
be able
done
to put
that,
2 cards
but
into
maybe
our
I should.
life.
Yeah, so the drought is over for Gecko Moria. It's finally here. Her boy is out of the board. Finally being able to establish a Treasure Rare Luffy and a Sabo, and still keep
That
one
sounds
in the
insanely
back
smart.
life card too. So he's
What do you
doing
do? Just
pretty
keep
good right now
receipts?
in that
I
department.
need to learn that myself.
And, yeah, now we're getting a second block route. Do you think we're pressuring the leader, or do you think we're attacking 11K into the Moria?
I think that's what he's been doing for the past few turns, so I think he's going to stick to it because he sees the commitment to want to keep it alive. Luchi is not getting many resources back. The hand is running low, so it is probably the safest time right now to get to it, and he goes for the attack, and he goes away.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. That was going to be a rough attack last turn, and with our blocker set up and everything else, I think we've kind of outgrinded Calvin for value, but it's gonna be close.
Yeah, so Luchi is a very grindy deck. It's a deck that can see the end of their deck, the bottom of their deck for sure.
Yeah.
But it's just demanding too much energy for it to remain afloat, whereas BY is finally starting to get into gear and go into full cycle with its leader ability, and it's just too big of a leader for Luchi to climb out of.
Yeah, and but we're down to 2 cards in hand. The discard really makes a difference here. And now we got to say, do we want to block or do we want to put that Luffy to the bottom of our deck, or get out of it with a card in hand?
It might come to a point where you can just afford to take the life and just use the Sabos to swing out and go for game, seeing how low the hand of Calvin is.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's also nice that I think it was the right call to not use the Luffy that we played out last turn, since we can get some removal on like a blocker Rebecca or something like that, so that can be very strong. And I don't think the Brook's going to really do anything right now.
Big Brook swing.
Oh, it did get rid of a Sabo, though. That was a pretty strong swing there. Not having a counter for it, and I mean, we could go for game, right? Not unheard of. Flampe could be the game ender for us.
Flampe for game. That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, it'd be pretty rough.
I mean,
Need
but
pointers, you can
it's
always
a 5K
ask. I got
leader, so it's not
2,700
totally
back
out of the
extra the
question,
first time I
whereas if it
did.
were tides
I
on the
got
other
the
side of the table
1099
being
from Twitch.
BY
Did it
Luffy,
and bought my
yeah, you're
PC
definitely
for
not putting
about
all
2,100
10
and
to
wrote it
match
off
9, right?
the
Yeah.
next year. Hell yeah, dude.
And,
That's
it looks like we're just kind
that's a win.
once again.
Yeah, I got to start
I
doing
think it's
that.
safest because Luchi cannot recover at this point.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, we're just gonna let that go. We do have the 6-king pistol, but if we
Yeah, I
do
might
have
have to-
another Luffy,
I might have to do that.
That could be very strong. But we're also in a spot where we're not really afraid of losing next turn anymore. So it looks like they're eyeing the Sabo and as well as the Nami.
I'm assuming I
Nami's
just
gonna
need to
let us
save
get the
receipts
card
for everything
draw
I
since
buy.
we're at 6 or less. We're going to discard putting Sabo and Luffy back into life, not in that order. Play out the Sabo, get the plus 2K, and with the board being cleared, having a blocker, 2 blockers rather, that are un-KOable and a 7K leader base, I think we've navigated to the end of the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's just nothing short of a miracle. It's so
Yeah, this is a
hard
BY
for Luchi to
dub.
get over this.
Yeah.
They have no characters. There's no rush. The board is humongous. There's 2 Gecko Morias on board, a blocker. We have the Treasure Rare Luffy and a blocker Nami. Super healthy. There is not much that we have Calvin can do.
I don't got taxes right now, but I will when I need. Yeah, I feel
this
you,
is
Andrew.
pretty tough. And Calvin
I have
had,
taxes.
he put down a lot of pressure. I think he made it really close. And the game's not over yet, but I think that we've started to get to this late end game here.
And we're heading for 7.
Yeah, and don't dislike the block with Nami.
Probably block, yeah.
Just gonna do that real quick to help save the 5-cost Luffy. Gonna play a Moria of yourself, of your own from Calvin, but this one has to be just like a value version of it, right? Nothing too crazy.
Oh, and we're going Spandon and Rebecca, so we're gonna search and also get her discard card. Yep.
Yeah, no hits off the Spandam. Unfortunate. We're gonna be able to get the Rebecca effect to likely add a 2K to hand, but then that will probably end the turn. We could play like a Spandine and then play out a Rob Luchi to get a 4/6 on board too, but we're 2 life and just the cards that we have in hand is not crazy. But
yeah, no, her boy has every opportunity to take advantage and even try and go for game this turn, I believe.
Yeah, and that Rebecca's not even safe because we do have the 5/6 Luffy here, be able to just remove it. So likely just an attack from there, get the block from the Rebecca. And I think Calvin's thinking about playing another Spandam from hand since we do have that effect off the Rebecca to potentially find a 2K, but looks like he's just going to be passing it back.
Yeah. And we're going off the bat. We are letting go of the Rebecca.
Yeah.
Getting that draw.
Yeah, that draw is huge here. So, I mean, unironically, just 9, 15 generally feels pretty good.
For sure. I think it's nearing towards that direction. Calvin already expended 2 0 costs and several 2Ks earlier to rescue his cards. So don't think there's much for him to do at this point. Even doing a 6 with Sabo or splitting it some other way could be very bad.
Yeah, but you still, got to sequence it correctly. Get the right numbers.
Right.
Here. We're gonna go,
Car maintenance, gas repairs,
yeah,
even right
plus,
off Comic Con
+3,
trips to
+2
take.
to get out of
Yeah,
that, so pretty fair.
that makes
2 cards
sense,
left in
Marty.
hand.
I knew you could write off
But
like
it should
mileage
be,
and shit
2
too.
cards in hand. No way to get out of a 9K with 2.
And everything.
Yeah, and then everything here, and that should be it.
Ooh.
All right, Hiroya is going to be at the finals of Pod C in a grindy match against
That was
Rob
a
Lucci.
very good match. That was it was grindy. It felt sluggish, but it was the suspense on how they're gonna pull it off, and seeing her boy climb from the very bottom of having no geckos, eventually seeing some, and out grinding Calvin. It was a very interesting game.
Yeah, and I think it's really easy to identify a good player when they're using, they have a good hand, but when you're dealt a bad hand and you're still able to crawl yourself all the way back up, that's something that you can definitely identify.
But also having the mettle to realize that you're in a bad spot, but still keep calm, collected, and confident towards keep playing it out and find a way out.
Yep, 100%. And I think Calvin did a good job navigating that matchup. But again, it's so uphill. You can't rely on the removal that you expect for every other matchup, really.
BRBs.
And, there's a reason why it's so tough because he
Good,
had so
Andrew.
much momentum early, but just a little bit
One
of
more round,
lackluster
man. Last
turns
round,
just
guys.
turned into a bit of a slippery slope.
Snowballed into it for sure.
So we'll see if there's any other matches going on. That took, I think, most of the 30 minutes. That was, BY takes a bit of while, especially when you don't find your Morias.
That was a very worthwhile long game, I'll say. Yeah. So I'm upset about it.
We'll definitely have him in the finals on Pod C. We'll find out additionally, one, if there's any other things from Pod A or Pod B being played. But looks like we're in pod number A. We've got Alex versus Alfredo.
Dofi Mirror. The best match ever.
We can't escape him.
No, that's not unusual when you're at the undefeated tables this late into a tournament. So both of these players trying to fight for a chance at the final in their respective pod.
Hey, what up?
Yeah, both with a very comparable board
What's
state
up, Kev?
and life state as well.
Appreciate you hopping in.
Seems like played pudding at one point. Might have been
Welcome
for an
in,
attack
welcome
or a
in.
counter maybe. He's trying to decipher
Hope
what
your stream went
happened
well.
here while we were gone. Yeah. So with Alex swinging now for 7. Ooh, 2K, 1K.
And there is a Boa blocker still active right now. This could be the turn that Alex can take it though. And I honestly feel like you're not going to have a lot
old
of success
Dofi Mirror.
defending next turn as Alex. You kind of have to just go for it this turn.
Ooh,
Yeah,
he's
beating one
bricked
life
up.
with this deck,
My
like
boy
Sir,
is
you wanna have
bricked
Dofi
up.
Mirror at 5 life or 4 life.
Good. We're
high
just watching
possible,
One Piece
or
Day,
they're, like,
the regional.
on a
He is
losing, you know?
bricked
So, it's getting to that point
hard.
in the game. It's going to come down to whether or not Alex can hold on this turn or go for it. We are seeing Boa being played and given the ability to stack.
That is a
so
brutal top 3.
Yeah, it is.
Just bottom decking it. That is
That's
a
gone.
Jozu, what a Perona, and a Teach.
yeah.
No cards you want to play off leader
And
effects.
we're granting the Dawn to Jinbei.
So with this play, though, it means that, you know, we feel like we can defend it. We have like 3 Weevils in hand, right? Like we could use the effect to put 2 Dawn underneath leader, play something off using. our
Tired
own
of seeing
Teach effect.
these? Yeah, I don't blame you. He's just going to use teachability,
But,
obviously, and
being
use a
down to
Weevil
1
to
life
play
in
out,
these
but he is
scenarios
bricked.
pretty scary.
Yeah, they're having the Boa on Alfredo's side of the board.
Where's Red Black? He stayed home,
Boa for
Marty.
7.
Red Black Sabo ain't going anywhere. Hey, what up, Malik? Welcome in, man.
I can see like why we decided we can't go.
Appreciate
for
you guys.
And we're going 7K with Jinbei into likely Jinbei our long.
We got
I
the,
guess I'd be really surprised if it was towards the leader.
The greatest matchup on the
gonna
planet
see-
going on.
Okay, it's second to that.
The old mirror.
Yeah. it's a
Love
good
you, buddy.
block and counter to keep it alive as well. Because keeping that 6K on board is very valuable.
Yeah, and we're quote unquote safe to block here because I don't think there's not really an avenue for them to win
Yeah.
next turn.
Super safe. And 2 1K. So
Oh,
putting
so
in
it must have been an 8K.
Gecko.
All right, and counting, I think cards in deck. I'm not sure how far we are into time procedures here, but it's been a long round, so it might be there. And we've seen Doflamingo matches go into overtime.
This will be the second one on stream potentially, and it came down to the wire to the second last tiebreaker in the game before the one where we're like, we never think it's gonna happen. Yeah, because it's gonna be your life, your deck count, characters on board, or whoever took life last, which rarely ever happens, but
I'd
it's
rather
always
watch
the world.
paint dry than a
this
Shanks mirror.
is looking like different time procedures, though, so we'll see.
Yeah.
That
I
is
mean,
the
at least the
case
Shanks mirrors are
because,
kind of fast,
yeah, we are
though.
counting out cards left in deck.
Oh boy. Yeah, and this is one of these decks that heavily searches with all the bounce effects into Sengoku for sure. So
Oh yeah, if
here
we're
we
changing the
go.
order of it, yeah, we are counting out and double checking.
Coincidentally,
Yeah, I
It's some-
think it has to be cards left in deck, and we're going from there. So unsure based off that who ended up having more cards left in their deck, but yeah, these Dofi mirrors can be so grindy, so value based, and really dependent on that. So looks like it was likely Alfredo,
Alfredo.
based on
the gesturing.
yeah.
I find it very funny that it came down to our judge, who's a tax attorney,
Yeah.
counting down these cards,
And this-
both today and yesterday.
Yeah, and yesterday the same
yeah,
judge.
yeah.
So that was to our judge.
Yes, a fellow Florida man over here came down all the way from Florida to be here in Judge's event. He's been with the team for quite some time, since early on, so
Yeah, and this is really.
I did a Bello
nationwide
Betty
effort for
mirror
this
early
event,
on
right?
stream.
People
Very
from all
interesting
over
mirror.
the United States and beyond. to
Shanks
help
mirror
out
has to be better than
and,
this. I think
really,
it's
really
better
cool to
than
see it all
this,
come
to be
together.
fair,
for sure, for sure.
because at least it's fast.
So
I did a Bello
by the
Betty
end-
mirror.
yeah, I think
Dude,
we're
the
at
judges
the
need
end
to
of
look so
round 8,
goofy.
so we're gonna have at least one Doflamingo
Bro, it's
in one
Uncle
of the
Rico
finals,
coming
at
out to
least
do a
one
deck
by
check.
Luffy. And I think Doflamingo won on table B. If I
Yeah, Elijah.
I believe that was the case. So if that's the
Yeah.
case, Elijah getting to 2 finals across 2 days would be really insane. So
We haven't seen that in a while.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, because we normally don't have these back-to-back events in the United States, but
Yeah.
when someone's able to do it, it's very remarkable.
Yeah. Normally it's gonna be like weekend to back, weekend usually, but
Yeah,
not
yeah.
next day to each other. But yeah, here's some highlights over here. We're gonna have Herboyus climb from 0 to hero, finally find the Gecko and getting enough bodies as he's whittling down Luchi here. It was probably the
Yeah,
most contested
Eggman,
BY
Eggman, and
Luchi match
as
I've
long as
seen,
the other guy doesn't
because
commentate
every
anymore,
other
it'd be
match is
great.
like
The
example
guy
of
that's
the
with him's
Orlando
fine,
finals,
but
where
the other guy
it
that keeps
was
getting mixed in
pretty
is awful.
decisive on how Michael E had beat Caden, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think even with watching these highlights, you can just see, Calvin's board started off very strong, and then it just slowly dissolved over time. Pavoye being able to build the deck or build the board he wanted, be able to get the amount of pressure and just really helped out for.
We
for
get the
ending this
finals
game.
match
So
next.
Good luck in his finals as well in Pod C. We might be able to see that one as well. We don't know what the final matchups are, but we're really wrapping up for not only for this day, but this whole
DO8.
One Piece Day weekend as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
Whoever that
I've
dude
noticed
is my
Potentially,
God.
we might be seeing
He
a
is
mirror
lost in the
match
sauce.
between Fabian and Herboye, pending if Fabian won his last
This
round.
guy's fine.
Yep.
He's alright.
So that's pretty interesting to travel all the way to America to end up playing someone you see at every regional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To have the Pod C be like the European finals pod.
Better
right?
go see the
pretty
wife before
much
she
is,
starts asking
is
questions.
Really, entertaining. So we'll see if that's the case for that one. And I think, we've got one more round. We're gonna have Doa
One
join
more.
us back for the last cast on that
Can't
one.
wait.
But yeah, it's been
No!
a lot of fun
They're
this
bringing
weekend.
him back!
So that's gonna be it for this. We're
No!
gonna go to round number 9. We'll be seeing who's in our final spots, and we'll see you guys. At
At least we can all agree this event wasn't it. No RB, Sabo, Bonnie lost. The highlight was getting the same world releases. That's hilarious. Yeah, those dudes are fine. They're bringing back the other guy, though. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, the other guy's coming back. Alright, I'm going to turn on... I'm just going to keep that playing. I don't know if their music could get me copyrighted or not. Yeah, those people, they're Eggman and Mexican guy. I don't know what his name is. Is that Orange D? I mean, those guys are fine. The other dude is terrible. Yeah, that dude's lost. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. Alright. One more. What do you guys think? One more round. Do you know, do our deck lists carry over to another device for the sim? I'm about to add my PC. I only have it on my laptop. No, it's not going to carry over. Your deck lists are saved into the file. So you have the game saved right there. And then if you look over, it has deck profiles. So you can delete them technically from the file at any time. But no, they're not going to carry over. That whole file won't carry over. You can transfer that whole file technically though. If you like hook up your laptop to it, you just transfer the deck list profile. It'll transfer all the deck lists for you. You can technically do it. Boo 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 boo. All right, one more, boys. One more. Yep, you're welcome. So it's like, because they have like Pod A and Pod B, so it's like simultaneous. There's gonna be simultaneous finals going on or something, right? Is that how this is working? I don't know, it's weird. That one match took those two matches took so long that we actually shouldn't have that long to go until the next one starts, because they pushed overtime and pushed their way out of overtime. That's why I don't like playing. That's why that match with Dofi just now that just happened is why I don't play Dofi anymore. Because the Dofi mirror goes in overtime and you lose to overtime due to a deck count that feels so terrible. Like I lost an overtime due to time and I'm like, I'm never playing Dofi again because I'm not doing the mirror. It's fucking stupid. I hate it. Yeah, I'm not sure how the pod system works. It's just I think there's like 2 different ones going on, so it's like 2 or 3 different regionals going on at the same time. Because I think they said they had like 3,000 players at one time, right? So we had 1 yesterday and 2 today, or 2 yesterday and 2 today. I don't really know, but I think it's 2 separate tournaments technically. You had to sign up for whichever one, and then, yeah. To my knowledge, that's how I interpreted it as. So I don't know if that's true or not. If not, someone can correct me, but I interpreted it as 2 different regionals going on in the same place at the same time. And there was one yesterday, and that was separate from this one as well. Because we had round 1 all the way to round 9 again, and it wasn't like, oh, we just got the top 8 today. That didn't happen. It was someone won yesterday's, and now we have today's. Because it was just all Swiss rounds, and that just happened again, so. Last one. Well, well, well. There we go. I knew it wouldn't be that long. Cool.
Today here in Dallas, Texas, Doa, Orange Samurai, a.k.a. Diego, and Eggman, a.k.a. The Eggman, are here for a final round of the day. That's right. We've made it through. This is our 18th
This guy
round
shouldn't be there.
of One Piece over the last 2
He's
days.
gotta
We've seen
go.
a lot of really great games, but it has to end eventually, right? And we've got some pretty amazing matches happening in all 3 pods. We're going to show you one in particular, but then if it ends early enough, we'll be able to jump to those other ones. And
So there's 3 finals
again,
simultaneous.
we got people now
Okay.
8-0 on both sides of the table, and the question is who's going to walk away with the prize mats, the prize cards, the spots in nationals. Pretty nice, Eggman, to get that already so early in the season.
100%, yeah. Being able to try some new stuff and maybe some other ones, maybe not have to travel as much as back-to-back, right? They're very coveted spots. And
his
also,
commentary
the
is
people fighting
ass.
for them, Diego, you
Yeah, he
have,
doesn't know what he's talking
some
about in half the
knowledge on
matches.
quite a few of them,
Yeah,
right?
I think I recognize almost everybody in these tables over here. We have a rematch of the 2023 European Final in Utrecht, and it's going to be Herboye and Fabian facing off once again on a mirror match because they were Sakasuki the last time around. Now it's BY Luffy.
Yeah.
Then on the Pod C. For Pod A, we're going to have Michael E, I believe, there.
Yeah, I believe it is in there.
Yes,
Yep.
and we have, again, running it back, Elijah Quimby on Pod B.
Yeah, so a lot of stars across the board.
BY
But we will take
mirror.
a look at this EU rematch here, like you just mentioned. Fabian versus Herboye, and again, BY Luffy mirror.
Yep.
We've seen a couple of these today, and if yesterday was the day of Dofi, today is the day of the black-yellow Luffy players.
For sure. I did not expect a mirror match final for BY Luffy at all this weekend, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for sure. We know we've got at least
Crazy.
one more with Michael over in Pod A, another BY
Yep.
player.
Yeah.
Current reigning national champion here in North America, but we
I'll
are
cross made it to
underway.
finals too.
And it looks like it was a turn 1, we see from Roy, and then over on Fabian, he is on the even curve.
Yeah, and generally, the even curve is generally better. Another kind of clue for this mirror match is who's ever able to get and establish more Gecko Morias usually is in a better spot.
Oh yeah, we've seen that.
It's a
So many
pretty deep
BYs,
mirror
I
match
know,
still
dude.
on
It's
a lot of
crazy.
ways.
Yeah, so I wonder how different exactly are their deck lists, seeing that they probably play this each other a lot of the time.
This
we do
shit
see
is
a lot
nuts.
more favorites towards Kusan and the zombie Luffy on Fabian's side.
Yep.
Didn't quite see much of that on the Herboya side, but I think maybe they have some insight on each other's deck lists.
Yeah, and
It's because
real
there's
quick,
no,
once
there's
again, we are
really
in
no
the
teaches. So
Dallas, Texas finals here for Pod C,
Yeah.
but we've got a European finals, which is honestly, I think, quite a show.
It's
You
kind
know,
of
on the
mini
wrong
worlds,
stream.
really. This is like Worlds .5 or something.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
like a pre-worlds for
Yeah.
a lot of these players who will be just going to Japan right after this to continue playing in this meta.
right.
Yeah. On a side note, we're gonna have Herboya actually participate in one of the side events for the for Bandai Card Fest.
Yes.
The 3-on-3 with Kai, a local Japanese player, and Jonas.
Yes.
So exciting times too.
For sure. A little bit of searching going on. We see the general sort of like early game plans that come out from a lot of the Black Yellow Luffy players. Both of them down to 3 life at this point too. So fairly even life depletion as we get closer to all the 0 life shenanigans. Another search coming in from Fabian now.
Yeah, so with these mirrors, are they most likely going to want to starve each other out and just force each other to go ahead and take life via their own character means like Flampe and the Punch Luffy as such?
Yep.
Yeah, they both have it, so they're getting there.
Yeah, and having the Kuzan out already to maybe like attack and remove there, but also the Violet could also use their 5-drop Luffy's effect and then get down to 2 so they can use their own copy of Rocket Luffy. Again, a lot of answers that go both ways.
Well, we saw Fabian do a good job
Love you,
of
buddy.
pairing the Kuzan with the zombie Luffy to grab a little bit of removal as well.
For sure.
Meanwhile, over to Hervoye.
Yeah, we've got, what I believe, 7 Dawn right now? 6 Dawn? 7 Dawn.
He's on the odd curve,
Yeah,
so
so
it
7
should
down.
be 7 at this point, yeah. And it depends on the Luffy, right?
I am
A lot of
peeking-
Luffys get the extra Don.
I'm picking a Gecko Moria here on the far right, I think, so
Yeah.
he has one ready to jam in the next few turns.
Yeah, and for the previous match we saw with him against Rob Luchi, that card was just not present in his hand
No,
for the
not at
majority of the game. He was able to eventually find it, and it helped turn the tide, but must feel at least a little bit good to see at least one guaranteed this early in the game.
And we are hard casting over here at Kid Luffy and the Stable Blocker, filtering out the hand.
Yep. And the funny thing is in this matchup, you can feel a little bit more comfortable playing some of the babies out early on. There's just less likelihood that they'll be removed.
For sure.
oh yeah.
And especially with the protection, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a different game plan when you play in a mirror match. Just like Nami, you don't play the same way as you put any other deck, right? So
Yeah.
True enough. Well, the option to bring in the Rocket Luffy potentially, but
her boy is
Not
so
this turn.
generous,
Yeah.
giving us the full hand shown over here. But we have Fabian on the other side. We can't quite tell what he has every so often. We're peeking some blockers here and there. Oh, my crew.
Yeah, getting that on the discard to finish the Sabo effect and passing it back.
yep. All right. I mean, the thing is, these mirrors, these BY Luffy mirrors early on are pretty quiet, right?
Yeah.
The life that's taken is usually taken by the player themselves, less from attacks on the other side, and it's a lot of like hand filtering, trying to set up the late game.
I feel like
Yeah.
spacing is different this time around compared to like the Jackson match with Fabian. This is going a teeny tiny bit a little bit faster, I think. Maybe because they know each other, so they have a different tempo.
Well, I think that matchup too. There were so many Kuzans seen early too, and you don't generally want to attack with those. You'd rather save them for removal. At least that seemed to be the approach
For sure.
we saw from both those players in that matchup. So that kind of slowed things down to an extra degree. It seemed like in that one.
And now we're thinking about 8. One decision is if we use our leader effect here, so it's who we are. So we're going to get rid of the Garb and Life to draw 1, go down to 2.
Oh boy, I'm struggling with this blue sleeves.
Yeah. Well, thankfully we've got the counter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thankfully.
and,
courtesy of
and the
them.
dice. I'm
Yep.
always a proponent of dice.
Oh,
no
yeah.
way I come back to this. You came back to this finals right here, brother. Came back.
Let's help.
And then in
Alright,
the other
well,
pod, it's Cross, and he's
lot
on
of thought,
BY
again, being
too.
put in
So
these
we got
early
at least 3
turns.
BYs in finals.
Yeah.
And
this
I'm
is
not
kind of
sure who
where
he's
we can
playing, though.
maybe set up an 8-drop Gecko Moria. It's not for like the combo.
I think he's
but
probably
maybe
playing a
some ways
Dofi,
of
right?
value. We've got
I know a
cards in
Dofi,
the
2
track,
Dofis
so,
played each other, and
you
one
know,
of those
Gecko
won.
Moria
So we know
draw
one of
2
those is
might
in
get some
finals as
damage,
well.
But it looks like I think we're gonna do a little bit of copying the homework on the other side and play a 2-drop Luffy and a Sabo to protect it and the rest of the board.
Is that a manga Sabo over there?
Yes,
oh,
it
wow.
is.
All right.
We're blinging here.
Sleeving up the big stuff over there on the Fabian side.
Yeah, and we just don't want to attack into
You can't.
our opponent's leader.
That was just what I had read
Easy
prior
way
to
go down
Wada.
0.
Yep.
We do have the.
You're not gonna be able to see the pairings.
Slowly getting there manually, but we want to make sure that they use their resources to get to the spot they need to get to.
Yeah, definitely not much action.
They
on the
said that
attacking
Michael
department, but the setup
advanced
is
on the
starting
other
to
side.
happen.
That's how I know
Once they have their
crosses.
setup
That's how I
and
know
they
that's
get
another
0 and
BY.
weaken their
And
leaders,
then we've
they're
watched the
definitely gonna be
end
popping
result of
off
that
with,
last Dofi match. That's how I know
Rocket
those are
Luffy's,
Dofi.
more punch Luffy's, and the blocker Sabo to get more cards in hand.
Yeah,
Yeah, he dropped the manga Sabo.
right now, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
It's
I got
almost
2 of
like
those.
The game that is still the pregame to a certain extent.
It's an arms race.
Yeah, pretty much. Finding the
I got the
geckos,
PRB one and the other
finding
one.
the stuff to support that.
I
But,
traded for the
you know,
other one.
going back to what you said earlier, Eggman, like I don't mind the idea of an early Gecko Moria to not do the combo, but to establish that 9K body. You know.
Yeah, because that pays dividends for every
sure.
turn it's out there. Looks like we're looking top 5 with Garp, and we find ourselves another copy of Sabo. And we still have 8 Dawn left available to us for Higoye.
Yeah. So that could be a number of different things. I mean, you can always kind of hard cast a couple cards from hand. You could also just drop the more.
This guy.
You could also just do
Just
the
saying.
Luffy thing if you've got a way to remove that last life.
Low flex, just minor.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's pretty full.
I ain't
board,
running
so
10 gold
I guess you could
dons,
let
you know what
go
I'm
of
saying?
the Garp when he plays the Gecko, but,
I ain't running those mangas
oh,
either.
Flambe,
Flambe,
last
yep.
life.
Yeah, I was going to say attaching the 2 Don to
So it's a
Luffy
different.
almost, you know,
It's different.
almost guarantees you're going to see something removing that last life, and so, you know, now it begins, right?
Yeah.
Luffy ability comes in. You've got one of the babies out on board already. Got enough Don to play one from hand, so we could end up with a 9K leader at the end of this.
Yeah, but I think the spot that you normally want to get into, like if you can never get to 9K with 1 life, that gets you really safe.
Totally, yeah.
And so you might be pressured to say, oh, I only want to be a 7K this turn. And we're putting the Sabo down first, so maybe we are doing the Sabo in passing.
Yeah, for the hard cast.
Yeah. Don't think I'd necessarily be opposed to that.
Yeah, he's got 5 left in there.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we could also just play the 2-drop as well and get there, and then that still protects the other 2-drop Luffy.
Ooh, all right.
And
Well, there's a
precisely.
Sabo at least.
Yep, 7K leader now.
You don't need to swap the Luffy over, although he does have that Rocket Luffy ready to go in case he wants to. You do have 2 blockers up, so you're fairly safe at 0 life.
Yeah, and you know that Fabian also wants to use their Dawn to set up like their Moria or something similar, so I think this is probably a better way to set up a better defense for later turns.
Right.
Yeah, also I don't think her boy gets too threatened too, because the biggest beater around on her Fabian's side of the field is going to be just that Fist Luffy. Sabo will probably stay there to block no matter what, and obviously Kid Luffy is not going to do much near Escusan.
We did see just the pass from Higoye, not deciding to attack with the leader or anything like that. Trying to starve Fabian as much as possible, saying, all right, well, you know, I had what I needed to get down to my 0 life state. You know, do you have what you need? You know, I'm going to put the onus on your hand rather than help you along with it.
Yeah, and so we do need to oh, we got the serial.
Yeah.
Hit the, you
Fancy.
guys probably know about
Nice.
this card. I did not know about this in this deck, so the serial part, not the Luffy.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we saw it. Yep.
So it's an ask. Cool.
Yeah.
The Eggman doesn't even know.
Yeah,
Luffy's
yeah,
the
my
deck, bro.
bad.
There he.
Yeah, min rarity Eggman over here. But we do have down to 1 life, but I don't think we have any ways to use the Gecko.
It is
Moria to
crazy
play
that he's
something
running a fucking
Flambe
cereal.
Or Hyorik's
It's
Venom
wild.
Remover in the trash right
Man,
now.
it's flexed
get down
out.
to 0 and get in the same spot that Higoye is in right now.
Yeah, you can see Fabian really debating.
Yeah, the only thing he could get would be a Garp, and did he have any kits left on the discard?
I don't think so. I think it's mostly just Garps.
Who's going to take it? I bet you BY wins, you know what I mean?
2 copies of Rocket Luffy.
Might not be very worth.
Yeah, But
Yeah, but if you don't do anything, if you don't do much now, I mean, then you start to feel really behind, don't you?
yes, you really do.
You gotta do something here.
Her boy already eons ahead by having awakened earlier and has 2 blockers defending a gigantic fist Luffy here and Garp the fist.
That's right.
I know.
Okay,
I know,
so
Captain.
we are sending an attack in the direction of Hervoye.
If only the Bonnie
Slowly
advanced.
turning it,
Problem is
getting
that he
a
doesn't have the
2K,
white
you
version
already
of
got a
Baby
hand to
Luffy.
get out of
Like,
that
bro,
2K.
right?
It's not too bad.
Fair
Testing
critique.
the water, seeing if you have that 2K or not. All right.
Got all this high
And,
end.
that's the Ivankov.
So this came out of the starter
Can't
deck
drop
that,
10 for the baby.
this Luffy
Right.
came, with. You
Yep.
get to put a card from your life to the trash. Put a 5-cost card to the top of your life, and that really sets up your 2 drops to be able to get their plays. So I believe he put what a 5-cost Sabo into life.
I didn't quite catch it, but that would be one of the top targets, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these lists running the single Ivankov for a while now.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the situation where you're glad that you have it, you know?
Yeah, there's just a kind of a suite of blockers that makes sense. We've seen Shirahoshi today. We've seen Nami, I think, but this is the first time I've seen Emporio like hit the board.
I believe it is the first time, at least unless it happened when I was gone. First time I see it too.
Yeah. Okay, so swinging for 7 with the Sabo, and it's going to get countered out as well by Hervoye, Garp, and yeah, just the Garp, I guess, is all you need, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 7K leader at the moment.
Do you
But
think
it's
Ban
so
Whistle
funny
will hit
watching,
BY
BY
Luffy?
Luffy
Sorry, I
moves
didn't see
with the
that.
speed
No, I
that some of
don't.
the other matchups go. Every single
Not a
decision
chance.
is thought about and internally debated.
He's
with both of
he's
these
getting
players
ready to be
in this
irrelevant,
matchup.
guys.
It's so
It's
crucial to get the right
Teach
order.
is
The
so
sequencing
strong in
totally
10
is
that
deck,
BY is
and
not
in
relevant.
This matchup in particular, you need to have it perfect to a T. You can't make any mistakes because that will set you back a Dawn or set you back a boost. It definitely matters how you sequence things.
Yeah, and so there is debate on what the 2-cost Sabo replaces. It ended up being the 5-cost Sabo there. Likely to just put it back into
Yeah, not a
our
chance.
trash so you
Nothing's
can
getting
put it back
touched.
into our life.
Yep.
And but obviously
They
one of
missed the
better
boat
cards
on
are
Gecko,
board, so we kind
and
of wanted it to
yep,
to stay
Teach
there
Gate
too.
keeps him, so
For sure.
100%.
But, you know, one more Sabo into the trash life board.
So this is the
cycle
last
again.
you're really going to have to see. I mean, I'm not. Is World's going to be 09 format?
And if
You
can
might see him
get that
there
done
then.
without needing
But
to
other
use
than
Euphoria,
that, this is the last you're
so
going to
much
see
better.
of him.
Yeah,
Save that for
You're not
later.
going to see him in 10.
yeah, but Fabian having like a setup turn like this can be a little bit slow.
Maybe if they'd have made it past the Dofies,
Yeah,
2-cost
maybe,
Teach and
like,
Dofi, I could see getting hit. That's what I think gets hit.
Going 7K
is
with the
2-cost
Kuzan.
Teach. That's my prediction. If it ain't,
Block swing.
Yep.
they're either going to ban 2-cost Teach or they're going to flat out ban Dofi. I would assume they ban 2-cost
or,
Teach.
just counter.
Worlds is 09. Yeah, okay, so you're seeing him there. Other than
oh,
that,
that's
you're not
fine.
going to see
There
him
you go.
again. He's irrelevant after.
Yeah, and
Alright.
that's fine. I think we needed honestly more space.
So
on
it would be
board.
kind of a pointless
So,
ban. You're kind of
we were
banning
able to
him
get that with,
for nothing
block with the
because
Sabo and
he's not relevant in
get
10.
passed back.
Yeah, a lot of decks do want to conserve the blockers and make sure.
I
they
don't
stay
think
on the board
Black's
as long as
getting hit at
possible to
all.
get the most value. Meanwhile, you have Black Yellow Luffy. Yeah, 1K difference. Nah, not gonna counter. It's gonna block.
I mean, just because then you get to get it back. And when you get it back, you get 2K in your leader.
Unga bunga.
It's only
Power.
running Dofi, and if you ban Dofi, you just say Blue is irrelevant. Boa ain't. Boa's not
So
bad,
we're
though.
putting,
Boa's
two
actually
cards
not
into
that
our
bad,
life,
no 10.
the Sabo as well as
And
the
10.
zombie Luchi.
She's actually
Yeah.
not.
One of the techs that Fabian's definitely playing compared to others.
She's nothing. She's not.
and passing
She's not on the
attacks
same
with
level as
17
Dofi,
meter
but she's
and
not
2
bad.
life and
She's not a
2
bad
blockers
deck.
That can't be KO'd.
She's
I just
solid.
did not recognize that alt art
Yeah.
earlier in the day.
It
That was,
does look
Blue
like a
isn't
little bit of a
relevant for the
blob
most part if you
with
ban
the,
him,
Yeah.
except for like
lighting and stuff, so,
Blue Black
yeah.
Sabo,
Once you mention
or
it,
not
now I
Sabo.
can recognize- it can make
Usopp.
out the shape now that you
That's
see
a
now,
very
what I
relevant
expect,
deck.
right?
Yep.
It's one of the best decks in 10.
All right, so the Rocket Luffy brought in. That's another plus 2K power for the turn on her voice side of things.
Yeah, Boa cooks Teach.
And what are we going
Yeah.
to do? Yeah,
Ooh,
sack
effect.
it to maybe get rid of just draw the card, I guess.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
I-
Usopp's going to be one of the
I
best
think
decks
that
in
was a
10,
minor
so I mean,
misplacement
Blue still
because he was
has.
attacking Kuzan
I
before
mean,
he
it's
did
Blue
that.
Black, but it still
That's
has.
fair, actually, yeah.
Just because that
still
is
has
another
that.
attacker on board.
She can, but
if
she
they're
gets
gonna
enough
lose
card
anyways,
draw
I don't
that
think Kuzan's
it
like
doesn't
the biggest
really.
deal, and it's probably gonna get
It's not really
replaced
that bad.
eventually anyways, but
Sure.
I've played it a
Yeah,
little bit.
Gecko-ing.
It's actually
yeah,
pretty good.
We're starting the Gecko train.
Depends on how
so,
you run it too, though.
We've got a Nami, which is going to let us draw a card. We have the 2-cost Sabo, and then we're going to be able to use our discard. to
She's
put
not as
2
consistent
cards
as
into a
Dofi.
life.
I mean, Dofi's just the
And,
most consistent deck in
and
the
a lot of
in the
value.
game.
No, wait, sorry. That was the. Sorry, I looked at the wrong Luffy. That was the one we just
It
played.
was
off
just
the way.
played this turn.
Yeah. That's my bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, he's fine.
Yeah,
He's
7
perfect.
Warlords. Yeah.
I'm fallible over here.
I was waiting for you to finish your thing. and,
That's fair.
Yeah,
You
I
saw it.
That's
I
fair.
noticed it at the same time.
Usopp is definitely a
Zero
whole other
Luffy's all
blue
over the place
package.
here.
Yeah.
It's its own thing. Kind of like Teach is with
Put the
black.
decks together and make a play set.
100%.
But yeah, you're right. So just kind of getting that cycle going a little bit. Now 4K, and this is that scenario that you talked about earlier, where being able to go up to 9K on your leader plus have another card in life is just kind of really the dream spot for the BY Luffy. And as we pass things back over to Fabian, he continues to just be like a little bit behind here. I mean, Hervoy in a position to, as these geckos start to build on the board, start to kind of think about striking to end the game.
Yeah, and something to really it's hard to notice how intricate it was, but he was able to find time to not only play that 2-drop Luffy early, but because he did, he could make a 9K leader.
Yep.
Like 2 blockers off of the Moria and be a 9K. Very tricky to find the time to do that. He was able to do that, and he's getting rewarded with such a good board state right now.
Yeah, definitely takes a lot of hindsight on when you play it out. Like I said earlier, if you play it earlier, it's going to be free for the next turn.
Yeah.
That's some BY Luffy math right there.
Right, and I think he properly recognized, too, that he had the time to do that. A lot of times in BY Luffy games, you don't really have the time to make that kind of setup, but where Fabian's start was a little bit slower, he had the luxury of being able to do it,
Yeah, 100%.
And we're going to pitch.
Good identification of that. So I'm very curious to see if this zombie Luffy on Fabian's side is going to pay
Ooh.
dividends like it did in the last game we saw. There's the first Moria for his side of the board coming down.
Yep.
Kuzan again, drawing
Gecko
the card.
Wars now,
Yeah, and it's kind of similar, right? We've been able to pre-play some cards out for both sides, recognizing that's a way to get value and put ourselves in a good position. So Fabian's going to be able to play out the Kuzan and Sabo and the turn as a 9K leader with a single blocker up, but we do have a lot more card draw available to us.
Right.
Yeah, the card draw that we've seen in this match has been pretty good. We are just the Rocket Luffy is getting it done, having the Sabo ability to filter, and then Kusan, he's been there for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about how Foya was able to set this up. Now we got it on the Fabian side, too. 1 life remaining, 4K added to your leader for the rest of the turn. 9K to 9K now. You might as well both be 5K if it's a leader swing into leader. But now, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd say why not? Why not send it? That's going to draw out a block.
Yeah, but as much as Havoye has been a little bit faster setting on the board, Fabian's board is fantastic. Which
For sure.
we have the Kuzan to get the cost reduction, and we have the zombie Luffy. We can do some real good pressure. We get to get around KO protection for these Sabos.
Yeah.
And it's going to be quite a lot of pressure, I think, on this next turn.
If I could pick any one thing about what really won Fabian his last match, his last mirror on stream, I think it was that combo that you just mentioned, too.
Yeah.
That tech certainly seems to be effective in the mirrors day.
Yeah, it's definitely good in the mirror, but it's like their end game strategy is more favorable towards the mirror match. So definitely he made the right medical, figuring he was seeing a lot of BY this evening.
And we attached it on to our Moria, which helps us get rid of the Luffy, but immediately identifies that we are not going to be playing a Moria from Havoye.
Yeah, for sure. So what will we be seeing then in that particular case? Just some big swings, maybe.
Yeah.
Seems like.
Ooh, okay. I mean, there's a there is a distinct
11K
lack of
block.
blockers over there. So Sabo does go down. We do have the potential to swing again if we want to here for Hervoye.
Yeah, we can likely do an 11K attack,
Yeah.
which against most game states is really strong.
Most. Yeah.
This one's 9K to 11K is just a 2K plus 1. But
Yeah. Another Sabo comes out. So that's 3 blockers on the side of Hervoye right now.
So much defense.
Huge wall. Yeah. And yeah, why not? Like you said, 11K swing going the direction of Fabian. No blockers available, so this is one you're going to have to take the life from, and that's going to get bottom decked.
Yeah, and now we have taken one sub out of the equation. You won't see it again. And so, yeah, the board that Fabian has set up is slowly being whittled down here, facing a wall of Sabo here. The only thing Fabian has against this is going to be our combo of Kusan and the zombie Luffy. So we'll see if he can get out of this.
That's such a big win, though, for Havoya to be able to sort of permanently delete the Sabo by bottom decking it.
Yeah.
That could be a difference maker in this matchup.
All right, just deciding, asking some questions on numbers. It kind of also depends on how many cards we've got in our trash to be able to make this Luffy attack be meaningful. Like, we can make it a 9K potentially without any Dawn investment, which is great. And the leader on Havoya says only a 7K.
Right. All right, minus cost on the Gecko Moria from the Kuzan.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. So we must be doing another reduction
Hey.
of sorts.
Oh, okay. Another Gecko Moria.
Yeah, and we've got
Shira.
Shirahoshi to do that too. Yeah, this is
Ooh.
fantastic.
Yeah. All right, replacing the Kuzan, bringing out the Sabo and the Shirahoshi. Like I said, more minus cost there.
Get rid of the gecko.
Interesting.
Just like that, back on the upswing on Fabian's side, having that Gecko play to bring out Shirahoshi, and now being able to put characters on the range zombie Luffy's trashing effect.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
This might be
now we've
worse
got
than
a-
the Dofi
were available to us in our
mirrors.
trash and what we want to
This
sequence.
is AIDS.
We definitely want to put Sabo, but deciding on if there's
I do hope they keep
or another
Yofi
Sabo
mostly for
joining
game
it.
access too. Seven
Yeah,
Warlords is a very
Luffy.
cheap deck to
Yeah.
make and have be functional, good
Getting
for
the
game.
protection
That's
there.
very true, Captain. But so is like Bello Betty's very cheap
You
too.
know, despite the blockers on the side of
And she's a good deck to learn the
board
game
has
with
steadily
as
been
well.
building.
But
for
yeah,
Fabian.
Dofi
Yeah.
is very cheap for sure, and
And I think-
you
I
get
think
access
this
to a
removal is gonna be very big.
to the
It's
best deck in the
generally-
game for that cheap right
it's near
away.
impossible to remove
But
Gecko
Bello,
Moria in most
without Dofi, to
situations
be
with
fair,
fair match,
is
but
is
the
probably
double
tier 1
reduction and
deck.
the zombie
So
Luffy, getting the sequencing that we got really lets him, be put
Without
in a very
Dofi.
favorable setup
because
right
she
now.
has favorable matchups into
Yeah.
Teach and anything that's for life that she can run down and whatnot.
All right. This game is so close, actually.
Yeah,
yeah.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie,
So you
Andrew. Like
think that
this
there's
is a boring.
disadvantage, and
Like
I
the
don't know,
BY
maybe
thing,
just
the
come back
BY mirrors
with a
to me
whole
are
play.
boring.
Yeah, it's so hard to really call advantage too much, right? I mean, any mirror matchup in One Piece, it's gonna switch several times during the course of the game.
For sure.
And I think the other thing too is that this is a mirror match, and these are obviously both strong.
I don't
decks,
think
but
they're gonna get
these
rid
are
of
clearly
Dofi though. I don't think
strong
we have that
players
much to worry
on
about.
strong
I
decks,
think
too. And then being able
I
to
just think
express
they're
your
going to
skill
get rid
with
of
decks like this is very favorable.
Teach
Well, you've
two
got
cost
the added
Teach.
sort of drama of these
Is
two
my-
players having
it's my
met
guess.
before,
Maybe I'm wrong,
in
though.
finals, in a One Piece, in a gigantic One Piece tournament, right? And so they know the pressure of the stage. It's not something that bothers them too much. They know each other's play styles really well too. So there's a level of mind games going on right now too that we don't see.
Yeah.
We can sort of get maybe get hints of it from the players' decision makings, but there's a whole nother layer to this match too underneath the cards.
Yeah, for sure. The fact that a lot of international guests came over here to this event shows that One Piece is so big that we have people coming over here and visiting, and they're actually making an impact in these events. Every now and then we get Mexican players come down, Canadian players come down, but now we have European players come here to play, and that's huge. And this is going to be with an invite to the nationals, the finals on the line. So at this rate, both are pretty much in contention for top 16. So they're locking in their spot for whenever the next finals are.
Yeah. Oh man. Now we're boy. That board looking a little bit sparse here.
Yeah. We've seen less Morias. Our one Moria did get removed. We got a second one, sure.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it's going to be a little bit slow when our opponents establish two and has such a board advantage and I think even hand advantage. We're going to get a blocker, going to get a card draw off the Nami and set up a Sabo, but we're still definitely a little bit behind here.
Yeah, I do like in particular just getting the card draw for the Nami this
Yeah.
turn. Hand size is so crucial at this stage in the game, this matchup, that Nami is certainly paying dividends.
Oh, and we see the zombie Luffy
yeah.
from Nagoya. We didn't see that during our previous round.
Yeah.
So these decks do have some different cards, but interesting to see that teched in for him as well.
Yeah, so it could potentially be something that is shared to each other prior to coming to the event, acknowledging, hey, this card is strong. We should play this. And maybe that seems to be the case. But I will say for sure, we have been exposed to seeing Herboy not really play that card at all so far in a tournament stream. So it is a little refreshing to see Fabian be on stream because we're actually seeing something we're not too familiar with, at least in this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, I feel like the zombie Luffy shows up sometimes as a one-of in some BY Luffy lists. I wonder if Fabian is running more than one because we've seen it show up so frequently.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
But it's been, very fascinating to see the evolution of this deck. It's been, most cards are the same, right? 40 to 45, but
Right.
there's these techs that you're afforded, especially like for specific matchups.
Yeah.
And it's been really great to see.
Yeah, and again, the zombie Luffy seems quite good in this matchup in particular. You know?
Yes.
Very good, especially when you see it as the one-off potentially in a best-of-1 game.
Yes.
All right. Nami used to block that first swing from Gecko Moria. Second 9K swing coming in right now. There's a plethora of Sabos available for Hervoye to use if he chooses to.
And we're
Bruh.
at 1 life. We got that 5-drop Luffy.
This one's
based
gonna
on
go to
life
time
right
as
now.
well.
Yep. Taking a look at the
Shit's
trash.
crazy.
And just likewise as well. I've got nothing better. Do you let me see your
Yeah.
trash as well?
Sure, yeah. Giving yourself a little time to make some decisions, I suppose. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Especially,
Ba-da,
something to
ba-da,
keep in
ba-da.
mind, even though it is basically a final, this is still Swiss, so there is going to be a time limit. So it's not
Sure.
an infinite time event that we have going on right now. They
Ooh.
are pressed for time. They have to come to a conclusion to this game before time ends, or be forced to see tiebreakers.
Yeah, and Hervoye takes that life. So that's a card getting bottom decked. It was just the Punch Luffy, so one of the less important cards, I suppose, out of the three. The three big ones, right? Rocket Punch and Sabo.
Nami.
Yeah, we're just going to play Nami for 3, getting a card draw.
All right.
We did get a 2-drop Luffy off the top. Honestly, the most important cards in these situations are the blocker Sabos for sure. And putting one at the top of our life means we probably have a 2-drop in our hand to play off of.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to lose those by bottom decking.
Yep, very true. All right, another Sabo. Another draw 2, discard 2. More KO protection, although that's not as big in this matchup.
I do take back what I said about saying that Jackson and Herboye was a finals match. No, this has become undoubtedly one of the best finals match I've seen because it's it's extremely contested and it's somewhat buried. It's going kind of fast in comparison to other games this evening so far.
Sure.
So it's definitely very enjoyable.
Yeah, and I want to say, this, the venue is transfixed on this. We can look over there.
Yeah.
People are watching, huddled around the TVs for this too. People at home. I'm sure Europeans out there, it's late, or early for y'all. And, these are your, finalists. These are your players. And watching them at this stage, too, is just very exciting.
Yeah, and it's also hogging all the screen time because I believe A and B have concluded. They're no longer there. So this is going to be the final we'll see for One Piece Day in Dallas,
This is the
Texas.
final.
Get you the results on those other ones as they come in for us. But for now, this BY Luffy mirror, the last game going here at One Piece Day in Dallas.
Holy hell.
It's an EU
Why would they
versus
pick the
EU
BY
match.
mirror out of everything to showcase?
Fabian versus Voye. What really has, become a global competition here.
Yeah.
Very cool. So now the play over to Hervoye. 2 on Luffy right away. Going to swing 9 in with the Gecko Moria.
9K
Doing the
counters
Pompeii
with 2K.
And so with 2 Don already attached on Luffy, you wonder if we will see possibly another Gecko from Hervoye here, or if you've got something else in mind. Ooh, the Don being separated. What's the plan here?
Yeah, pre-planning for a split could be something different. Or
Well.
it does seem like. Ooh, is he planning to split for attack?
I mean, only one blocker. No, I
Bro,
take it back. 2
Andrew,
blockers on Fabian's side,
it's
so I'd
fucking
be surprised
ridiculous,
if this was
like-
an attack turn.
That's crazy,
Yeah,
man.
definitely having some some crisis here of saying what is the best play. It is a tough spot that I'm in.
Is
Two
there even a Gecko
blockers.
Moria in the hand?
I don't think he has one. So
That's rough.
It is tough.
That is very, very rough.
Yeah, her boy is
Dude on the right's having a hard time.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm having a hard time
Staring down both of them
watching
to the other
this.
Nami taking a 11K attack. Oh, we did have Moria and just decided this was not the best play for us.
Interesting. Okay. So, potentially just going up to 2 life and just being happy to sit there. I mean, there's still a lot of Dawn being spent. Okay, he does have. Oh, okay. All right. So you do have two boys just a hard cast here.
Yeah, and so the decision is that I'd rather pressure more this turn than have a 9K setup for next turn. And and we talked about this earlier for one of our mirror matches. Moria is like immediately not the worst play for us, but being able to attach extra Dawn to our leader, get this huge, swing here, and also set up a zombie Luffy of our own for next turn.
Right.
Is can just make it so we can win next turn.
Well, there's the 2 sides of it, right? There's the side that says, I want to use, I want to establish my Morias earlier to pressure more, and the side that says, I want my opponent to use as many resources as possible before I play my Morias.
Yeah.
It does seem we're getting closer to end of time if we haven't already. I did hear the announcements, but couldn't quite make it out. So they might be to be pinched for time, and that's why they're playing a little bit more faster.
Oh, man, yeah.
So if they're not already nearing the tiebreaker period, they definitely need to go faster and make it so they can secure the tiebreakers by having a higher life, if not more characters, or having a higher deck count or more characters.
This is a great game to showcase, Marty.
Boy, just took the 2 life and put it on the board.
Yeah.
So less life right there. And with a Sabo blocker out there, no more attacks. I don't think there's any way you can really get that last life from Fabian, and even when it goes back over, he can put 2 there. So we'll see what happens. It's over on Fabian anyway. First swing comes in.
Yeah, but I don't think we're on time quite yet. I think these games started a little bit later than the regular tournament time.
Could have, yeah.
But I'm not surprised if we were close, if not already. And we got a Toy Soldier 2K come out of hand.
Yeah, okay.
That's new.
Yeah, haven't seen that too often. Very teched out BY Luffy Dexter Senior. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's great from both players.
It's the EU secret.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is really good for exactly the situation to give something the -3. And then Luffy can get rid of it if it's a 5 or less. So being able to get rid of a Sabo with this, we also get potentially a card draw.
And we're drawing.
And I mean, if we do end up going down to time, cards on board may end up mattering.
Yeah, but this is
unlikely, but still.
This is where we can just go really big with our zombie Luffy. We can get a lot of cards out of our trash and put it to the bottom of our deck to get the increase. So that's a +1K, that's a +2K, and we do have a 9. Gets the 1 out, and Fabian's our winner for Pod C.
Wow, yeah, takes it in the end. And yeah, I mean, we saw
it's
the
over.
Geckos established a little bit earlier. Slow and steady wins the race, though, and Fabian will be our final winner here at One Piece Day
Who won
Dallas.
the other ones?
And that was thrilling, man. EU beat down here, and it was cool to see.
Yeah, really close game, and going into the match, I wasn't sure if they had different deck lists. It started to look like it was a very similar card pool, so it might have been
who won the other ones.
True mirror match, but
I'm awake again.
Really good showing from both players.
Jesus.
And I'm happy we were able to catch that one.
Oh yeah, no, this
I'm not.
was fantastic. It was very exciting. A lot of back and forth.
Appreciate the follow, Bindo.
And sitting throughout the weekend, so it was very refreshing to have. And as well, we have new faces on an American stream.
Yes, 100%. So Fabian is our winner on C, and Joey, we'll have to see what is left on the other pods if we get that information.
I know, right, Andrew?
We get here,
My God.
as soon as possible to try to find out who won the other 2 pods here, because the games are over. That was the last one being played. And remember, we had some big names in the other 2 pods. We had Michael, our current reigning champion in North America, playing in Pod A, and then in Pod C we had Elijah as well, which we
You
saw
think the
earlier
judges
today.
or people reffing would tell them who won the other
games?
games?
Word on that, and we'll find out.
Yeah, potential back-to-back winner.
Yeah.
If not 18-0, 17-1 for this weekend.
Pretty commendable.
With Doflamingo, which is commendable in itself. So
yeah, that is
regardless
pretty crazy.
where it is, a really good run for Elijah.
Yeah. definitely. But what a great weekend of games in general.
Very.
I mean, it's awesome that we got to have One Piece Day coming over to the States here and getting to have a situation where we have so many people coming in from around the world to play. And yeah, we do a lot of regional stuff here, right? We do a lot of North American tournaments in North America. Shocking, right? I know. So it's neat to see things on a little bit bigger of a global scale. Our preview of Worlds, I feel like.
I was going to say, like, that's going to be a huge event next week. It's going to be the finale from OP09. Most of the people that are in the finals in these pods are going to be there, whether playing in the main event or the side event. So, you know, a lot of traveling, and this is such a good game that's worth all the travel and all the experiences from it.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Still waiting on those results.
Just tell us who won, guys.
We'll get those on stream or not. But if we don't, it sounds like we're not going to get them. So those results will be online, I'm sure. So you'll be able to find those out in a rate. But I'm dying to know.
That's kind of terrible.
Yeah, right.
We're over there. Like, you guys hold it down.
They should be informed.
I just want to know if Quimby won. That's what I want to know. Yeah. Back-to-back winner would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
We'll find out. I'm like looking to see if somebody I know is standing close enough that I can ask them.
Well,
but
Elijah's right there, actually.
Oh, there you go.
If we can catch his
wave at him.
Wave at him.
So
get his a thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get that.
Try to catch his eye, Eggman.
Yeah, I don't want to shout on my.
You've got the flashiest hair.
Yeah, I'm trying.
All right.
No, he's not going to see us. Quimby.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Not happening for us.
But I mean, can we read? Does he look happy enough that he has won? Maybe.
You know,
I'm getting a bittersweet kind of vibe.
He looks introspective.
Hey,
yes.
A little bit.
He might have collected a first and second place playmat this weekend.
Well, that's
that's actually the play right there.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of everything. Yeah.
Blackbeard and Kusan in one mat, the second place one. I think it's the nicer one out of the two, but both are really nice mats for sure.
You know, this might be out of line. I'm just going to go walk over.
Go, go. There's two of us here.
Go.
All right,
I do
go find out.
Good job, Eggman.
It's Eggman on the scene. Eggman on the street.
He's on the case.
Going out, asking the real questions, getting the information for us. The journalist in action. He's walking up. I'll give you the play-by-play of this.
Yeah.
He's talking to Elijah.
This is the best thing this guy's done.
He's shaking his head. He's shaking his head.
Yeah.
That might be a no.
We got to find out.
But
the
now he's nodding,
tiebreakers.
kind of. He's nodding, but it's hard to say. Oh, he's coming back.
I think standings just showed up, and he's giving us the Uni TCG.
That's right. Nope, didn't get it. So Elijah not getting it, but again, you know, like we said, maybe that was the play because now you do walk away with both playmats.
Hoping tiebreakers.
Yeah. So currently he's X1 and went 17-1 for it. So he actually unfortunately lost in round 8. So the middle section was completely obscured from us. Right, we could not see. I could see Michael on A and then our European pod in C. So
all right,
but it could be JCM getting the win from Pod B with likely Shanks. So that could be really interesting.
Shanks got a dub.
Yeah, and Elijah definitely went 17-1 for this weekend, which is incredible.
Huge.
Yeah, what a run.
Yeah, it's fire.
2 days. I mean, like what a incredible amount of like mental fortitude. First of all, to be able to play, it's hard enough to play at that level for like 4 games at your local, right?
Yeah.
Imagine playing at an even higher level for 18 games. Like that is wild.
So I do want to say, in the case that JCM did win, I did say it earlier, back during One Piece Day in Orlando, I had asked him, do you plan on going, Jonathan? It's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think I want to. I'm going to stay home. It's not worth the trip. And I said, you know what? Put that on camera. Say it. I'm not going to One Piece Day. And he did, and I have the video. So now I can go and tell him. So what's this over here? Aren't you glad you showed up to this event now? Serial Ace, Playmat, Invite to Nationals. You can vacation now. Yeah, with an X1 finish guaranteed. I think pretty much all of that. Serials might be bubbled up, but I think almost guaranteed a serial at this point. Yeah. And the invite, so great for everyone in our finals are getting both of those likely. So you know, big finishes.
I believe I didn't quite hear exactly, but I believe I got the word that it's time to close things out.
All right.
Here on the stream. So on that note, I want to say a big shout out to our production team behind the scenes for making everything run. This was really good. I think one of the big issues with card
appreciate you all. We're not playing no games right now or anything.
Games on stream.
Fun times.
There was not a lot of
They're closing that out. We heard that we got the word that Shanks won. That's cool. So we're gonna close this off. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you hit the follow button. Watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the stream. All that good stuff. We will raid out. We'll check out to see who's doing what. Head over to Twitch. Hit the old Twitch rate. What am I doing? Dude, I'm like out of it. I don't even know what I'm doing. There we go. Creator dashboard. Yep. So we'll see who is on. See if anyone's on that we know. One Piece. Boom. Let's see. Roar. Maki. I don't think anyone's on that we really know. But hey, we'll One Piece TCG sim. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over here. I don't know what this guy's playing. Is he playing the sim? He's not even playing the sim. No, we're not. Nope, he don't get it. He's not playing the sim. This shit says sim. It's not the sim. It's some old random ass weird shit. So we'll go to... this guy's opening PRB. There we go. We're going to hit him. Let's see if he can get a God Pack. We pulled one. Good stream. Thanks for the watch party. Yep. Appreciate everybody in here. Peace out, guys. You guys are awesome. We're going to go ahead and raid over now. Peace out.
Sorry.